ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèbèrè wá fi jóye ẹlòkò bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wá fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàgbàdàgbẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló bá ń gbé àyàn ti ìgbàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gọ́vnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruo na oyibo.
It's a free one, be free. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Iye die gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba. So baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia. Soko sunu baby subaramia.
Ase kwa nefo jabani si akuna nyego bamkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota akuna koga book.
Hello, how are you? Hello, how are you? So there it is. Ayendeba. So Ayendeba. We're hurtling towards another weekend. It's a Thursday evening where I am. I'm not quite sure. Excuse me. It's a Thursday evening where I am. I'm not quite sure what day it is where you are. You know, it's a funny thing. You know, we are actually running on a 24-hour cycle here. So War Peace is in Japan. Goodness knows what time of the day it is, or even what day of the week it is there. Thomas is in Australia. Goodness knows what day of the week. People in Dubai, people in Nigeria, I in the UK, most of you in America, we're in a 24-hour cycle, but still will conversate just in real time. And that is the beauty of technology. So good to be in your company. Always a delight. Something I look forward to every day. And here we are again. You are gathered. I'm here. So let the proceedings commence. So let the proceedings commence. But before anything commences, the usual protocol. You know already. Click on the like button. If you have not done that, please do that now. We constantly aspire to reaching 100 likes. So please click on the. So it's 2 a.m. where Abdul Mumuni is, you know. So that there is right there. So and it's 11:10 p.m. Where I am. So I think we might well still be. I think you might well be on the Greenwich Mean Time. Abdul Mumuni, tell me, is Saudi Arabia on Greenwich Mean Time? So click on the like button as soon as click on the like button immediately and right now. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to come and join us on the screen, yes, I can see him there. He's giving Kaizo a baptism of fire. Yes, I see him there. Chioma, but I've left him there as well. You can stay caged there with the kids. So yeah, click on the like button, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If you want to come and participate, and we need new voices, by the way. We've not had a voice breakthrough in the last week or so. So we need a breakthrough voice for this session. So if you've never been on before, come on. And as soon as you come into the studio, I'll stop everything and give you the space to speak. We always like new voices, only because it expands the conversation. So click, but traditional voices welcome too. It's the conversation that's really the most important thing. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us. And then your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned in the comment section right there. It says buy your host cups of coffee. I know you continue to ignore that, but I'll continue to draw it to your attention. So there it is. So all that, straight to it and immediately to it. Let's launch into it. We might at some point have a, because Daniel Bola was on our Rights TV earlier on today, so we might at some point touch base with what he did there. Not have him on the studio, but have a look at his clip to see exactly how that interaction went. So all that. But let's kick it off with this. This is the headline story. So this is the This is the lead story. Labour Party warns members against attacking chairman. So now, this was something that Baba hinted at just as early as yesterday's session. When he said that he heard on intelligent media that there are machinations within the obedient space to get rid of Julius Abure and seize hold of the Labour Party. So that is the forward plan of the obedient space. So to have a cleansing of that Labour Party, and part of that cleansing is getting rid of Julius Abure. So that was in the realms of rumors yesterday, but now this headline gives it some veracity. Labour Party warns members against attacking chairman. So let's see what's in play here. Peter Obi versus Julius Abure. Place your bets now. The leadership of the Labour Party on Wednesday warned that it will no longer tolerate any destructive criticism of its national chairman, Julius Abure, from its members and supporters of the obedient movement. So those are fighting words right there. So from the opening, there's a trouble in paradise. There's a chink in the thing. There's a split in the whatever it is. Ultimately, they're in the process of cannibalizing themselves. So cannibalization, the leadership of the Labour Party on Wednesday warned that it will no longer tolerate any destructive criticism of its national chairman, Julius Abure, from its members and supporters of the obedient movement. The warning was a response to calls from some aggrieved Labour Party members and stakeholders of the party for Abure to resign following an allegation of corruption leveled against him. So now, I'm not quite sure that this is the time, because there's been, in fact, the case in court, Apapa versus Julius Abure, is essentially wrapped around allegations of corruption. This guy notorious and noted for the love of the dollar. So I'm not quite sure that this is a new dynamism into the space. The warning was in response to calls from some aggrieved Labour Party members and stakeholders of the party for Abure to resign following an allegation of corruption leveled against him. The petition, which went viral some days ago, was jointly signed by a Labour Party elder, Diopa Ajufo, Doepa Ajufo. Apologies for that name. Correct me in the stream when we get there. The petition, which went viral some days ago, was jointly signed by a Labour Party elder, Diopa Ajufo, member of the Obedient Movement, Zariyi Yusuf, representatives of Advocate for a New Labour Party, Dr. Peter Piper, and I kid you not, that is actually somebody's name, Dr. Peter Piper. Dr. Peter Piper, leader of Obedience Diaspora, Tony Asukome, and member of Obedient Movement and Advocate for a New Labour Party, Professor Chris Nwakobia Jr. In the letter written to the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and members of the National Working Committee, the aggrieved party noted that the damning revelations of Labour Party's erstwhile youth leader and Salem Eragbe about a heavily compromised, let me start from the top again. I don't like how I'm pronouncing those names. So let me start from the top again and speed through. The leadership of the Labour Party on Wednesday wants that it will no longer tolerate any destructive criticism of its national chairman, Julius Abure, from its members and supporters of the Obedient Movement. The warning was in response to calls from aggrieved Labour Party members and stakeholders of the party for Abure to resign following an allegation of corruption leveled against him. The petition, which went viral some days ago, was jointly signed by a Labour Party elder, Diopa Ajufo, member of Obedient Movement, Zariyi Yusuf, representative of Advocate for a New Labour Party, Dr. Peter Piper, leader of Obedient Diaspora, and Tony Asukome and member of Obedient Movement and advocate for a New Labour Party, Professor Chris Nwa Kobia Jr. In the open letter written to the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, and members of the National Working Committee, the aggrieved party noted that the damning revelations of Labour Party erstwhile youth leader and Selem Eragbe about a heavily compromised and transactional party under Abure were rife. They also argued that the Obedient Movement decided to look the other way because of their desire to make Obi win the presidency before they pushed for a reorganization of the party. So that's a compromise right there, isn't it? If the Obedient Movement are of the view that the chairman of the Labour Party is heavily compromised financially, notoriously corrupt, and they are willing to look the other way, then which new Nigeria were they hoping to create under him? So if Obi had won the election, would they then unseat Abure? And if Obi wins the election under an Abure that even the Obedient Movement itself concedes that it's heavily financially compromised, then what change are they effecting? So is that not status quo? They also argued that the Obedient Movement decided to look the other way because of their desire to make Obi win the presidency before they push for a reorganization of the party. Amongst other things, they also said the recent allegation by Labour Party governorship candidate in Bayelsa State, I won't attempt his name, that the party ex-cos sabotaged his chances by collecting gratification from Governor Diri, revealed how sickening the party has become. So how is this a different narrative from the historic narrative of the Nigerian political space? But in a strongly worded statement issued on Wednesday, the National Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party, Obiara Ifor, warned the aggrieved members and the various bodies they represent to desist from denigrating the party's national chairman. In the statement, Ifor further scolded them over their social media publication titled Time Up Julius Abure. We demand a Labour Party that must stand for the masses of our people, saying it was full of destructive criticism and unfounded claims. The spokesman also disowned them, saying the signatories were not genuine card-carrying members of the party. He said, "It is natural that after every electoral contest, a few individuals may be disgruntled or aggrieved, and as such, the party leadership may be exposed to all forms of criticism by both members and non-members alike. But we advise that such criticism must be tailored to aid growth and development in the party and not necessarily to be destructive. Labour Party has had its fair share of intra-crises, and we think that members should desist from escalating further crises. Being new joiners and not knowing the culture of the party, some of them are just a few months old in the party. Of course, that is what you get when ignorance and overzealousness overwhelm your reasoning." Who's texting me? All right. Hold on. Yeah, overwhelm your reasoning. Most of those who uttered the statement did not even win their unit, let alone win their local government or state. It is on record that most members of the National Working Committee of the party delivered their units and their states. So Barrister Julius Abure, for instance, scored 79% in Edo State, thereby denying other political parties the opportunity to score the required 25% in the state. A cursory look at the authors of the statement will also reveal their ignorance on the workings of the party constitution, Electoral Act, and the 1999 Constitution as amended. So that last statement then, that even if you want to move me, you can't, because the party constitution, etc., does not. So the internal, and it was, nobody can claim to be caught off guard by this, by the way. And by the way, we want to see that comment section lighting up like a Christmas tree with apart from Ayo, we want to see different names actually super chatting today. We don't want to be saying only Ayo. We want to see super chats coming from different names. But no, yes, the daggers drawn essentially in Labour Party. That's just what that tells us. Daggers drawn. There will be blood on the carpet. There will be tears before bedtime. Some people will cry to sleep. And this is it now, the hemorrhaging of that Labour Party space. But ultimately, what will play out in that space is that between Julius Abure and Lamidi Apapa, between the two of them, the hold on that Labour Party will stay with tradition. And ultimately, but it will fall into either of both hands, but not into the hands of the obedience. And ultimately, the obedience will have to go and they will go and say, New Nigeria Party. Look out for that, and you heard that here first. By the first quarter, certainly no longer than the second quarter of next year, New Nigeria Party will be what the obedient movement will be called. They will form and register with the relevant bodies, but they're not going to seize hold of our Labour Party. That's not going to happen. So on to the next. Federal government to dock ex-CBN Governor Emefiele today on alleged economic sabotage criminal charges. So it looks as though they are not perfecting the case against this evil man. I have to say that. I don't often use that word, but you can comfortably call this guy an evil man. Pardon me. Former governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, Godwin Emefiele, will today be put on trial by the federal government on alleged economic sabotage-related offenses. Emefiele, whose trial was aborted about 24 hours ago, will be arraigned at the High Court in the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja. A notice for his trial before Justice Hamza Muazu, cited by correspondents, indicates that the ex-CBN governor will be docked along with one Ramalan Yaro, a registrar with the court who wished to remain anonymous, confirmed that Emefiele will be brought before the court this morning for his plea of guilty or not guilty to be taken. Similarly, one of the lawyers in his defense, Maxwell Opara, confirmed that the notice of arraignment had been served on the former CBN governor for him to appear in court. The former CBN governor will be produced in court by the senior advocate of Nigeria, Matthew Boka, who signed an undertaking to bring him for trial whilst being granted bail by Justice XYZ. So there it is. So it looks as though they are fast-tracking this guy. Hopefully he gets some jail time. Let me give you this one as a headline. South African President Ramaphosa called on ICC to investigate Israel and PM Netanyahu for war crimes in Gaza. So we'll now see now if the ICC is just for third world countries, because there's sufficient enough for this investigation to take place. The South African government has asked the International Criminal Court, ICC, to investigate the Israeli government for alleged war crimes in Gaza. President Cyril Ramaphosa announced during a 2-day visit to Qatar the claim against Israel, which has not ratified the Rome Statute. So the Rome Statute then probably if somebody can look up what the Rome Statute is, I think that might well be what gives the the ICC leverage to is a statute to say that it will abide by certain rules. This is just my guessing at it. I suspect it's a statute to say that you will abide by certain rules, and if you sit outside of that rule, then the ICC can come after you. The claim against Israel, which has not ratified the Rome Statute, the treaty establishing the treaty establishing the ICC was taken. Let's take that from the top again. The South African government has asked the International Criminal Court, ICC, to investigate the Israeli government for alleged war crimes in Gaza, President Cyril Ramaphosa announced during a 2-day visit to Qatar. The claim against Israel, which has not ratified the Rome Statute, the treaty establishing the ICC, was taken together with many other countries in the world, Ramaphosa said, without specifying which nation were involved, according to the video address posted on his X. Oh, is there a video? Also, it's no video. According to the video, where was I? According to the video address posted on his X account, Ramaphosa claimed that while South Africa, an active supporter of Palestinian sovereignty, does not endorse the Hamas attacks on Israel, the Israeli response amounts to genocide that warrants an ICC investigation. We are opposed to the operation that is ongoing, particularly as it is now targeting hospitals where babies, women, and the injured are dying like flies, the South African leader said. There is a need for the whole world to rise and call for the Israeli government to cease fire and stop what is happening, and the ICC to investigate. Of course, legal measures need to be taken at a global level, he added. Colombian President Gustavo Petro had last week said Bogota would request that the court prosecute Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over the massacre of civilians in Gaza. Israel declared war, so it then goes on to tell you the backdrop of all of that. So that's a fairly contentious space. So that if you have thoughts on it, come share it. But it's a fairly contentious space. Yes, Dr. Peter Piper picked a speck of pickled pepper. That's a fourth of many then completing that rhyme. So let's go on to this. Dino asking for his refund from the bribery from the elections just gone. Dino speaks on seeking refund of vote buying monies, and it's typically it's probably a fake news. So, but it's not beyond the realms of what Dino can do to ask for his money back for vote buying. So we can see Dino doing that. The governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Kogi State, Dino Melaye, has denied a report that is seeking a refund of the money he provided for vote buying. Melaye, in a statement posted on his Facebook page, described the report as spurious. There had been allegations that the former lawmaker representing Kogi Senatorial District seeks refund after sharing out 250,000 naira per polling unit for vote buying. Melaye accused the All Progressive Congress APC of being behind the report. Distancing himself from the report, Melaye said, the SDM Media Directorate wishes to, Senator Dino Melaye, that would be. So how is he speaking on behalf of his own directorate? This guy just kept all of the money that they gathered together for his vote. He couldn't even set up a communication team. So why is he the one speaking on behalf of the SD whatever direct? This guy is just a clown anyway. Distancing himself from the report. Hold on, back. Distancing himself from the report, Melaye said, the SDM Media Directorate wishes to state that such misguiding headlines and story is nothing but unfounded and an attempt to distract the general public from the electoral heist that was committed in the Kogi November 11 elections. For clarity's sake, Senator Dino Melaye, as a democratic evangelist, a champion of anti-corruption in Nigeria, and a man living with the fear of God, will never stoop to the criminal and destructive level of the APC to engage in vote buying. And Nigerians are not unaware of what transpired in the Kogi State November 11 election, where rigging was taken to a whole new legendary and scientific level. So that's typically Dino. That's Dino's language right there. Evangelist of democracy. So that a certifiable clown, that guy. So this one's somewhat a human interest storyline. Dependent visa ban. UK universities hit with low revenue as Nigerians turn to Canada. So this is the narrative of, you know that Japa space. There was a phase where Nigerians were just streaming into the UK and Nigerians were streaming into UK. So there's this portal that opened that if you're coming to study, you can bring your immediate families with you. And people use that essentially as a portal to move their family out of Nigeria. So it looks as though they've closed that portal. And Nigerians, of course, the purpose of that master's degree or whatever is not essentially for the master's degree, it's just for the JAPA. And if you want to Japa, you can't leave your family behind. So they closed that portal and Nigerians now going to Canada. Dependent visa ban. UK varsities hit with low revenue as Nigerians turn to Canada. Most of the universities in the United Kingdom have been experiencing reduced admissions from international students, including Nigerians, over the dependent visa ban policy. Recall that the UK Home Office, under the sacked Interior Secretary, Swala Braverman, introduced the dependent visa ban policy that restricted Nigerians and other immigrants from bringing their family members with them starting from January 2024. The British High Commissioner to Nigeria, Richard Montgomery, while speaking on the policy in June, said it was implemented to avoid overburdening the British economy's housing infrastructure and to control the inflow of migrants. Recounting the repercussions of the policy, the universities and business schools said they cannot meet the admission targets for the year 2024, according to a report by Chartered Association of blah, blah, blah. In what appears to be an early signal of the impact of an important change in UK visa policy, nearly half, 44%, of the country's business schools are reporting that they will miss their non-EU recruitment targets this year. So there it is right there. One door closes, another one opens. So let's go on to this one. Disclose what you inherited from Buhari. So this is the afterflow of Tinubu's lamentations that all he inherited essentially from their booking from Daura was just liabilities. Disclose what you inherited. P2B tells Tinubu. So this is his attempt at opposition politics now. Our man from Oka. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the last election has told President Bola Tinubu to disclose to Nigerians exactly what he inherited from the past administration. The call followed the claim on Monday by the National Security Advisor, NSA, Nuhu Ribadu, that the present administration is faced with challenges because it inherited a bankrupt country. We have inherited a very difficult country, a bankrupt country, to the extent that we are paying back what was taken. It is serious. But this administration is doing its best to meet our requirements, including those of armed forces, he told the conference. But in a series of posts on his verified X handle, Obi advised the government to disclose exactly what it inherited so that Nigerians would know the direction in which they are headed. So setting it aside for one moment, I think it's not necessarily a bad idea. I think it's not necessarily a bad idea for the Tinubu administration to describe to Nigerians just how bad the situation is. Maybe they will get some empathy then from just what they are having to battle through. So to tell us that you inherited a completely bastardized country, and you're not telling us, one, how bastardized, how traumatized, how indebted, you're not telling us that, and you're not telling us what happened, and you're just telling us it's a bad situation. So you need to be more descriptive in order to carry the people along. So there is some veracity to it's an unwritten veracity, by the way. I don't think the intentions there was anything good, but it's happened upon a good idea, Peter B. But in a series of posts on his verified X handle, Obi advised the government to disclose exactly what it inherited so that Nigerians would know the direction in which they are headed. He reminded the administration that the mark of a good government is transparent. Then it goes into his idiotic nonsense. The former Anambra State governor posted, I just read yesterday a widely publicized story from the present APC-led federal government saying that they inherited a bankrupt nation from their predecessor APC administration. But the story failed to disclose what they inherited, which qualified us for bankruptcy status. One major characteristic of and then it goes into some idiotic, this guy, man, just make the point and move on. You don't have to be idiotic with every statement, P2B now. You don't have to be moronic all the time. The comment itself, the point itself is a solid point which hits and pressures the government, that you cannot just say you met a bankrupted country without telling us how bankrupted, who bankrupted it, and what the situation is. So that as a standalone would have sufficed. But then he went to, hey, no, Nigeria, you can't be, singing, you can't be ridiculous with every, and this is what it's going to be, every single public commentary would then say, hey, new Nigeria is possible. And you don't have, forget all that, leave that one till 2027. But hit them hard and sharp, but short. Don't sermonize and kumbaya. We're not interested in merger with PDP, others, so that's Labour Party. The Labour Party LP has urged Nigerians to disregard the news making the rounds that the party is working out a merger arrangement with any political party. Obiora Ifor, National Publicity Secretary, Labour Party, made this known in a statement on Thursday in Abuja. Recall that the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Atiku Abubakar, earlier called on opposition parties to form a merger and save Nigeria from sliding into a one-party state. According to Ifor, it is purely a news item twisted and sensationalized by a section of the media to embarrass the party. His words, in my reaction, I said it was only a proposal that every Nigerian should be interested in making democracy work, and that what we have presently is an autocracy. There was nowhere in the response that the purported merger between Labour Party and PDP was mentioned, he said. Ifor said that the Labour Party had just concluded the 2023 general election episode and a post-mortem was yet to be held. He said that the way forward for the party had not been discussed. When we do, Nigerians will be properly informed. So there it is. It's not dismissed it completely out of hand. It's not dismissed it completely out of hand. So now, some of you may recall the clip we were playing yesterday about just how this was a report, by the way, by the newly elected governor telling us how Matawale ravaged and savaged his way through Zamfara state throughout his tenure. So the new governor, you saw that clip, we played it for quite a few minutes. So that governor now, the newly elected governor, or should we now say the ex-newly elected governor, breaking, court declared Zamfara governor poll inconclusive, others rerun. So there he is right there, Matawale strikes back. The Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja on Thursday declared the March 18 Zamfara governorship election inconclusive. We didn't hear that much of that inconclusive in this cycle, actually. That was the theme music for the 2019 election, was it not? Every election, Kano State was inconclusive. The Kwakwanso candidate was leading by about 500,000 votes, and by the time they reran it, they told us Ganduje had returned. So that was what happened in 2019. The Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja on Thursday declared the March 18th Zamfara governorship election inconclusive. A 3-member panel of justices unanimously nullified the return of Governor Dauda Lawal of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as the winner of the gubernatorial contest. The judgment followed an appeal that was lodged before the court by the immediate past governor of the state, Bello Matawale, who was the candidate of the All Progressive Congress (APC) in the election. So I wonder then, if this follows through and he wins through, does he then park his portfolio as the Minister of State for whatever it is, defense or security something, and go back to Zamfara State to continue the looting? The judgment followed an appeal. The judgment followed an appeal that was lodged by the. Let's do that again. The judgment followed an appeal that was lodged before the court by the immediate past governor of the state, Bello Matawale, who was the candidate of the All Progressive Congress (APC) in the election. In the lead judgment that was read by Justice Sybil Nwaka, the court held that the Zamfara State Election Petition Tribunal did not consider the evidence provided by the appellant or Progressive Congress (APC). And by the way, that was this was the theme of the appeal to the Supreme Court by the opposition spaces, by the way, that the Electoral Tribunal did not give consideration to their evidence. So they dismissed that at the Supreme Court for the presidential race, but they are onboarding it now at the gubernatorial space. They also ruled that it was wrong for INEC to rely solely on information it obtained from its IREF portal to collate the final result of the governorship election. If that was the case, then that's just terrible. The result of Maradun local government area submitted by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) and the All Progressive Congress (APC) were also rejected by the court. So it looks as though now Matawale might still make his way back to the State House in Zamfara. So yes, is that the last one? I suspect that might well be the last one. So that's the last one. So we go on then to the care guides, and then we kick off the conversation. Still plenty of spaces in the room. Anybody that wants to hop on. Hop on. But first, let's go to the care guides, and then we kick off the session. First, of course, your calabash to the ready. Egbelemo today, the care guides.
Only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Latif keke elemu re o. Eruku ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. You already know what that prayer means because I tell you every single day. So we're guaranteed a banging session. We are guaranteed that. And we're guaranteed that, especially because Emeka joins us. And you know it's always a banging session when Emeka is here. It bangs even louder when the father of the bride, Ajande Koko, is right there, man with the golden gun. An excellent session guaranteed. We got to our war piece. Baba, of course, everybody's favorite voice. Everybody's favorite voice. He's here as well. And Patoski to complete the list so far. So plenty of lists still in the comment section, and on plenty of spaces still on the studio for whoever wants to join us. So we started off on a steady kill, but then as the room populates, then we'll be a bit more stringent with the time management. But because we're not fully packed yet, we'll take it nice and steady and kick it off. So we'll take it nice and steady and kick it off, and we kick it off with His Royalty, His Royal Highness, King Emeka Mekus. Good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, one man. Back again with another banging session, just like you explained. To the viewers and comment section, good evening to you. Please like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to do that. And also invite your friends, family, and enemies to the show. This is a good show where you have to invite your enemies so that they can come listen and partake of an entertaining session. Okay. So I also want to greet the co-panelists too. From fallout of yesterday, please, we can interject. The interjection is good, but let's also be fair. I don't say come with equity because I know I also interject too. But let's be fair to others so that it can go around, and then during the open session we can interject and give our own opinion. One man, please take me through.
Yeah, excellent. So yeah, Emeka, before we go through the headlines, what piqued your interest in the cycle today? Anything caught your attention in the news?
Labour Party, right? I think
yes,
they are
run for sight, don't fight, don't stand for that space.
It just shows that Labour Party is still not a serious political party yet. And now they are going after the chairman. It's quite strange. Since the inception of the political party, I think Abure has been the most successful chairman of that political party. And it's strange that the success that he has had with this last election, you are now going after him to take him out. Why do I say Abure is successful? I know for a fact that other political parties in the country tried to bribe him to go against Peter Obi. And that man stood by Peter Obi, regardless of the amount of funds being thrown at him or being promised to him to go against Obi. So it showed that he had some form of integrity, and he believed in what Peter Obi was selling to him, whether it's a mirage, whether it's a mountain in Egypt, or whether it's an ocean in the Sahara region or the Sahara Desert. But he believed in it. And, such kind of politicians or such
But for all that you've said, though, is somewhat of a tainted brand, is it not? there's so many, and by the way, just countless allegations of financial impropriety against this guy. Just for the purposes of cleansing and new sweep through, just to flush out him, Papa, all of them go, and then they reshape that party in their own image. Is that not an exercise that is necessary?
If you ask me, they've been in that political party before the Obedient came. So the Obedient should go ahead and form their own political party. You just don't come in, try to seize a political party and kick out the members of that political party. They have been there before you even knew what politics was like. Go and form your own political party. You're talking about financial impropriety. I can agree. He also has a forgery case still in court pending, alleged by the Lamido Apapa group. So, like we all keep telling the Obedience, welcome to politics. This is what you get to see. But they keep telling us no, that its Labour Party is as decent as what will I use now? As decent as a clean pot, but it's not true. The financial impropriety is not news to me. It's something that I know would happen. I said it initially that after the election, a lot of revelations are going to come out, not only from the chairman himself. What about Asha Yusufu? Have they account for the financial funds, the donation campaign funds that were being given to them? Not yet. They claimed that they are still in court. Let them go through that session. But for Abure, I think the funds they got during the election cycle was enormous, humongous, numerous for him, and it was like, oh, he was awash by these funds. And guess what? The party kicked on. So in that respect, I think Labour Party, Abure, regardless of whatever allegations they want to give to him, he has done well. He did well for that party. He made the party come into prominence. He made the party to be known as a national party, even though it's a regional one, or even if it's off-the-shelf political party. So to kick him out and put him at the backstage is a self-implosion that the Obedient intend to do. They will destroy that party. That party will go into oblivion, and nobody will know about Labour Party anymore. It will turn into like the AA political party.
All right, let me take you to this next. We were even playing clips about this guy just as early as we were even playing clips about this guy just as early as yesterday. But the governor of the of Zamfara state, according to the appeal court, now an ex-governor, court declared Zamfara governorship poll inconclusive. Others rerun, and I think there are about 3-4 local governments that they are wanting to rerun. And there is some veracity to it because it looks as though INEC did a shoddy job in that space. So what are you then making of the developments in Zamfara state?
Yeah, you see, now I think we are now entering into a politics of misinformation. Initially, what came up was, that the governor has been confirmed. But I guess the opposition saw what wants to happen and begin to seize that public space and was pouring in the true verdict of the Court of Appeal. Anyway, like what you've rightly said, yes, the election was not properly conducted.
Sorry, Emeka. Yeah? Sorry, good morning. But the case is not over yet now.
It's not yet over. They can go to the Supreme Court.
And that's what they are going to, because the case is not in favor of the ex-governor, because the tribunal gave the first verdict to the present governor. And the appeal is asking for a rerun. So you know that when it gets to the Supreme Court,
yes, but what I mean is, allow the information to be true. what came out from the Court of Appeal allowed that information to be true. And again, it not depends, but we know what our politicians will, even if there's no Supreme Court, or if there's a court higher than the Supreme Court, our politicians will go to the very end. So let's see what the Supreme Court will say. And tomorrow too is another interesting one in Kano State. Both political parties have signed a peace accord with the Nigerian police in Kano State.
That Kano State is under real threat. The governor there. I don't think the APC are going to let that one go. I suspect
they are fighting tooth and nail. You know, he who controls Kano controls a bit of Nigerian politics. You understand? Kano is still the place that directs our politics a little bit. And so, if you can control Kano State,
and there are substantial enough grounds to kick the Kano guy out. By the way,
that is the view.
His election is very shaky. Does he not already have a judgment against him, which is appealing? The Kano State.
Yes, he is. So let's see how tomorrow is going to look like. I think Kano will be a bit tense tomorrow because you know, the verdict may throw a bit of signal, even though it's going to go to the Supreme Court finally. But let's see what tomorrow is going to look like. We don't want tension in that place. We want peace, and hopefully we may get peace tomorrow after the verdict, because it's not yet over. The Supreme Court is the final decision from all the verdict that's been accumulated from that area. But we wish Kano people the best. Coordinate yourself, have a grip of your emotions, and let's see what the outcome is going to look like. Next one.
Oh, sorry, I was speaking. I didn't admit it myself. Yeah, let me take you to this one more space, and then I'll circulate it around. Only to there are not that many of us, so get back to you quickly.
So, I see the headline, right? You know, our politics is quite an interesting one. I think yesterday in the comment section, someone was, "Can we just leave politics alone?" And I was saying, you can't, because all things in Nigeria at the moment is politics. And before you know it, we're in 2027. Now already we are hearing some faction coming out to say they want to merge with PDP, and then they are coming back to say, no, it is not authentic. Labour Party do not want to merge with PDP. So we don't know what's going to happen, but it gives us a hint sight, or it gives us some indication that some people are discussing with Atiku is discussing with a few people in Labour Party, probably the PDP faction of Labour Party. So now, it might not be PDP discussing with Labour Party, but Atiku group discussing with probably the PWP group. And it also indicates that something is happening within that space. Something is going on. They are discussing about a merger that would emerge in the future to contest against Asiwaju. This is an interesting headline. It's something we need to keep watching as it develops. There's something in the pot that is stirring. They are cooking something. Let's see what's going to come out of that meal.
Because in the readout there was not a full-throated pushback against the idea. It says that they are not interested, but then he said they've not done a post-mortem on the elections just gone, and an election has just gone. So that was somewhat of the language. So it wasn't a real firm foot on the ground. No, thank you. So it was a qualified. It was the publicity secretary of the party.
Exactly. I don't think he's, officially he's an official spokesman of the Labour Party. I don't think the people discussing included him in that conversation, but there is some discussion going on. And why do I agree that there's some discussion going on? We saw the World Press conference that Atiku gave, calling on NMPP, calling on Labour Party to come in, and then the follow-up, Kwankwaso did not say anything. We knew, and instantly the NMPP, even though Kwankwaso has been kicked out, the NMPP quickly denied that they don't have any discussion with Atiku. But we could tell from Obi's press conference and Dati's media's interview, you saw some hints about them talking to Atiku. It shows their ears have probably been captured by the Atiku team. So let's see what's going to happen. So, but we cannot, from what is going on with the information coming out now to the public space, we cannot deny, and they cannot deny that conversation is going on. And that conversation is still going on. But we don't know if the conversation has been solidified that a merger would occur, but I think there's conversation going on about a merger. Whether the article group coming into Labour Party, but like what you can see, Labour Party is going through its own difficult having their own difficult challenge too, or maybe they can go form a new political party. But I like what they're cooking. It's very interesting. It's an interesting meal. Let's see what they can offer the Nigerian people from what they're staring.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Emeka. So that's Emeka kicking it off. Stay steady, Emeka. We'll loop it around in a moment. Let's see if we have Patrick now, and let's see if it's a good connection. Often instances might not be. Patrick, are you there? Patoski, Babagba. All right, let's go to Baba then.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, brilliant. Okay, Baba, I'll come to you after Patrick. But let's go to Patrick.
No problem.
All right, Patrick. So you have the floor now. What are you looking at in the news today, Patoski?
Yeah, I've not really gone through the news today. I must be very objective with you. Must be sincere.
All right, go with the headline on the screen. Then the merger now is a narrative that refuses to leave the news cycle. We are not interested in a merger with PDP or others. This is the Labour Party. Although I heard Kwakwanso also saying that if they want a merger, he will have to be a lead. So that conversational space is opening up. But do you think then necessarily is a conversational space that is the democracy needs? Because we need a viable opposition, and for us to have that, some of these parties have to collapse into each other.
Yeah, but if for a viable opposition that we need, they need to collapse into each other so that they can have at least substantial representation in the legislative arm of government, so they can put pressure on Tinubu and his team. But the point is that I don't see any merger that might eventually now result into upsetting or that might result into a change of government in 2027. You understand? It's too early, one. Then the interests that were present, the various interests that were present in 2023, to me will still be there, except maybe an Atiku. Kwakwanso will still not want to be a vice president to an Obi. Obi will not will betray his people if eventually by 2027 he chooses to be vice president. You understand? If by 2027 he chooses to be vice president, that's another 8 years added to his year before his people now eventually come in. So I don't see that thing really working. The only thing is if Tinubu fails or fails to deliver on his promises, and even if he deliver on his promise beyond the delivering, if he also failed to try to reach out to the other groups, other parts of the country, they might be able to make some mark, but I don't see them.
You see, the one viable route that can threaten Tinubu in 2027 is if Peter Obi is willing to subordinate his ambition to a vice position. So if Peter Obi subordinates his ambition to a vice position, and they have a strong northern lead on that ticket, then it will really threaten Tinubu.
Yes, I don't see any strong northern lead again after Atiku now, but
Kwakwanso is strong. Well, you know, Kwakwanso chimes more with the north. It's an studious sort of a personality. It presents the the image of a pious religious man is culturally, embedded with it. It is all of a lot of the characteristics that are a lot of those Northerners see in Buhari is also vested in somebody like Kwakwanso, who is a
No,
simple man, or at least that's the image he projects, a simple man, a man with the people, the Talakawas, etc., etc. So it is
no,
a strong personality there. Yeah, forget the results from this cycle.
no. To say he's a strong person is okay, maybe in Kano, but to compare him with the personality of Buhari is far behind. You understand? It's like saying Nana Beshola is also very strong in the southwest because he had a strong grip on Ikiti, on Oshun and stuff like that. He's a very pious and religious, so he's almost as strong as Tinubu. No, it's not like that. Even though a Kwakwanso and an Aregbechola might not be a proper comparison, but I'm just saying that is able to hold Kano, that is able to create a brand with red cap, that is able to do that does not mean that is accepted in the Kanuri land, in the other parts of the north. You understand? Lagos is not, Southwest is not Lagos. Same thing, Kano is not the north. You understand? So it's just there, and you will be surprised. They will, even in Kano now, the result of the tribunal will come up, and you will see that he might even lose Kano. He has lost the election in Kano before now to Shekarau and the rest now. So what are we talking about? If he's that strong in Kano, you understand what I'm saying? So it's not like that. Kano is the people don't understand that Kano has been divided. They have three major powers in Kano: the Shekarau, the Kwakwanso, and what do you call? I don't want to call the name you used to call him now.
Gandola and APC.
The chairman of APC. You understand?
Mm.
So if Ganduje is there, those three factions are there, and I see with time, I see Tinubu trying to woo Shekarau. Tinubu is doing a lot of they are doing a lot of work on the system, on the economy, but they're also doing a lot of political alliance. As I speak with you, I can bet you that Ibori caucus in Delta State has aligned with Tinubu. I can bet with you. The level of influence and grip that APC has in the South will have in 2027 will be strong, with presence of people like Ibori, people like Akpabio, people like Wike, people like Oshomole still there and stuff like that. So it's not going to be like the way it used to be, sweep everything. No, it's not likely to be like that. So I don't see anything happening there. I don't see, and coupled with the fact that some of these parties will still continue to have their internal problem, or greed and anything. And nobody can trust that to go to provide any leadership for them. He has disappointed them at one point in time or the other. So it's very, very, very interesting to see how it will eventually unfold. But I don't see that happening. The only thing which might make it very funny is if Tinubu fail to perform, and he has to work hard. He has to start working hard. Seriously, we have to start seeing what they are doing on power. That guy is putting in power. Everybody is quiet now. We are not seeing what they are doing. Surprisingly, aviation is beginning to try to do some things. You understand? That's
You know that power sector will be the main metric of measure.
Exactly.
It will be the main. If he has anything about him, he should just focus all of his not all of it, but the majority of his attention. That should be his marquee position thing.
Exactly. I rather want to see someone who has a lot of influence. A lot of influence.
That was El Rufai's portfolio. Now I don't quite know why they went and gave it to some Owala from Ibadan.
So why the guy does not want did not wallow? It was his grandfather that had Ila. But what I'm saying is that the powers, this thing, even if they are not giving it to maybe an Erufai, they should give it to someone that has some level of influence. It doesn't have to be someone who who has a degree in engineering, or someone who can knock on doors. You understand? Who can go to a seaman, who can
No,
go
no.
to
What they need is a
General
bruiser,
Electric.
a political bruiser, a real,
Exactly. Exactly.
a wild dog, sort of
Yeah.
a Rottweiler, which is
Yeah.
what El Rufai
Verify.
is. Not
Exactly.
somebody that will be going to speak grammar. Just go in there,
Go
upset
ahead
people, make
and do the
noise,
thing,
embarrass,
shake the
fight.
thing,
You know.
and begin to make some changes. Yeah. But the guy is there now. He's marking time. And that's the major thing. Look at agriculture. They say, oh, we want to make 2/3 of our land arable. They are not talking about that now. They are not talking about that. Oh, our land 2/3 will be arable. We want to create forest guard. They are not writing. They are not passing bills to the National Assembly on how to create forest guard. They are not passing bill on some reforms, maybe land reforms, so that how they are going to work with the state governors to be able to get land and get them engaged, get the land working. So it's just, I don't know. Tinubu is walking around, but his ministers must put their boots on ground and they should start getting their hands dirty. This is December, so this is November already. I don't know.
All right, let me take you to this headline now on the screen. This is more the international space. South African President Ramaphosa calls on ICC to investigate Israel and PM Netanyahu for war crimes in Gaza. Netanyahu. Yes, Netanyahu. What are you making of that? I concur with that.
Yeah, they should investigate him. There's nothing wrong in investigating. They've called them to investigate Buhari, investigate everybody. Nothing has happened in all those things now. Nothing. It's only the unfortunate ones that ICC has power over. The ICC has no power anymore. Look at
ICC only seems to be geared towards third world countries. I've not yet known any
even
serious country.
now.
Yeah.
Even now, which third world again? Look at former
It's always
president of
Charles
Kenya.
Taylor and people like that.
Look at former president of Kenya.
Mm.
You understand? It's just Charles Taylor and other people here. Nothing is going to happen to anybody. At that time that Charles Taylor had problem, if Nigeria had not handed him over, nothing would have happened now. You understand? So what are we saying? Even when other countries commit war crime, what did ICC? What did they anyway?
But
US is not part of it.
even the call itself, it signals something to the goings on now. Even if nothing happens, the call itself by a senior space like South Africa, it signals something to the narrative going on there.
So now who's going to make that happen? That's the question.
It doesn't matter if it happens or not. It's been documented that a part of the world actually sees it as a war crime thing.
Of course. It's so many people, all the Arab,
and there's an invitation for the international community to do something about it.
Yeah, all the countries in the Middle East, in the Arab world, they are saying it as such. A number of African countries, even in the British Parliament, I've seen debates on it, and people say, no, this is crazy, So it's like that, but what's going to happen? That's the kind of world we live in. It's full of wickedness on both sides, you understand, on the side of Hamas and on the side of Israel. Israel is carrying out this operation, blaming Hamas for the reason, and Hamas they are saying they are carrying out their operation. So we should not forget that it was in this incident. Mark my word, I didn't say from time immemorial. In this incident, it was Hamas that broke into Israel, went into homes, civilians' residents, and kidnapped, or what do you call that now? Held people hostage and took them to Palestine. You understand? So, and there were shooting and bombings by Hamas. You understand? You don't also expect Israel to keep quiet.
Yeah, Patulski,
I don't
they
expect them
killed
to respond.
1,400 civilians on that day, including youths that were in a musical concert and went into the kibbutz to kidnap and kill also
Who gave that
240
report?
people.
Who gave that report?
I saw it live. It is there on the internet.
No, who gave that report? Who gave
That 1,400 people were killed?
Yes, who gave the report?
In a concert, how many people do you think would attend a youth concert?
Where did the report?
Israel, of course. Israel, of course.
Well, there you are. There you are.
They can't be lying.
Okay, well, can they not? Can they not?
They can't be lying. This is a numbered society.
Oh, God.
No, Baba, you see, my question is this. the fact is that Israel can lie because this is war.
Even if they kill one, why do you come to my territory, Aja, and kill my children, including and took my wife away? You've challenged my manhood.
Do you know the new?
Don't let's go historical. As Patoski said, let's start from 7th.
One of those.
Don't go historical. Let's situate it from 7th October or November, or is it October?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. One of the kidnappers that was released by Hamas.
We can't hear you. We are losing you.
You're breaking a Ja1L Coco.
You mean one of the hosts?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you clearly.
You can hear me? Okay. One of the hostages that was released, the old woman, he said, they treated us well.
That's nonsensical.
Hold on.
How can it be nonsensical? That's a victim's account.
One man, stop this, please.
Why you people just don't want to hear other people's this thing? You said
Israel is lying.
Can you let me speak?
Go ahead.
About the real person that this thing happened to, a kidnapper. He said they didn't molest her, they didn't do anything, and she said on that very day, many people were killed as well by helicopter gunship of the Israeli, because when they came, when that incident happened and they were called and they responded and they brought they were shooting at using helicopter gunship to at so many people, taking taking them as Hamas on the ground. So look, the newspaper and some other new media houses shut that woman down in Israel. She was talking to the media.
Who was she?
No,
it was a hostage. She was
okay. Let's leave Aja. This is what we do. Aja, please.
IDF, when they were using helicopter gunship to kill the of Israeli as well. So what are you talking about? But all those people that were
let's Patoski flow. When it gets to your turn, we will use your time to talk about this.
No, we are just interjecting now. I'm just
interjecting. We don't want to spoil flow because you are going deeper and deeper now.
Oh, they give 1,004. So that is approval to commit genocide against children and.
Let's not use that word. Let's not use that word.
Okay, woman, thank you. Yeah. So, like I said, I'm not sure of the numbers and stuff like that. And you expect propaganda in time of war. I've seen a lot of propaganda videos on the side of Hamas. See children with bandage and blood coming from the body. I say, if this amount of blood come from this small child, the child will don't buy now. You understand? See blood, bandages, and they are taking picture. And the boy, he was bleeding, that kind of blood, and the boy is not even crying or he's not even winking. You understand? He's just standing there. I say, this boy must be very, very strong. You understand? So you expect that in time of war. But the point is that if we situate it, we can put the blame on both sides. But Hamas not minding the implication on his own people. So Hamas doesn't have feeling for his own people went into that place and carried out their operations overnight. And the Israeli, just like Ja1L said, they responded immediately as well. Of course, you expect that because there will be guard, IDFs or border patrol or whatever stationed there, and they see that sudden attack, you expect immediate response, and that response has not ceased. That the challenge to me with Israel is that when Hamas strike, because Hamas is a small group, Yoruba say wọ́n fi ọwọ́ kékeré gbá ńlá, and the Yoruba says that telegbo, eṣinṣin jelegbo, when eṣinṣin bá jelegbo, nobody will talk. But by the time the
No,
elegbo
Telugu ban
Telegbo
what?
bá
Look
jẹ
at this
ṣinṣin,
guy. Look at Open Canada.
eṣinṣin jelegbo kò sẹ́ni tó sọ̀rọ̀, ṣùgbọ́n telegbo bá jẹ ṣinṣin pé àwọn á ní look at this man, very dirty man, how can you be eating house flies? You understand? So it's like that. But to me, both sides should just cease fire now. And
All right. Let
just
me take you to one more storyline and then I'll move it on to Baba. Labour Party wants members against attacking chairman. So that house cleansing, that house cleaning, which is necessary for all the opposition, because if you lose an election, then you have to introspect. And that introspection is calling for the head of Julius Abure. What says you, Patrick? Who is rattling plates there?
Sorry. If the response to an election loss is an attack on Abure, it just shows that the people in that party or the group in that party doing that, they are very mature. Throughout this election and even after, before and after, this Abure man has stood by Peter Obi. And he was attacked, he was called all kind of names, they say forged document, he took money. The man stood by him, worked with him, and it just happened to be that they didn't win. Not because of that man. The system, the strategy, the structure, everything suggests that they are not that they were not likely to win because of the spread, because of the narrow approach to his campaign, and then some others. The way he delved into some sensitive area like religion, you don't do that. And even some Christians will be irritated with that. So that's the point.
But he has a reputation for being virulently corrupt, though. Julius Abure. There's just dating back so many allegations. In fact, some of them in court. That guy, he just likes the feel of $1 in his pocket.
They just need to establish that. You understand? I won't rely on that because, people can just say, "One man, you are this, you are that." Whatever, they can call you other kind of names now. As small as some of us are, we have had people lie against us, lie about us. I've had someone talk to my friend about me, and the way he said it was as if we even grew up together from the day I was born. I said, okay, ask this guy, what's my first name? Because back home in Nigeria, they call me by my last name, you understand, my dad's name. I said, okay, ask him what's my first name. You understand? He doesn't even know. So you see, there are people like that, and they will talk so authoritatively as if they were there when the thing was happening. So until it is established, the way they say Tinubu was a drug this, drug that, and then some of us say, well, it was not established. We probably could know what happened then. We have lived in this part of the world, and some of us knew as an accountant what he probably did and stuff like that. So it's like that for Abure. To me, they shouldn't. But the point is that you can't. A leopard cannot really easily change his spot. Those people are those kind of people. That's why they are calling for him. When they were doing it to a papa in that court that day, people say, hey, it was this, it was now. They are doing it to him. And if care is not taken, the only person they cannot do that to in that party is Peter Obi. And that's the truth.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Patrick. Let's go to Baba and have him open his face. So Baba, you're up next. So Baba, you actually broke this story yesterday from a clip you saw on Injenge Media. So that space now.
I'm breaking another one to you right now, but let me salute the platform first. Folks on the platform, good evening to you all. As usual, we are here to trade ideas and, of course, do some shadow boxing with our arguments. So you are all welcome. The commenters are my favorite people, and I can't do without paying obeisance to them. A lot of absentees today, but that doesn't mean I will not salute you. Starting from the Ace, Alexander Gomez, Ola Ayo Oga, and the darling of the platform, Chioma Aiko Giame, the Prince, Favor Ekpe, Ufoma Evergy, Boash, Batu, and Samado, 4H, Okata, Mumuni, and Money More. I was almost going to say money, what's the other money transfer? MoneyGram. I welcome you all. And those that are doing quiet listening, like Fatai, Dupsy, Princess, and possibly Zita, please come on board as soon as you are free from your shores. And Dr. Wina, also, you are always welcome with your contrary opinion, with your temperate and intemperate ideas. You're welcome. And to our viewers / listeners, you enjoyed us, no doubt about that. That's why you are here present today again. Please like, share, and subscribe to this program. You know it's very vibrant. I can't sell it to you anymore. You are here because you love it. You've always been here. But right now, as we speak, as we just started, please click the like button. Let us know that you are here by clicking it so we can go above, shoot above 120, which has been our staple for some time. You are challenged, do that. Yes, woman, we got Daniel Buala correct. He has left PDP. He was on a rise about 3 hours ago to announce his departure, but he said he is now an independent politician, which means he's for sale.
Are we claiming credit for that? Did we push him?
No, I don't think. But we all settled on that day that he will leave. But he didn't say his destination.
Number two guy.
No, don't call him Badger now.
No, he's going to come here again. No, don't provoke anything, no, because we really want to know.
That's a Badger number two guy. That's a Badger guy, man.
He said he's not joining any political party at the moment, but I know he's headed for APC. No doubt. We said it here, and it has happened. Emphatically, he said no more politics for him. He's on the sideline, but I don't believe that part of this declaration. He's headed for APC. It may not be this year, but he will find the reason, incontrovertible reason why he has to be in APC. That will happen sooner than later. That's what.
Baba, you already gave his reason now.
What was his reason? Yeah, he gave his reason. He gave his reason.
The PDP is not working as an opposition.
Yeah,
even
they are
coordinating governor, which is Bola Mohammed. He's going everywhere you see Tinubu, you see him.
Exactly.
So what is he doing? What is he doing? Wike is now most of their ardent stakeholder like Wike, Bola Mohammed, all of them are giving PDP
visitors.
So what do you want him to do?
No, it looks as though he's taking a principled stance now. If the opposition party they are too in bed with the ruling party, and then he has the right to say that that's not the politics that he wants. And he's not jumped like Peter Obi, by the way, to the next boyfriend. Is taking his time to pick his spot. So
we all know why. Why should he in one breath say I'm leaving and in another breath says I'm headed for APC? That will make it so obvious. And how do we characterize that? You understand? So I think in the next 90 days, it will go where the honey flows.
No. You know what I think? He's doing his PhD in the UK at the moment. I think he'll go through that phase and then settle it to his new title. There's no hurry, is there? Because all the appointments have already been made by this administration. Unless they signal to him that we want to give you a job, he's not going to announce a party. I don't see in the next 6 months thereabout.
Yeah, plenty of position in Nassau Rock. He needs not be a minister or ambassador or this thing. You could just
but somebody at his level now is a ministerial level politician.
Senior special advisor. That's something for whispering into the ears of the president. That's a position, isn't it? He will get something.
That position is actually more powerful than most ministers.
Exactly. I would rather be my office. Would rather be next to the president. Yes, sir.
Baba, would you, if as a president, put that kind of person to be, whispering to your ear as a president? Would you do that politically?
No, why not?
Diwali, look, this guy has never left APC. He has never left. Somebody just suggested in the comment section that he must have been a mole. Possibly. You can never tell. He could be.
I wouldn't say it was a mole. I think that was the expediency of that time. Politics is all about practicality and expediency.
Baba, I think the guy is overrated. I think we've put him on that. Please,
one of the emerging stars in the Nigerian political space.
What is his political value? What is his political capital? He has never vied for any public office. He doesn't have a following.
If you put him side by side with a jury, I will choose him. In a twinkle of an eye.
It's above Peter Obi even in terms of political value.
Man, come on.
Yes. See, he's better educated. He comes from
one man, don't get carried away by this oratory power, okay? This guy can talk. No. It goes beyond being vocal. Sometimes you have to have followers. You don't belong to this. I mean, he's operating from Abuja. This is not a local person. All right, I see him in the position of.
Who are we talking about? Is it Daniel?
Yeah. I see him in the position of Please. Well, I use the floor, Baba. That is the way I perceive him. He's overrated. We put him on that pedestal and see, he's just like a Christian of the party. No, he's just one of those jobbers that move around with the politicians.
Dewale, I 180 degrees disagree with you. I actually think he's underrated. That guy has real political value. Let me tell you what, he's from Borno, so that's an advantage in itself. That's core north.
What influence does he have in his home state?
A lot now. He built a lot. That guy, in fact, there are two slots that I say for him. Either to replace Zulum, if that is his ambition, or to wait for a ministerial post.
He's a political jobber. He's not a politician per se. He doesn't have money to throw around.
Okay, who has more political weight? Somebody like him or Nuhu Ribadu?
I'll pick Ribadu first.
Above Daniel Boala.
Woman, you said something. You said in Borno, he replaced somebody like Zulum. He said because he's from Borno. Now, woman, you are from Oyo. Can you say, because I'm from Oyo, I have political weight? It's not like that. Everybody's on somewhere.
No. But Borno is called North, so that gives him. I don't actually know his ethnic. He's a Christian as well. He's a Christian from Borno.
Is Oyo not a core Southwest state? Oyo is central Southwest.
Yeah, but the North has more political strength than Oyo now.
In Southwest, nothing. The guy is there because he's a Christian, so he belongs to a group.
All right, we'll monitor his career, but you heard it here first. That guy is either going to be the next governor of Borno State or a minister of state.
Since you invited that guy to this platform, your tone towards as a matter of fact, you are so soft when you're criticizing this guy. I've noticed that about you. But that doesn't mean when he comes back on this show, we will hit him. We will truly hit him.
No, you
are
can hit
giving
him
me
now.
a perfect excuse not to come.
Just in a civil language, so long as you are not impolite.
Oh, I mean that we are going to ask hard questions, not like
no, of course. Now, I'll be disappointed if you don't. Any politician that comes here,
you are a little bit soft towards them. I don't know why.
No. Any politician that comes here, they must leave feeling slightly traumatized. If they don't feel traumatized, then we've not done our job. They have to feel the pain, no, because we are the people. But just the language has to be polite. That's just.
I think we're being a little bit soft. If you look at the Totality show, whenever anybody comes there that is not obedient, you see the way they
those ones are
wild. We don't want to do like that. So we are not
the person that will follow again, whom I suspect actually is Dogara. Dogara is going to come back to APC because Dogara and Dan Buala are like 6 and 7. He is a political protege to Dogara, and by implication, I think don't be surprised if Babache Lawal change his mind.
No, but Babache Lawal went too far. You know, he was still on the news.
Politicians are shameless. They always find excuses. Yeah, it's like take it or leave it. This is where I'm going.
Him and what's that one, Dogara? Yes, I think they've gone too far because they took it personally. You know,
what did they do? They propagate Christianity. They are Christian. They wear their Christian badge.
No. You misread it, Baba. They were not propagating Christianity. You know, when Tinubu got that ticket, Tinubu, Yoruba Muslim, it was guaranteed that either Dogara or Babache that they will get it because they are Northern Christians. Just for that balancing that the country knows. So they were already between themselves thinking it's going to be one or the other. So when it went for Kashima, they couldn't forgive that. So that's they don't care about Christianity. What does Babache care about Christianity?
But that's what they said, that they can't support Muslim ticket. Okay, that's in the same vein. They may come back and find. Look at what Daniel said a couple of days back on the platform. Why is not he doesn't care anymore about the Muslim ticket, but because it is here already to stay, there's nothing anybody can do about it.
Yeah, no, that's pragmatism now.
Exactly.
Babache is not being pragmatic. He was on a rise, still hammering the same deadline. Still
some people go on negativity just to seek attention and then try to belong. These politicians, they have bags of trick into which they can always dip their paws.
Always on the opposite.
No, Buba Galadima.
Okay, let's talk about the LP.
All right. We'll watch a bit of Daniel Buala later, but let's go to the LP. Yes,
the LP thing. I think because when I listened to a maker a short while ago, he said something that really hits me, that we've always discounted the fact that obedience is a movement supporting OB. That OB group, there is a group called OB group. He said that and it hit me, looking at, OB has supporters actually before the obedience attached themselves to him and took total control of that party. And as it stands today, I think they are not going anywhere. They are not going to form a new political party because it will take time before they can rebrand properly and have a footing.
But they already have the brand now. They don't need to.
No, when the LP is at the heart of that branch. LP is part of that branch.
God bless you, Baba. You pronounce it right now. You pronounce it correctly.
LP is part of it. Is at the heart of that brand. So they will rather because it's easier for them to evolve with that brand than go create another thing. They're well situated there. Abure will go, whether he likes it or not. But the only damage.
What about Apapa?
That's the damage I think they are doing. But knowing the obedience well, they just don't care. Their principle will be like, let's drive away the fox before coming back to deal with the hen, because now they are putting meat to the fact that Abure is corrupt, which is what Apapa is pursuing legally with the courts at the moment. So putting meat to it that, what we said is true. Abure is corrupt. He's done this, he's done that. He has to go. So they don't care at the moment. All they want is just Abure to go. And they will succeed. You know them. Nothing can shake them because they have tunnel vision. That when they sight that light at the end, that is the thing they are looking at, and they go for it until they come out into that sunshine.
Recorded any. You know, for all that the obedient movement is, it has not recorded any success in anything yet. And I'm not even giving them Abia State.
Are you saying 6 million voters and it's not a success? 6 million voters anywhere. I mean, Buhari banded 12 million voters around until it succeeded.
What success have they had?
6 million in the bag. Say again.
What success have they had at the polls?
At the polls?
Yeah.
Well, 33 House of Rep, I think about 6 or 8 senators and things like that. But they've made a statement. Don't let's deny that. They've made a statement.
It's just a flashbang something now. All bluster, no bang. All bluster, no bang.
So Emeka said the other day that obedient movement is dead. And they came up with this thing from their bags of tricks to say, okay, we are not going anywhere. They are not going anywhere.
Let's see how that plays out, because they don't know how to play politics. And if they are summarily kicked out of a Labour Party,
forget it. They've invested sweat, guts, and blood in LUP. They are not going anywhere. They will take over that party. Don't let's deceive ourselves. Let's analyze this properly. They are not going in. Abure will go. Abure, as far as I'm concerned, is toast. They will pursue him with anything they have. They don't care if they do some damage to themselves. They have this belief that they can always repair that damage. Study the obedience. Is a party have been or a movement have been following. It's formidable. Who in his right senses or proper calculation ever gave Obi 1 million votes? Nobody in Nigeria gave them 1 million votes before that election, but they got 6.
Even Emeka said that he will not win any state in the southeast.
You see, I'm
you will
very
never let me
pragmatic.
forget that one, will you? Every single day you remind.
I'm a very pragmatic person. You understand? And I believe the ruling party, they are watching. They are watching keenly and doing their right calculation. We should not allow lightning to strike in the same spot.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
You just came in, Simba, but I'll carry on here.
The off-cycle election that they have conducted, what is the performance of the Labour Party?
Abure messed them up in Bielsa.
Don't give excuse though.
No, this is what they said. This is what the obedience said. He messed them up in Imo.
That is what Woma is trying to lure your attention to. The off-cycle election
I'm
that
telling
we just had now.
The story according to obedience.
That's right. It's just a one-time thing that just happened. That's what he's just trying to let you know.
Let me give you their own story. I wouldn't call it an excuse. In Imo, they never wanted Etan to be their candidate. Abure manipulated them. That's what they said. They have their own candidates. 2, in Bielsa, Abure collected money from Diri, according to them. They even mentioned figure, 100 million. And Abure and his national office collected half of that money, 50 million. Turner said it. Obedient said it. It is only in Kogi. I didn't hear anything from them.
No, Baba, Bayelsa is the state chairman that collected that money, 100 million.
Okay, the state chairman. Okay.
Yeah, the
okay.
state chairman.
So they have their facts. I don't want lightning to strike
Baba,
twice.
all this thing that you are talking about now, what does it tell you? What does it tell you about a party that Nigerians think it can liberate them?
What was that? Headless chicken, or what it say? Headless chicken.
Headless mob. Baba, please let me add this. Everything they are accusing the Labour Party of right now, every other party does it. APC will do worst. So we should not be using that to discredit them. It happens in every party. But there's something people are forgetting. And one more, you're forgetting something. By 2025, there will be a new era of new people who will turn 20.
Yes.
That's a very big risk. And by 2025, most of this portfolio that we see will not be existing. That is a fact. Now,
hold on. What do you mean by 2025? Every single year, so people turn, and it's 18, by the way, not 20, but every single year, a bunch of people turn.
Demography. By 2027, the policies that took place in 2023 will be very different. We'll have a different situation in our hand. Very serious situation. Probably internet will be very, very worse.
Sorry, what do you mean very serious situation?
Then internet will be more advanced then. All these things will be seen.
Yes, but the internet is not the exclusive preserve of the obedient. Everybody will get everybody get their politics towards 2023, and whatever the situation is in 2027, everybody will get their politics towards that as well. Nobody has an advantage. Do you think everybody else will be sleeping whilst the obedience are being built?
Yeah, but see, the most people pattern to the obedient not because of Peter Obi, but they usually pattern to the LP because of the third force. Because they see PDP and APC at strength. That you have to understand. And thinking that LP members will be described by 2027, we are daydreaming. There are 6 million votes. Anybody will bargain with Peter Obi with 6 million votes. Even your Tinubu by 2027 will be talking to Peter Obi behind the door. You know what 6 million votes? They take half of your own 8 million votes.
Don't worry about those 6 million votes too much.
No. What I'm telling you, those 6 million votes is not going. Wait.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they're organic. See, they're organic votes. See, there are 3 types of votes here. Atiku have 6 million votes by PDP, not by Atiku. Tinubu have 8 million votes by PDP, by APC, Tinubu, and its political protest with his partners in North. So if you remove it, I don't think Tinubu has his own 2 million votes by himself. But Peter Obi have 6 million organic votes. Wake up anytime, like Buhari 12 million votes. They will vote him anytime, any day, any part.
That's your reading of it.
Look. Let me tell you another reading. Let me give you another perspective. Because Yoruba say, Ori Ejushire. Look, don't underrate that people. If PDP is going down and PDP is being cannibalized, who do you think will cannibalize PDP? APC and the OB group.
Who do you think will get the bigger chunk if PDP hemorrhages? Who do you think will get the bigger chunk?
In my considered opinion, I think APC will get it.
Baba, Labour will get it. That means Baba, let me say this. Hold on, sorry, please. I know Baba have this. I know Baba will have this. Mama, you don't get to understand. I think Ajako can explain more better. Political parties are different. You cannot leave APC, any party now, and join APC and have relevance. APC have a motto. They have principle.
You can't join. What are you going to talk about?
Listen. You're not being. Wait now. Let me. Yes. You have no. I mean, you that just joined APC, you cannot get any position because there are people online waiting for you. Ask Egmatic, ask Adam Koko. They have 1,000 people there before you.
Hold on. It depends on the value that you have. If somebody like can you hold on 1 second? Let it be conversational. If somebody like Kwakwanso joins the APC now, he will go to the top of that party, irrespective of whoever has done what in that party. So it depends on the value that you bring.
Yeah, one man, that's not true. If it's so, if Kwakwasa would have led, but please tell one man if I'm lying. Party have that's why. Wait, hold on, one man. Every political party have motto and principle. That have so. That's why Abure and some people having problem now. That Papa having problem in labor.
You know why I gave it to APC? Because the governors.
Hold on, Baba. Take the floor back and drive it through, just so that we can retain the structure. I want to try and get to gentlemen. I want to try and get to Richard next. Not because he came earlier than everyone else, but over the last few days, he's been coming in and out, but we've not been able to get to him. So I want to try and get to him today. But Baba, take the floor back.
Okay. So why I gave chunk of the cannibalized PDP theoretically to APC is because all the governors will go to APC for some form of protection or otherwise. And they have political value. It is the radicals, the contrarians that will follow Obi into LP just to fight for survival. So I yield, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Baba. There's still one more topic I wanted to bring to you, but let me go to Richard.
Yeah, because you want to go to the other guy. That's why.
No. You
can bring the topic if it's your call anyway.
I'll bring you the topic and then I'll go to Richard after that.
Okay, good.
Yes, you can open up this space. Disclose what you inherited from Buhari, Obi tells Tinubu. So this is coming off the back of that output by Nuhu Ribadu to tell us that they inherited a bankrupted country, and Tinubu leveraged off the back of that Ribadu comment to tell us that he inherited a lot of liabilities. So we need a bit more detail of the state of the nation. What exactly happened under that 8-year space, so that he has the empathy then to fix it. Don't often agree with Peter Obi, but is it right in this instance?
Yes, I think if your good self, one man, if you had asked that question, you are entitled to. You are a citizen. So the question, as far as I'm concerned, it's valid. No matter the corner of the country it's coming from. But I looking at Bat very well. Well, I don't even think Bat knows exactly the depth of let me use the word, please pardon me, the depth of the shit hole into which he has entered. Because if you say you didn't meet anything, fine, we know that is zero. But when you meet some liabilities, that is where the question really is. I didn't meet anything, but I met money being owed. And those things I can tap into to pay those debts I met has even been traded and money collected. So there is nothing for me to even work on and collect. So it's like I have a blank slate to work on. I think that's what Ribadu meant by bankrupt state. Because I didn't say we met the coffers empty. He said we met a bankrupt country. So that makes it a little bit dicey to tell us the depth into which we have sunk. There is no money. There is no money. So we are just kind of rebuilding again. Economically, we are just building again. And that is not a cheap or easy challenge. I have pity for Bats as a Baptist. I'm not APC, I'm a Baptist, hardcore, die in the wool Baptist. I have sympathy for him because the challenge is just too much. So there is no balance sheet to show because it's not even zero, it's more than zero. Blank sheet. entirely.
Baba,
That's what it
Baba,
meant. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
he said we should not pity him. That is up to the task. So why should we
Yeah.
pity him?
Well, I still, as a human being, he said, "Don't pity me." Don't. Okay, I'm not crying for him, but I pity him, even though he said, "Don't pity me." I asked for it. Yes, he asked for it. He didn't only ask for it; he danced and begged for it. So I think he knows what he's doing, even though on the exchange rate issue, I don't know. I think they are faltering at the moment. It's like they are groping in the dark, but I just believe that they will hit pay debt soon. The only way they can hit pay debt soon is to grab those profiteers, those speculators that are destroying our currency, those portfolio executives. He has to wrestle with them. It is high time
Baba,
he did. Yes, sir.
but he won't be able to do that now in the first time of his administration. Do you think he'll be able to do that? Put those regulations that will set
Not doing it is an invitation to failure. He has to do it.
If
They
he
have the
doesn't do it
money.
now, he won't get a second time. It's as simple as
Yeah,
that.
it's
But
an invitation to failure.
yeah, Baba, bring it home, and then I'll go to return.
Yeah, it's an invitation to failure. But knowing him well, you understand, he has this weak mien with which people are easily deceived. He didn't mean it to deceive people, but people are easily deceived that he couldn't receive a punch. He packs a punch, and he has capacity to receive. Thank you, one man. I yield.
All right, brilliant, excellent, always brilliant by Baba. Of course, we all know that. That's why when Baba is not around, that gap is always there. So joining us then, Richard. So good to see you, my guy. Good to have you. I noticed you came in once or twice over the last few sessions, but you couldn't endure the long wait. So wait no more. Good to see you, Richard. This is not Richard's first time here. Unmute and speak to us. Come into the conversation at whichever entry point you like.
Thank you so very much, my brother, one man. And I greet everyone in the room. It's not easy for grown-up men who have bills to pay, who have works to do, bring in money, and still have money. Time to do what you are doing. I give you a very big credit. Where I came from, this is what they call Ishe Ilu. Ishe Ilu like Ishe. That is what we met our fathers, our ancestors doing. They gather together, either they are Muslims or Christians, they gather together maybe on the Saturday in a mosque or in a church without thinking of, oh, I'm a Muslim, I don't go to church. They gather together in the villages somewhere to discuss how to lift the community upward. So may the ancestors bless you for what you are doing.
Right,
let me start from the last topic you introduced, Obi. Obi, I give it to him. He has followers. Anybody in the world can have viewers or followers or listeners, but he doesn't have the leadership quality. It's very childish to say, okay, tell us the depth of the liabilities you make. Nobody. At least you have to respect, this is politics. You don't expect BAT to go deep after Buhari, being a full animal. He has followers. And the first thing the Fulani would think is they will tribalize the whole thing. But we all know the depth of the liability. Number one, the foreign reserve. JP Morgan already told us that we don't have 30 billion. We have 3 billion. So that's a liability. And then all this Qatar Air and Co that doesn't come to Nigeria again. Nigeria is still owing them. I think Qatar alone is about maybe $80 million or $800 million. So those are the liabilities that they are paying back now. They have to pay back. Those people that brought their investment, they couldn't take away their investment in dollars. So that's why everybody was saying we are paying back. It's very childish for Obi, a true leader. It's not everything you see on the daily news or the news media or the social media that you as a leader must open your mouth and yára láti gbọ́ ọ̀rọ̀, lọ́ra láti fèsì. That is how they say it. Listen to everything, but be the last to voice out on any particular issue. It's the very great quality of a leader. He's being childish to be, oh, tell us the depth of. You expect him to be using calculator to be telling you, which means he's making excuses that he can't solve the problem. He applied for the job and he got the job, so he shouldn't make excuses. And he already said it, that he's not going to make excuses. That is that. Then I would like to talk about, on the way forward. I'm happy eventually Tinubu went to Saudi Arabia. I trust the Saudis more than the Americans or the West, the Europeans. The Saudis, if they say they'll bring in, because they have liquid money, they believe in liquid money and they believe in gold. You see them wearing the square and they're white. So once that they hear that Nigeria has gold, I believe they will come to invest. Now, let me take you back. I've been in this country for 2 decades now, 20 years. In 2007 and 2008, America went on very serious financial problem. Prior to 2007, prior to the financial problem, Citibank was the largest bank in America. Now, George Walker Bush, being a stupid man, he did not manage the finances very well. So all the banks in America lost money. They invested in real estate, and the values of those real estate, the homes, dropped by more than 50%. In some cities, some states in America, homes that went for like 300,000, now seeing the value coming down to 15,000. They auction some in places like Detroit, Michigan. They auction houses for $1, $10, $100. It was that bad. Who came to the rescue of America? Now we voted for Barack Obama. He came in early 2009. He spent over $900 billion. But that was not enough. Who came to the rescue? It was the Saudi people. They brought, because they have liquid cash, they brought the money to Bank of America. And Bank of America, that was the third richest bank in America after Citi and Chase, became the largest bank up to today. And most of the hotels on Park Avenue in Manhattan, the hotels the president and all those expatriate diplomats stays when they come for UN meeting, the Saudi bought them. Not only in America, go to UK, their own city. I mean, when you are looking at your premiership, Manchester City, they invested their money there. Most of your hotels, most of your big buildings in London, if you go to the financial district of London, are owned by the Saudi royal family. So it's good now that Barack
the Saudis don't own City, or they own Newcastle.
They own City. A Saudi man, or maybe a Qatar man, but I know it's an Arab man that owns City, Manchester City. Because that same guy, they own Manchester City. An Arab man own Manchester City. He also owns a team.
Are you saying an Arab man or a Saudi man?
Arab man. So I take it back. It's an Arab man. So that same man owns a team in the American Football League, American Soccer League. So you can see how the Arabs have been, because they believe in raw cash.
He's not an Arab man, an Arab royal. He's a prince.
Okay, yeah, it's different from ordinary man on the street. Thank you for that. So I want them to bring, if they can give.
Richard.
Yes.
You remember the first foreign trip Trump took was also to Saudi Arabia, right?
To Saudi Arabia, and it was well welcomed. So you see, if Nigeria can press them, I don't even want them to have many shares in Nigerian economy. Only that, give us like $100 billion. Just put it in our central bank. We'll be able to stabilize our naira. That's number one. Then, if the Aramco can help us, these are our refineries. We need to refine locally. If they can help us with those 3 refineries. And then, in Ilesha, I was born and raised in Ile-Ife. All my education was in Ile-Ife. Primary to secondary to OAU. Elisha has gold, but that city is very poor because some thieves are the one benefiting from it. Zamfara has gold. We can't point out to. So those are the. And then I heard President Tinubu telling them about lithium. Those are the things that have great value in the international market. Those are the areas I want the Saudi. I don't want them to go too deep into Nigerian economy, but just give us raw cash in dollars, just like they did to Bank of America in 2007, 2008. And I don't want them to own our big houses in the.
No, sorry. Why should we be handing our gold over to the Arabs?
No, we are not handing them over. It's like it's gonna be a partnership, something.
We don't have capacity to develop. So what I'm hearing from Patrick is that Nigeria doesn't have capacity to develop anything. We have to look for Saudi here. We have to look for this. We have to look for that. And is that not something?
Even your refinery, you are looking for somebody to come and do your refinery.
Yeah, it is something.
What happened to the deadline they give that December the refinery will be working? What happened to that deadline?
Let's put the deadline aside.
Sorry, Richard.
Okay.
The Jewish people, right? They invest in American economy. So would you say that they should not come and invest in American economy simply because America is self-sufficient, or
Exactly.
Why not bring more money in if that is the case?
Exactly.
Partnership. That's what it means.
Yeah, exactly. If you follow me very well, I started by saying that in 2007, 2008, the Saudis, they came to the rescue of American banking industry by bringing in their liquid cash. They have it. So, and then I said most of the hotels in New York City, the hotels that you sleep one night, it's like $10,000, are owned by the royal families, the Saudi. And I worked in New York Presbyterian Hospital. The New York Presbyterian Hospital in Manhattan is the University Hospital of Cornell University. When this guy, the Saudi king, the current king, who is very old now, he doesn't make public appearances again. Whenever he's coming for surgery, they will buy the whole floor. That floor is like 10th floor. So you will not see no elevator that goes to that floor except the doctors and the selected nurses that will attend to him. So look at how much those hospitals are making from him. For you to say, you know what, close the whole floor for me. Close the entire floor. I don't want no elevator. I don't accept those who are attending to me. So you will see how these people are spending their money. So I believe Nigeria can bring them in, give us some raw cash, and when we bring people in, let them refine those things in Nigeria.
Patrick, I want to correct one impression. I want to correct one impression.
Yeah,
okay.
Adanle Koko is Richard, not Patrick. Richard.
Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, both of them are in Canada anyway. So
no, I'm in America. I'm in America.
Oh yeah. Oh, I thought you are in Canada. I don't know why I'm thinking.
No, not at all.
So you are saying that Saudi came to the rescue. No, they didn't come to the rescue of America. Number one,
okay.
$900 billion. The $900 billion that
Barack Obama
back then. I think it was Bush that started that.
Yeah, Bush spent like $400 billion.
That
then he left.
recovery fund. And
correct.
Then Obama took over and then released more. So they took it from the reserve. So look, Saudi have majority share in the bank. Saudi have
in Bank of America as well.
In Bank of America, and they have huge investment in oil sector in America, particularly in Texas. So when they are bringing in their money, they brought in that money to save their investment. Yes, it's given to America, but as well, they don't want their investment to perish. So they have to back it with funding to save it.
Definitely it's an investment.
It's not. So let's say it will give out the information well and not that.
No. There's nothing wrong in the information I gave. remember that time. Remember very well that these banks, American banks, were bankrupt until these people started bringing in their raw cash. It's true. Those cashes they brought was in the form of investment. They will reap their profit. But housing industry in New York, I mean in America, was the value, everything got devalued more than 50%. More than 50%, except in New York City. But in most cities, I said the other time, because I have people that lived in Michigan, in Detroit, they were auctioning houses for $100, just begging people to own it. They were auctioning houses because those banks could not, because they invested a lot of money on real estate, and they
Richard,
lost.
can I ask you something?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because I feel I was kind of I kind of follow that space a little bit. Well, because someone was giving some summary this morning, and he made some who statement about that Saudi visit. There were some positive, but there are a lot of negative. Even when people like Dangotes and all these Nigerian billionaires, because all these Nigerian billionaires, they also acknowledge that most of them have also the money to invest. But when they raise some important question, that even if Saudi are to come to Nigeria, they too also Saudi have to also open their space for the Nigerian billionaires to also invest, because they have interest also in that to also invest in Saudi. And the president couldn't give them a good reply. The president was only relying on the Saudi coming in, but he was not pushing for also the billionaires of Nigeria to also come into Saudi. And that's a flaw. So what do you say about that?
It's not. Okay, thank you very much for that. You know, the president went there as the president.
Community now, but sorry, carry on. No, I was saying Saudi is a closed society, Saudi mainly. So.
Yeah, it used to be very close. They are open now. Okay, what I was saying is this. The president went there on behalf of the Nigerian people. The Dangote and Co that went there, they went there as an individual to make money to their own pocket. But you as a president, in 4 years' time, you come back to say, hey, these are the investments I brought. These are the jobs that came forth as a result of the investment, not as a result of what Dangote did in those countries. And don't forget, what Dangote and most of Nigerian billionaires does is not what the Saudi need. If we are into like technology, if we are into something like that, Saudi might need your services or your investment. But what they wanted is like, okay, our hospitality industry. The Saudi invests a lot in hospitality, hotels and co. They invest in something like natural resources, and they invest in something like buildings, real estate. So the rest are closed. So don't forget, the first railway system and the first railway cars that the Chinese had are built by the Americans. But they gave the Americans one condition. 60% of the workforce must be our local people, Chinese. And then you have to use the opportunity to train them. So today, if America wants a new train, they don't make train in America no more. The Chinese that they taught now knows it and master it more than them. Because the more you do, the more you are experienced, and then the more you master it. The Chinese have built more railway. And so America order from them now, not the other way again.
All right, Richard, navigate us back to...
I really want to understand something from him, because he seems so passionate.
Back to Nigerian
politics. We'll get back. Now, this is very important for people to understand now. We'll get back. That is part of the nation building. So, but, you talk about the issue of accountability. The Saudi were relying on accountability so much in that visit, which we are lacking in this country. They are suggesting for a clear path. Everything that it's not that they are not interested, but their problem is clear. Give us clear understanding. Give us accountability. Give us accountability. That is only what they're hammering. So what do you say on that?
Let's just move on. Leave that rhetorical. Take us back to Nigerian politics. We don't want to be hung too tight.
Okay. Back to Nigerian politics. Yeah. The OB movement was a very good movement. in DCI's election. But my fear is this: he might not win the way he won on the day of the presidential election again, because the other politicians have studied that. And when you look at the gubernatorial election, he could not. People like Governor of Edo State, he was begging to win in the councillorship election in Edo. And people always thought the Obi movement will win. But the other way was the case. The PDP still retained the house in Edo. And then when you look at subsequent election, you see that the Labour Party could only win in Abia. So that shows that the other politicians now understand how to counter the movement. Now, if you remember last month, Senator, what's his name? He crossed from one party to APC. From the senator, one of the senators representing Anambra, is a young man. Okay, he crossed and he said, watch, more and more people. YPP, thank you very much. Yeah. Yes. And he said something, watch out. More and more politicians from the southeast will be crossing over. Watch out, anything can happen between now and 2 years' time. Now, as of today, APC has 2 states in southeast, which is more than any other party in the southeast. They have Imo and they have Ebonyi. So what I want Tinubu to do is to invest more in infrastructure in the southeast. The railway, luckily for them, they've been able to borrow money from the Chinese to build railway from Port Harcourt. It will go through the southeast all the way to Borno. So that's part of the thing they have to.
That track is moving very fast. I saw a report
exactly
on it a couple of days ago.
Good. That's good. That's number one. Number two, gully erosion has destroyed some of the communities in the southeast. The state governor doesn't have the financial power. So federal Abuja has to come to their assistance. If you can do all those things in the southeast, and then don't forget what you promised them during the campaign, that Enugu or Aba turn those areas. Enugu used to be the capital of the old eastern region. Make it a financial hub. Aba, make it a technology hub. So that the youths, there's huge unemployment rates in the southeast. The youths cannot find no job. But these are people that if they have opportunity, you trade them, maybe in trading or maybe in engineering, they will do well. So that's why they have to pump money into this social scheme. We have so many aged mothers, aged fathers who need assistance. At least if it's only 15,000 naira or 20,000 per month, I believe the government can do it. They are soliciting funds from social bodies and organizations, not just necessarily federal budget. So if they can do all those things, that will take people, at least they can feed, not having money to go to party. So once they can feed, at least they will look better. And then the state governors, they need to do more. But I do not think Obi's movement will be this powerful in the next 4 years. Now, you just read himself and Abure, correct. Himself and Abure, they've already started having problems. That's number one. And then number two, Lagos State. The reason why Obi won Lagos State, one of the reasons why is that they were able to use religious devices. Don't forget, most of the mega churches in Nigeria have their headquarters in Lagos. And they were into that campaign. So all these youths, those who are younger than us, they don't see Baba as it's too old, they can't do it. But now they're saying that Baba is not shaking again. Maybe it's because of the fatigue of the campaign that made him to fumble most of the time he was speaking.
I think the Yoruba Nation adherents too did not vote for APC.
Thank you very much. They didn't vote for him. So if you conduct another election now, Obi will not have 6 million. People like Governor Umba of Enugu, he's a PDP man, but that man can switch. He's not going to switch to the obedient because they called him everything name. He forged his NYC. You cannot just be called. It's only the bank, the court that can say this person is a criminal. But unfortunately, where we came from, Nigeria, we have this jungle justice. If they catch a thief in the market, we all want to get petrol. We put him on fire. That's the same thing. Oh, he forged his certificate. It's only the court that can say this person is a criminal. Nobody has that right.
All right, but, Richard, bring it home, and then I'll go on to
okay.
One Piece. Yeah.
So again, I have to give all of you big credit for doing it. I apologize. I've been wanting to come in and say something the past 2-3 days, but I leave the house very early to go to work. So that's why most of the time was leaving before my opportunity to talk. So let me leave it for now. Yeah, I'm still here. I can still come in when my turn comes back again.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Richard. Richard, join us more regularly. I think the space
absolutely. I will. Yes.
The space likes.
Is Roman there?
Hello?
I don't know what happened.
No.
Yeah,
sorry,
okay.
I was actually inviting War Piece in, but I didn't know I had muted myself.
Okay.
So War Piece, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, one man. I will start from where Richard stopped. I understand Richard is a as we say, we call a pa as elderly man, you know. This elderly style of politics. People don't let it go. You could like to hold on to it. No, you must not change. You must go to the streets and campaign and buy votes. No, sir. It's changing. 21st century. By, like me and Mama was saying just now, by 2025, there will be a new demography, a new era. Things are changing. I'm not a Labour Party. I'm not APC. I'm not PDP. But I have uncles that are in a big position in PDP and APC. I've seen politics on the local level to at least governorship level. My uncle personally make Lucky Grenadian the governor. That's Palette Chief Ine Egari. Ask anybody in Edo State. So I know politics in a local level. But all you guys are saying right now, this obedience will crack, this is funny. Any true politician will tell you the danger so you know how to fix it. There's something that Bola said about Tinubu that people don't really understand. He said when somebody was talking to him and I told the person, okay, hold on. He picked up the phone and called the I think the ward, just the ward, the chairman. They have many wards, not like local government. They have many wards, you know. He called one of the wards, the chairman. That word matters in politics. He knows that. That's why he's winning, not because he had 8 million votes from one governor that is the campaign. LB have 6 million followers. This is not LP. 6 million followers, organic followers. It will not break. Buhari was having 12 million followers.
Sorry, War Piece. You know, you have to look at the makeup of those 6 million voters in order then to insist that they are going to follow him through. Because there is nothing to suggest that those 6 million, you know, Peter Obi was just a moment in time for a lot of political vested interest. Who were not, they were more for, you know, the core Obi follow through might not be more than the Southeast bloc and then a few stranglers on. I'll be surprised if Peter Obi has any real organic more than 2 million voters.
Okay, I will agree with you, but not in totality. When we say 6 million, when they say Buhari have 12 million followers, probably his main followers will not be up to like 4 million, but the rest will be on political, tribal, religious, and not a sentiment. I always want to vote him to see him back. Yes, I will agree with you to a certain extent on that. Maybe his core followers, organic followers, like 6 million, but the remaining 4 million is the main danger. Just like this local government in Lagos, what was it called? Lumoshe, what they call it. It's 95% Yoruba, but Tinubu lost there. What does that tell you? They voted for Labour not because they like Obi too much, but they just like that party as a third force. But they have seen PDP, they have seen APC. So people vote against APC not because of Tinubu, but just because of APC. They don't just want APC.
No, it's a lot more complex than that, War Piece. if you are looking at that Lagos example, there was apathy in the Yoruba vote and the Southeastern vote, which is the second largest ethnic population in Lagos. It was very energized. So that's one. And then there was the galvanizing of religion as well. And then there's the Tinubu antecedent. So a lot of factors played out. And by the way, the Kazim was about 10,000 votes. So it wasn't as though it was more or less a 50-50 rather than a victory. So there's a lot that happened in this election that will never repeat again. Peter Obi will not be able to play that religious card again. So you can remove that chunk from his votes.
Yeah, one man. Election is not 1 + 1 = 2. Dynamics change.
Election is a game of numbers now. What do you mean it's not 1 + 1?
Yes, it's a game of number, but it's not a game of 1 + 1 = 2. Like you're just saying, next time religious votes would not matter. You don't even know if next time will be worse.
I didn't say that. I said Peter Obi would not be able to galvanize it in the manner that he did.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. But you can't tell till that next 2027. Don't forget, Nigerians, we have very short memory. We have this short mind stuff. We forget things very early, so quick. Anyway, let me go to the bigger point. Now, Tinubu was having, there before Vivas, Tinubu was always boasting of 6 million votes that time, and which was good for him in Lagos. But when Vivas came, he reduced. But that vote Tinubu had, that was he was used to bargain that gave him presidency today, 23 years. Buhari 16 years. If Peter Obi maintained this 6 million vote to the next year, not at 2027, I'm not saying he's going to win, but if you can maintain it, there will be a day he will become a president.
But no, there will not, and it cannot. I mean, who are those 6 million voters for Peter Obi? Who are they?
Because every day people are joining the movement. The younger ones are coming to join the movement.
Now, forget the movement. I don't know how many people are. You know that movement has capped. Whoever is going to be part of that movement is already part of that movement. Their numbers are already documented. There is no real movement towards that movement anymore. Who is now joining? Anybody that wants to be an obedient is already an obedient.
Yeah, one man, that's your own opinion. The people are being born and people are being.
Yeah.
Hold on, one man. People are being born and people buy every day. So there are new people coming in and new people coming out. It's
but not significantly. So
you cannot say in total. You cannot say in totality. The politics, most parties explode or implode from inside. Right now, they're going to be disfranchised people in the APC. The government just started, right? Just 6 months now. Soon, there's going to be some people who feel disfranchised that will move away. And there are people that will want to leave PDP and move away to APC. There are people that will leave APC and move to Labour. You cannot tell. What we're just saying is just theory. The practical side of it is very different. Once you have to understand, there's no personal interest or there's no personal enemy in politics. No personal friend, no personal enemy. What is personal in politics is interest. So whenever the interest is, they go. If they find their interest in Labour tomorrow, they're going to be there. All of them are going to be there. And what I was saying when it comes to party structure, this is why when Wiki had problems at Amechi could not present a candidate during 2015. Because you cannot just bring a new candidate and put on the older one.
Let me ask you a question, Peace. How many of those 6 million votes that you are saying Peter Obi holds, how many of them are voted for him on the basis of religion? I just guess at it. I'm not saying you should know, but how many of them?
No, I cannot really guess at it. I can agree with what you say is religion, but I can really refer you to Buhari too. There were religious voters for Buhari, but
forget Buhari now. No, forget Buhari. I'm talking about Peter Obi. A good percentage of those votes were religious votes. Would you concede that?
Yeah, true. I cannot take that out for it. I might even say 80%. No, I would say 60%. I'll say 60% of religious votes.
I would say 30-40%.
You know what? Hold on. Okay, just to buttress your point, my in-law, both father and mother-in-law, are evangelists. When they came visiting before the election, I asked them who they were going to vote for, but they could tell by my suggestion He didn't tell me. But after the election, they confessed that they actually voted for me. And the person asked them why they voted for someone who was not from Lagos or Southwest. And they said because it shows that they wanted to Islamize Nigeria, and Obi is a Christian. That was the basis for their voting. And these are people that usually vote APC or candidates. So that sentiment of religion aspect actually play a huge part in Southwest or in Lagos in particular.
And in the middle belts too. And what I'm saying is that religious vote, it will not carry through to 2027, and that's X amount of millions of that vote. Peter Obi is a movement, is a potpourri of straight bed fellows who will dissipate just as soon as the event finishes.
One man. Is with
Peter Obi is just a southeast thing. That's all.
One man. I could take this explanation as you want to demarcate them as much as you can, but probably there will not be opposition to you in 2027. Not you, as I say, we're saying as an opposition. But this is the same politics they are playing in the North. Every time national politics come on to the North, it's based on religion. They will tell you they want to vote a Fulani or a Muslim.
What piece me?
They play like that. And it not.
What piece?
The whole is so jelly. That's why we have to go to the North. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Yes, I'm at work. Quick, hold on. This is what they do.
No. I just wanted to bring one example. You remember the Buhari's 12 million vote before the introduction of Beavers, correct? And his followers always come to TV and say, "Oh, he's had a standby 12 million." So where were those 12 million during the general election? You see what I'm talking about?
They were phantom voters now.
So there's a possibility of shrinkage of that numbers during the next election, right? Because maybe due to Beaver's application or for one sentiment shifting to another thing, there's a possibility of that shrinkage.
Yeah. See, this is what you're saying. What you're saying. Just let me quickly respond to you. When Buhari was bragging with 12 million votes, Tinubu was bragging with 6 million votes. But when Beavers came out, none of them were able to provide their 6 million or 12 million. But when Beavers came out, Labour right now and Atiku, that PDP, they are able to provide 6 million votes, and you could not see that as organic voters. Now, I'm not saying APC does not have 8 million votes. They do. These are the organic voters we have right now. But Peter Obi has 6 to his name as obedient, which is even more organic. So now the shakedown has come, and we have the dust have settled down. We know who have the vote and the people. Any real politician will be thinking how to win that 6 million to himself.
What piece? It's just that I don't want to waste time, but I just when the slaughter is when one man argue about to be the this and that. I can tell you, and you can go and argue it. The reason why Atiku came so far in 2019 was because of Obi. It did not start to them. So you can argue that to yourself.
Okay,
Atiku never had the chance again because he picked a weak. He picked a weak vibe.
Yeah,
the 2019 election was the best of Atiku since his career, and it was because of Obi. So you can argue that. Even people shouting that the Southeast gave him 95%. During 2019, they gave him about 90%.
Another point I want to make.
Are you so sure?
I'm very sure of what I'm saying. You can argue that.
Sorry, let all pace flow for a moment so we can move it around quickly.
So another point I want to make. People just they take what suits them to make their point. Election or politics in Nigeria is 3 phases. We have national, we have state, we have local. When it comes to national election, that's when we show the people that really know politics. Then I'll give it to Tinubu in one. But he exposed a lot of people. You expose even the North. We see sitting governors losing their seats. We see sitting senators losing their seats. House of Rep losing their seats, which has never happened before. Now, when you pick local government elections, the last election, what did Labour Party got in those states? In every state, they have local elections, the sitting governor have 90% or 100% to retain his members in the house or local or chairmanship election position. That is local. To test your power, come to national. And many people don't care about local elections. On sometimes governorship, some people don't go out to vote. Some local government election or house of assembly, they don't go out to vote. When it comes to
El Rufai lost local elections in
because because there was so much insecurity going that time anyway. But when it came to national, and El Rufai was off cycle, it was not general. When it comes to the general election, that way you test your might and strength and your skills, and you saw so many people falling apart. That's why I was saying to people like governor with the count from it. People might not likely respect the governor as the campaign from one party to another, but he would prefer somebody that have that crowd. A local chapter that have crowd, like for example, let me use like I say Oluma or Kabaka. People prefer that person. You know that man has like a 1 million taxi driver that is controlled than the governor that's coming. Governor has only one vote. And most people in policies, mostly in PDP and APC, if they don't spend money, they will not get the original votes. But in Labour, one thing for Labour today, people will vote without money. And any good politician, that's what they are looking for. People that will vote for them without money. Let people tell them go and vote. He doesn't discuss money if anybody will listen to him. It's not money. There was this bypass election, they were selling votes for 13,000, 10,000. So we have to understand this, you know. Will not be cherry-picking from local government, state, and state governor must most likely win. Mostly it's off-cycle election, that governor will retain his seat. But when it comes to national election, when the state governor is there, he might likely lose. That's for that one man. Take me to other topics so I can quickly round up and jump out.
All right, take us then to the merger that is being proposed. Do you think it's a good idea, and do you think it's workable, or do you think their egos will get in the way of it?
Yeah, if they can merge, it's a good idea. I don't see anything beyond that. If they can come together, Tinubu did it now. What proved Tinubu here? He did it far back 10, 15 years ago. So you have to merge together. Mostly you are fighting a strong person like Tinubu. There's no way you can beat him. He has everything to himself. So the only way you can beat him is to pull every strong body you have together to challenge him. Otherwise, nobody can beat him. If they go 3 ways against Tinubu will win. You have to go 2 ways. You have to be 2 ways. If it's 2 ways, then it will become the South, the North, or the Southwest against only the Southeast, or Southwest against the remaining region. If not, you cannot beat him. So it's a good thing if they can structure it out, but I doubt if they can, because ego and money, you know, there's much money now. Aburi, they're dragging up and down, too many billions not accounted for. So I don't think they want to merge. And then coming to Aburi, if they remove Aburi, they of course any party that loses, you have to take assessment and know what you lost, what you did wrong, what you didn't do wrong, change party chairman and all that. But the way things are going right now, if they remove Aburi and put somebody from the Southeast, that party, that Labour Party is dead on arrival. If they put somebody from the Southwest, you know, there's going to be litigation and be court case upon court case. There will be disunity. My own kindly advice for them, they should leave the national chairman in that Edo state. Not because we are the best, but we will keep the balance because we don't have dog in the fights. If you take it away and put it in the East, they'll call it Igbo party. You put it in the West, Igbo will never trust. And that party will crumble. That's the only thing I'm saying. Now, we support one man that be my loss is 6 million votes before 2027. If that happens, you can take it to the bank. It's my words. But that's how I see it, one man. If there's another topic, fine. Just not let me jump out, one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us still. Let me move it around. I want to today, I'm going to be everything to make sure every voice is heard. So stay with us. I'm going to go to Joel of Nashville next, then Ajanle Koko, then Ekene. So Joel of Nashville, you're up next to Dabaru everything. Joel of Nashville.
One man, good day. I don't know if my face is showing as usual, because this time around it is muscles.
goes bars.
when it comes
The
to
Dabaru master don't come. Dabaru master.
I dey
when it
wait
comes
for
to
you. I dey
Nigeria,
wait for you.
Commander-in-chief of
I
Dabaru,
dey wait for you.
Dabaru government.
Baba did not discuss the way you were talking though.
I dey wait
By
for
the way,
you.
no problem. By the way, good
Joe.
morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. Welcome to
Badger is here.
the
Badger is a Badger master.
welcome to the One More Show, where you come and you meet different characters, different views, and I would say might not be something that you will agree with, but everyone here has their own strong opinion and have their way of expressing themselves. So like, share, subscribe. So where do you want me to begin from? Where do you want me to begin from, one man?
So, sorry, as always, I was speaking, not knowing I'd muted. Begin from the merger, which was muted yesterday, but is gaining some sort of traction today. Labour Party speaking to it, dismissing it, but not categorically. Kwakwanso saying that he will have to take the lead. But people really thinking that if there's ever going to be a viable opposition, because all of the opposing parties, they don't really have the strength to fully take on the sitting government. For us to have a viable opposition to hold the feet of the sitting government to the coal, and necessarily they must merge. So do you see this merger, and do you think it will be a good direction for our democracy?
Thank you, one man. It is going to be good for our democracy. And Atiku spoke well. I said it yesterday. He spoke well. It should be something that we should consider. If we want to harness our democracy, if we want to give our democracy a bite, then all these groups should come together. Because the lack of opposition in Nigeria is responsible for most of these policies Tinubu is putting up. We must have to come together, especially PDP and Labour Party. If it requires you to change the name, you change the name. What about LDP, Labour Democratic Party? It can fly. What are we saying here? We are talking about governance and how to win elections. Emotions are quite different from tactics. The tactics we're going to use in the next election, because if we have to beat Tinubu, we have to beat him silly. And that we must do. We have to beat Tinubu beyond rigging.
I wish you good luck.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
You have to beat him like he stole something, which you probably insist that he did.
Like he slept with your wife. You have to beat him silly, and that's the only way he can concede.
Until today. Until today. Wala master. Wala.
You understand what I'm saying? So that is the thing. That is the thing. We have to beat him well, because you can see. Well, one man, shame on you though. I did not hear you speak about the irregularities that we experienced in the last election. Probably because you thought APC won.
Oh, what do you mean? You mean the off-cycle election?
Yeah, the off-cycle election.
Yeah, no, we spoke about it at length. We spoke about it at length.
You mean the irregularities that happened there?
No. Yes. Well, Opuzodinma won all 27 local governments, and that even Idi Amin of Dada at Uganda, even he would buckle at that. So that is to tell you that some magic tricks went down.
And one man, the issue there is this: if he walks like a dog and quacks like a dog, then it's a dog. You and I know that Opuzodinma did not get. Oh God. Opuzodinma winning 27 local government for what?
And that's all of the local governments, by the way. So that's it. So even, as I said, even Idi Amin would be ashamed of that.
I mean, because that's the thing. Because look, some of the videos started coming out when they were accosting these people. And they already have a pre-filled result. How did that happen? If politicians
Go
still
to
have a
court.
way,
Go to
you
court.
say, oh yeah,
Go to
I mean,
court.
please, we are not joking here. Whenever I'm talking about Nigeria, I'm serious about it. Go to court. Go to court. Does
Who
that tell
told
good
you
about you
someone
as
is
a
guilty?
country?
Who told you someone
No.
is guilty?
No. When you say go to court, when you stay abroad?
Isn't
Have you
that the only way you can
there
have a
with somebody
redress?
and somebody in election said just go to court?
Rather than this,
You
say
see
this and
that's
that.
the mentality I keep talking about. And sometimes I use certain words people will feel you're telling me go to court. Go to court for what?
So where
Are
else
you not
would
too
you
old
get
for that?
where else
You're too
would you
old
get
for
a
that.
redress?
You're too old. No, you're too old to
Where
say
else
that.
would you get a redress if
You know
not
what's
court?
happening in the court. You know that the court has been bought. Look at the kind of judgment that have been given
How do you
everywhere.
know the court
And you
has
still
been
here,
bought?
sitting here,
How?
supporting this
Because
same
once you've
charade.
gone through judges,
And
come
I
out
know
and
that you're above
started
50 years old. That's
contributing.
the reason why I said people like you should not vote. People like you
Look,
ought not to vote.
Joel,
People like you ought
when
not
you
to
are
vote
saying
because you guys are
something,
the
be
ones that get
factual
us to
about
this
it.
nonsense.
When you are saying
I
something, be
am just
factual
saying
about it.
something,
Don't
and
just
if you
come
come
on
in,
a
look, let me
platform
tell you something.
and keep repeating the same lies and all that.
Whenever I am
If
talking about
you and
whenever
your
I am
parties
talking about
and that you
serious
have
issues
anything
that
to
have to do
have,
with Nigeria, don't joke
go
with
to
me. Don't tell me
court.
go to court. You are
Go
joking.
and stick with
I'm not
dress
playing
over
here.
there.
You understand what I'm saying? I'm not playing here. I did not come here to play. Go to court. I'm just see me that way. You cannot make up a statement here and I tell you go to court. Are we here to play? Is this a child's play? Come on, get serious for once. I'm not doing that play here. But
Don't
the
get
issue here
worked
is
up
that
for
it's
nothing.
either we come here,
If you
listen,
are
my brother.
holding brief
It's
for
either,
those oppositions,
come
tell them to
on.
go
It's
stick
either
with
we
dress
come
over
here and discuss how we treat Nigeria, or we
all right.
shut it up.
All right, back to you,
Okay,
Joel.
may I
Back to you, Joel.
interject, please, for just 15 seconds?
Baba, go ahead.
Joel, I'm very, very sure you are conversant with the voting procedure from the polling unit.
Yes.
I'm very, very sure. Can you tell me how a pre-filled E68, is that EC8, can be utilized with the beavers?
This is what I know, right? You know that I have not voted on the beavers before, right? But we saw the clips are out there. It's not like I am saying it. So I am now thinking that is why I brought it up here so that we can discuss it. How is that possible? I was even waiting for Kulata, if Kulata was here, so that we can talk about things like this. How is that possible?
Okay,
that
let me tell
have
you
a
my own
pre-filled result?
perspective then. I like your
All
answer.
right, tell him that perspective. But after that, gentlemen, let Joel flow a bit. So after that interjection, let him flow a bit. Baba.
Okay, what I know, Joel, is this, and panelists and commenters. You wake up, you go to the polling booth with your card. Okay, it's your turn. They give you the beavers machine is pointed to your face. The green light shows, that means it is your card, it is your person. So you are accredited. Then you are allowed to vote. So the beavers is not taking whether you vote for APC, PDP, SDP, or something. But at the end of the voting time, it records 110 people voted. So they start to count what is in the box. If it's 1112, according to the law, papers, and 1110 on the beavers machine, that unit's polling unit is cancelled. But if it's
Baba,
not, if it's
accredited, not voted. We can have people accredited and not voted.
And not vote too.
Yeah, it could be less. I'm talking of where it is more. If it is less, no problem. But if it is more, but in this case, let's say it is 110, 110. They count in the presence of everybody.
Sorry,
and
Baba,
then,
where you taking him to? Take him there in short.
Yeah,
summaries.
we're trying to create an understanding, because a lot of people, what I discover is they don't really know actually the voting procedure. That is why there has been a lot of argument. So at the end of the day, they fill from EC8, the carbonized one, they fill it and ask everybody to sign. So this is my point. People now say they've filled a kind of paper in advance, and let's say there are only 10 political parties, are these not the things that are supposed to be with 10 people who witness everything? So how will that one Dino is claiming actually that they've already prepared it? How does he want to use it? I don't understand. I don't make me understand.
That is what that see, Baba. The reason why I am scared is this. I thought that we have gotten it right with these beavers and until Yakubu. Even after Yakubu did what he did, we know it was he used the beast to have an excuse. And we gave a pass on that beavers. But this one was that they were caught. They were caught. And they asked the lady to open it up, and the lady brought out the main paper. And they said, open it up. They said, you see what they were talking about? So it was real. It was on video. It was captured. This one happened in Imo State. I did not follow that of Kogi State. So my point is this.
So I sent those videos to one man, but he didn't play it. I sent almost all those videos.
Okay. So that is my point, right? We need to start hitting on those issues. Because guess what? If by tomorrow we have someone that is not our own, right? Somebody that we support. When I'm talking about the same tribe, I'm talking about somebody that you did not support, and that person comes into power, and you are now on the other side. That is when you will know what I'm talking about. Let us build a Nigeria that is fair to everybody. Let us be an electoral system that hold our electoral officers or electoral police office holders accountable. Let them not have the power to put themselves into power. Let the voters decide. If the voters decide, they will work for the voters. If the machine decides, they work for the godfathers.
But then, Joel, don't you think the people who lost election should also not trade in or peddle falsehood? Don't you think so? Because like I explained to you now, to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, it is impossible to use pre-filled forms in this era and age of beavers. It is impossible.
Baba, we saw it happening. But anyway, let me. I just said it because I had to bring it up. Secondly, one man, and you were talking about Peter Obi. You have to reduce your hate for Peter Obi. You have to. You see, you cannot just hate somebody that did not do anything to you. His only problem was he wanted to change Nigeria. You have to tone it down, one man. Elections are over. But you cannot use words like he cannot be the president of Nigeria. I mean, it's a cynical one, man. You have Buhari as a president, but Obi scratches you. Don't you know you have a problem? It's a big problem. So tone it down, one man. Let's start looking at what this man is. There was one thing Obi said. He said he was trying to help Tinubu. If I was well, I won't tell him. What is the mess that you met? Tell us so that people will have sympathy. People will have sympathy. People will know where we are. There's something like when you go to the doctor's office and you have cancer. The doctor cannot just tell you, oh, you know what, you have just breathing problem. Because, shortness of breath is one of the symptoms. Oh, you just have shortness of breath. Let's just give you oxygen. The cancer is still there. But if you tell the person, oh, you have cancer, then the person will start preparing his life. Everybody around the person, if the person is now walking, and they say, my brother, this one you're having shortness of breath. You don't want to even tell us what is going on with you. Every time, please, I beg, get up there. Every time, what is shortness of breath? But if you tell the people that, oh, I have cancer, the people around will understand with you. Tell us the depth of the problem. Forget the arrest for now. Tell us where we are. It will help him. It will help Tinubu to a great extent. Nigerians can think with him. Nigerians will grow with him. Nigeria will know the level at which we were. By 2027, even if he grew it from 1% to 2%, he can now say, okay, I told you this, I told you guys, this is where we are, but now this is where we are. But how can he make that claim if we did not know where he started from? So everything is not about hating the person and throwing away the baby with the bathwater. I understand you are an APC member. There's no problem. But elections are over. And your guy is not doing so good. Not even with the talent hunter and tag and crown that they gave him prior to the election. The only people he seems to be tagging is the ones that he has in Lagos. Outside of Lagos, he's had nothing. The same concern I complained to you, one man, prior to the election. Who are those around Tinubu? Those are the people that are going to determine if he goes far or not. One man. Let me sign out because I know some people who want to talk. I don't want to take most of the time. I know this is just like a prelude. One man. The issue of the LGBTQ.
Oh yes, you didn't get the chance to speak on it yesterday. And by the way, I don't hate Peter Obi, as you know, and I'm not a APC man.
No, you do. One man, you do. You need to go back and listen. One man, you need to go back and listen. It's like it not stays to you.
I'm just not impressed by him, just off the back of his
No. One man. We have seen the ones with CV. What have they done? The one, anyway, he doesn't have a CV. He had a first certificate. But I mean, it's still what it is. What has he done? These are people that should be comparing, should be competing with Mesoma. Because he has not even graduated. As far as I'm concerned, he doesn't have a certificate. And that is the reason why we are where we are today, one man. This is not the Tinubu I know. I lived under Tinubu for 8 years. Most of you here are coming, you guys only heard about him. You guys only heard about Tinubu. I lived under him for 8 years. This is not the Tinubu. This is not the Tinubu that fought Obasanjo to stand still. This is not the Tinubu that has so much pride.
Is it Jubrila Sudani? Is it Jubrila Sudani? Is it wearing a silicone mask?
No, one man. Tinubu will be considering. That Tinubu will consider. One man, I even take a picture. I had to go and dig up some of those agreements. And you can imagine the charade that we are trying to get ourselves into. Because of what? Illegitimacy. The Tinubu I know, if Tinubu was clean, nobody would tell Tinubu. Remember when Tinubu was talking about the church rats, whatever, Ekineko, when they were talking about power and they were talking about climate change. You saw that Tinubu. That was one of the reasons why. At the back of my mind, I was like, even if Obi does not win, for this thing, nothing. That Tinubu is going to sign that thing. And I know they've signed it today. But they say it's on the 16th. One man, you stay in the West. The West have destroyed their country. Let's not destroy Africa. We know that these things exist. We know that these things exist. And I don't have anything against them. But I believe that, adults should do what they want to do. But now they are also coming for the kids. That is part of the agreement. And that is what is happening here. Where teachers can, accept your child or take your child from you. Literally. Because the teacher said, and your son said, oh, I feel like I'm this. The teacher has the right to report it. And they will take your child away from you. The teacher has the right over you, the parents. And those are the kind of laws Tinubu is going to sign. Why would Tinubu? On what background? On what? Is it because of even if they were Christians, I would say, okay, they're a little bit liberal. They are them Muslims. They're Muslims. How can Tinubu accept that? One man. So, one man, look, let me tell you, this issue, we are going to hit on it. We will keep talking on it. It does not matter if it costs my stay in this country. But that stuff will never, never be forced on Africa. Thank you very much, one man.
All right, brilliant. That's the elegant duel of Nashville. Holds no punches. So, gentlemen, I was going to go to Ekene next, but Dewale has a meeting that he has to go to momentarily. So let's hear from him before we come on to Ekene. So we'll go to Ekene, then Ajanle Koko, but Dewale, you're up next. Adewale Abotiloni. All right, let's go on then to Ekene. Ekene, hopefully you are still there.
Yeah, man.
All right, Brilliant. The Megida of Alaba, Ogagba, Alpha, Twale, Twale. Is it Twale or Twale? What did they call us? That Twale or
Twale
Twale?
now. Twale. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, one man. Thank you, everyone.
You know that's a source of living for some people. Though they'll just stay in bus stop doing Twale and collecting 100. Yes.
So they full everywhere now. For Lagos Street. Once they tell you Twale, you know what you know, just put your hand in your pocket, bring out something, and give the guys. So thank you everyone on the platform, one man. I keep saying that this is the best place to come and express yourself the way you feel about Nigeria, and that's why I love the platform. No matter the amount of abados we have here, their opinion, we'll still come here to put our views. Many of obedience that I have.
Are you the Ewa to the Agbado? Are you the Ewa?
Yes, I'm the Ewa. Yeah. I don't know how to put it, but I will not shy away. I will always come here. I'm not afraid to come. I'm not really afraid to come. You see, this disclosure of your inheritance from Buhari, Tinubu, I was even surprised that some APC supporters don't like the position that Obi is playing there. That means a lot of these APC supporters don't really want this country to move forward, though. They're even accusing Obi, what is your own in Anambra State, all that and all that. Is it bad to be accountable? Tell us what you met. Because we cannot go, if we can go to Obi now, if I tell you that this is how Obi did his own, many of you will not agree because you already hate him. So you don't like him and you don't like the message. That you want us to believe that the country is bankrupt by the former administration, but you go about signing a lot of SUVs and the benefit to yourself and your senators. So disclose to us now. It's not a bad idea now. Has Obi committed any sin there? So why are many APC supporters discounting that view? The governance is all about accountability. It's just like what I wanted to hint at. These guys were in Arab. The only thing Arab people we are telling them is accountability. You have to make your statement very clear. Those guys are very interested to come. The passion is there, but the fear is, will this thing work out? These guys we are seeing here, they look somehow. I don't want them to swallow our money. So let us have a clear path. What will really happen if we bring in our money? It's not as if it's a nice move. It's a great one from the president. But the accountability is still lacking. So if those guys should come with all the proposals, every meeting they had, I was very impressed. But that issue of accountability still remains the issue that they are discussing. Because after everything they say, show us a clear path of how it's going to happen. So, and it starts from the president saying, this is how our government is, this is what we have when we came in. And this is how we have been managing it. Remember, this government told us they have saved trillions from fuel subsidy. Up till today, that trillion is not doing any wonders in our economy. Just speak. They will just come and speak one big ram and leave you. A lot of you will come here and be cracking your head. This government is doing something. They have saved trillion from fuel subsidy. So therefore, if the fuel price want to go up to 1,000, no problem. As far as the government is saving trillion, who are they deceiving? So all these rhetorics they are using to deceive a lot of people, many people continue to believe them. I don't believe them at all. I don't believe them. They should come up with accountability, and that is what Obi is telling them. Come and show the record of what you made, at least, so that a lot of people, it will even do him more good. That a lot of people will not drag him more. It will draw a lot of sympathy to him, because seeing the depth and the damage that the former administration has done, a lot of people will say, okay, it's really terrible. Let's just maybe give him that benefit of doubt that what he met is very terrible. Maybe before the end of the next 4 years, he might come up with a good solution. But when you are still hiding, every day you come and tell me Buhari handed empty treasure to you. He looted everything. And I still ask the question, has the looting stopped? The looting still continues in our system. So if you want to serve, first thing to start with is accountability. When Obi handed over as a governor, he invited the EFCC, ICP, everybody was on ground before he handed over. So if you have anything to say against him, arrest him at that spot. You can argue that. So when the man is talking about accountability, he has practiced it. And he knows how it works. A lot of governors today, once they hand over, the next at that spot, they move to either Europe or America, so that nobody will question them. And that is why you see them, they don't come out to speak. So accountability is still very important in our system, and we are lacking it very much. And that is why a lot of all these foreign investors are not. You see, when the Arab world, when they were speaking, they said everything they were in, Nigeria have the population, and they love that. Nigeria have the population. But it's quite unfortunate that few individuals are standing on the top, deceiving these millions of Nigerians, and most of them cannot speak up because of party affiliation, because Tinubu should be the most man to be dragged today in the government, because he has to perform. He has to perform. There is no two ways about that. There is no love to show him now. The only love you can show Tinubu is to tell him the truth at his face. Man, you have to perform for Nigeria to be happy with you, so that history will remember you for good. Don't be painting walls for him. He has picked up the most difficult task in the history of his life. Lagos is nowhere compared to Nigeria, because you have to do with I was listening to one man on a rise today. The man was saying that the business guys in Nigeria are even more powerful than the government, and that is why you see all this. Tinubu cannot caution all these people destroying our naira, all these FS people and all that. Those guys. Transparency.
Are you back, Ekene? Ekene, are you back?
Yeah, I'm there, one man.
Yeah, you dropped for a moment. You dropped for a moment. Carry on.
Okay. Are you not hearing me?
Yeah. Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. So I'm saying that a lot of accountability is missing. And a lot of people are discounting Obi just because he's the person that said it. When he wanted to hand over, he invited a lot of EFCC was there, ICP was there, many of them. So if everything that I handed over to the next administration is not what is there, you can arrest me. But a lot of our governors today, when they want to hand over the next, you see their private jet waiting for them. They'll just fly away. So we need to tell Tinubu the truth. He really needs to perform. He needs to do Nigerian good, so that history will remember him for good. It's not a bad idea to hold him accountable. Everything in our system today must start with accountability so that we know what is happening. Are you there, one man?
We're all listening, Ekene. Yeah, we're all listening.
So for me, if you want to criticize a man, criticize him. Don't tell your government the truth. Tell Tinubu the truth so that he will perform. It's for the benefit of every one of us. Don't paint word for him. When everything has finished, maybe at the end of his 4 years or 8 years, he will look back and say, yes, I've done well. You see our electoral system today, all this merger talk and all that, it will not work. It's good, but it will not work. The system is already dead. You are talking about beavers. The beavers today, they have eliminated it by saying that the election is, immediately that statement is made in the court. All these politicians, people like Hope Uzodinma, they have their wing to fly with every form of corruption. With the INEC. I send you videos, one man, what happened in the last election. You didn't play it. You people are arguing how did they wrote the result before the election. It happened. No matter how you want to argue it, it happened. They already arranged a result before the election. How can you tell me that Hope Uzodinma got 500 and something thousand votes in election in Imo State? A video was there when they were thumbprinting and uploading all manner of nonsense on the beavers. A lot of those local governments where election did not hold. Result came in.
Can I interject you? One man.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah. Can I have been saying this thing? He said he posted so many videos to you. If you don't mind, if you can play it for us.
Yes, I'm just looking for his messages now. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So it'd be very good for us to take a look of those videos.
So we don't come here and begin to say things. The reason why I kept calm because after that election, I didn't want to come and discuss anything because sometimes I don't want to argue some things. I just need to keep quiet because with this type of system now, definitely Tinubu will rule for 8 years. There's no two ways about that. No matter the merger you want to merge, the police is compromised. They now use police to rig election in our country. I will not shut my mouth in saying that. It is happening because I'm on ground. I know what is happening. You guys can stay abroad and say it is not happening. It's happening. Police is rigging election for us in Nigeria. They are using policemen to rig election. You can say that I'm not saying the truth. I say it. You might not like to believe me. But that is what is happening. Police now carry ballot box in Nigeria. Policemen carry ballot box in Nigeria. So how do you want to fight them? How do you want to win an election in that environment? My biggest fear is not people coming out to vote, but the system is collapsing every day by day. How we are talking about even people that support Showele.
A
million votes with this kind of says fine. We can move on.
Yes,
Mr. Ja.
I'm not sure if some of those videos are violent, so I might not be able to show some of them, but I'll show the ones that I can't show. So these are some of the stuff that I can. I'm not going to play this one, but because there's somewhat a bit of violence on it. But let me show you this one.
Let's see this. Sorry. Allow us to sit now. Are we not supposed to see it? When you people are going, we cannot use it. Madam, are we not supposed to see it? We cannot use it. If we are not using it, we are not using it. There's no election. We will not vote. The right thing is done. We are not going to vote. Yes, yeah. Bring it out. Madam, bring it out. Bring it out, madam. Bring it out. Are you part of the rigging? If you're not part of it, bring it out. Let us see it. See what is happening. See what is happening. They've already rigged the election already. They're bringing it for us. See it. Look at them.
Isn't that what I don't know? Wait.
What happened now? Why did it? That means they've already rigged the election. Look at it. The election has already been rigged. The election has already been concluded. Why are you waiting now? Why did we come here? Who is deceiving who? It will not work. It will not work. This one is the fake one.
Okay, not quite clear what's going on there, but this one is just images of money, hopefully, not hopefully, but probably money for vote buying is what is being said there. And that seems to be the culprit. I'm going to play this next one, but if it gets violent, then I'll stop it immediately. All right, that one looks a bit violent to me. So that's roughly what I can send in.
You see what those guys are saying? Why do you allow us to come where you have already written the result? You should have told us that you already have your candidate to win. So don't tell people to come and vote when you have the result on ground. That is what those guys are saying.
Well, was that the Labour candidate being caught trying to rig the election?
I don't know anybody that is involved, whether Labour or APC, but that is the point of what is going on there. You don't write the result and expect people to come and vote. When you already have the winner, just announce the winner and let's move on. The other video you don't want to place a security personnel wanting to snatch a ballot box. The youth overpowered him. And it happened in the last election in our space here. I think it's gonna stop. And even the current administration, what are they doing about the INEC chairman? You said things will improve after the presidential election, but things got worse. The president has not made any statement about INEC chairman. He's never talked about any reform. Nothing. He just wants things to remain like that.
Is it not illegal to take cameras to a polling booth? I thought you were meant not to have your camera there. What
makes it illegal?
Was she recording illegally sensitive government activities?
What makes it illegal? There is nothing illegal there. If they say it's illegal, then they should change their ways.
That's a funny question, and maybe it's just funny. Like, even in America election, they are polling booth, they record it. Like, don't you watch it live in CNN? So what's illegal there?
What's illegal?
It's election now.
So even the current administration, they have not made any statement on how to reform. I expect the president to come out and say we are reforming the INEC stuff and all that. But instead of them to do that, you see them, they have already appointed almost many states now. They have changed the reg to almost all the APC members. And you want me? The only thing I know is that I will still vote. I'm not going to keep quiet. I will do my best to make sure that the country move forward. But I know that one day it will happen. Coming to Labour Party, a lot of people discounting Obi.
All right, you only have a couple more minutes.
I just want to round it up there.
All right.
I still maintain my stand in terms of organic supporters. Obi have that, and anybody can continue to argue, like people that say he will not win a state in during the last election in Southeast. But I still maintain 2019 was the best of Atiku because of Obi. Anybody can argue that.
Can I calm down? But you are the one that
Yeah,
said the hope is on the
I know you are the one that said it, but I will continue to remind you that so that other people that are still saying that will continue to say that. You understand?
The people don't like him. Now he beat them with what to say.
So for me, I always say things the way it is. Even in the last election, I came here, I told you that Obi might not win Lagos, but I know he will got what he would deserve in Lagos. But eventually, they allocated that to him. So, but that's not the issue. My point is that I know, especially where I am, I know what is happening. Labour Party is strong. We're a lot of young guys. We are building. We're just keeping quiet to know the next move. When that convention, I know that somebody like Abule, I love him so much because of the way he supported Obi. I love him so much, and especially Edo people. But the Labour Party need a reform, and if that chairman should change, definitely I will not advise that it goes to the southeast, if not North Central, because a little bit more support from North Central, trusted individuals there. So other part of the north, I don't know how trustworthy they will be.
Can the southeast work with North Central? That's the thing, or even
no, definitely, especially from Plateau State, yeah.
Or northeast. They don't work very well with the north, do they?
No, they work very well with the north. We have a lot of strong supporters. UNICEF, Tanko, all of them.
The power going to North Central is not by the East working with the South is working with the North Central. The problem will be if the core Northern will accept North Central, because it's a slight on them. Even now, Shetima, there's a BP. It's a big problem with the Canaries and the Fulanis and their answers. They look down on the Canaries. So you don't even know the problem you're going to start. If you take that power to North Central, you people will finish that Labour Party. Because in North will never work with North Central.
The problem is we have is trustworthy chairman. Because for me, no matter the allegation people give Abure still remain trustworthy because he stood for you see the way politics play the Labour Party before. Once they bring out a candidate, the next thing they're waiting is to collect money. Once they collect money, they just collapse and join a force with maybe APC or PDP. But this time around, Abure stood his ground that this election we're going to fight it to the finish, which he did. And I commend him for that. You can argue, call him anything you want to call him. He's a trustworthy guy that gave Labour Party what they never had for almost all the years that they have been existing. So I commend him for that, no matter how people want to say it. So finding his replacement will be a very difficult one, but would I want that to happen? I want it to happen. But not just to find a replacement because you hate Abure, but making it on a very good ground that even in the party, Abure will still be given his honor, being recognized. The reason why, if that national chairman is not going to the north, they should leave it where it is. That's Edo State, and that person being Abure. If they cannot find a very good replacement from the north, that party should be there. Is Obi supporters there? We are there. We are still speaking. We are still fighting, and we are still believing. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. That's the elegant Ekene, of course, the majestic Ekene, the Megiddo of Alaba Central. So that's the wonderful Ekene. So thank you, Ekene, of course. Always a delight to hear from Ekene. So up next is Ja1L Koko. But Ja1L Koko, I want you to take on this. This just been sent in by one of our subscribers, wanting it to be discussed. Wale Edun, Tinubu's economic reforms won't yield results now. So that's the headline. And of course, anybody to know, he should know. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has said Nigerians should not expect to reap the benefits of the economic reforms by President Tinubu now. Edun said the administration is assiduously working, let me take that again. Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, has said Nigerians should not expect to reap the benefit of the economic reforms by President Bola Tinubu now. Edun said the administration is assiduously working on how to stabilize the economy and strengthen foreign exchange for productive activities. According to News Agency of Nigeria, the minister said this during the virtual 2023 Annual Directors Conference of the Chartered Institutes of Directors of Nigeria on Thursday. And Nigerians have been grappling with hardship since Tinubu removed fuel subsidy and attempted to unify the official and parallel market exchange rates. Also, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, collapsed the multiple official market rates to the investor and exporter window, and it adopted the willing buyer, willing seller model. Consequently, the removal of subsidy on petrol has led to a surge in the cost of petrol, whilst the naira has devalued significantly against the dollar in the official and parallel markets. Defending his principal's reforms, Edo said the economic adjustments were pertinent and their benefits would take some time to materialize. The economic reforms are necessary. Its benefits will take some time to materialize. The agenda is to provide first and foremost a stable economy, growing more than the population growth, with low inflation, stable foreign exchange to enable investment in productive activities. This is what the president is working on, and we are a work in progress, and we look forward to the task at hand. The big prize is to make ourselves a formidable economy. Our institutions a corporate governance place, so that those interested in investing can have the trust in their investment. The IOD, so that would be the Institute of Directors, has a major role to play in championing corporate governance, so we have a clean-led corporate sector which the world can come and partner for growth and progress. So the totality of all of that is to tell you that the suffering is here to stay. So there it is, Tinubu, Ebi Para Ilo, Ashe Democracy Linio, Ajale Koko. You're up next.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. I think Wale Edun is doing the job that is expected to do. He has to communicate with Nigerian people. The reform that is carrying out in order to stabilize our economy. We have to give kudos to him. As the finance minister and coordinator of the economy, he must speak to Nigerian people on a regular basis what he's doing and what efforts that the government is making to run the economy.
Have we lost you? Can anyone hear me? Hello, am I here? Oh, are you back?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Oh, okay. So I dropped by them. Okay. So I said what they're doing is doing a great job by communicating the effort that the government is making in order.
No, you're gone, Ajale Koko. It's actually dropped out completely. All right. We'll wait for Ajale Koko to reconnect. Whilst we're waiting for Ajale Koko to reconnect, let's go to Simba. Hopefully Simba is there. Simba, are you there? Okay, let's go to Charles next. Charles, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, well, I think Ajale Koko is back. I'll come to you after Ajale Koko. Are you there? All right. Sorry, somebody should mute themselves. I'm echoing back. Ajale Koko, yeah, you're back. You dropped. Carry on. Who am I echoing from?
Hello.
No, Ajale Koko has the floor. Ajale Koko, are you back? On mute. Adale Coco. Adale Coco, can you unmute? All right. I think Adale Coco is having connection issues. So let's go to, has it dropped again? Who has dropped now? Let's go to Charles next. Charles, you're up next. Are you back, Adale Coco? Hold on.
One man.
You're back? All right.
Can
Carry
you
on,
hear me?
Adale Coco. Yeah, we can now. Yeah, you dipped and then you couldn't unmute, but carry on.
Yes. So as I was saying, while they're doing the
You're gone again. Yeah.
Again?
We hear a word and then.
Okay, maybe can go to someone else. When I get to a more stable place, I'll let you know.
All right. Signal to me when you're ready.
You can go to Charles. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go to
all right,
Charles
Charles.
or someone else. Yeah.
All right. I'll loop it around to you. So, Charles, you're up next. Speak to us. Charles and next.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'll be brief and short. See, I'm really, really tired of Nigeria's situation. It's kind of deplorable. Look, I'll just cut it down to the chase. This presidential system is not working. It's best on a good scenario when they roll out the budget, whether it's 20 trillion or whatever, they should even allocate anything to health or education or this thing. They should just pay off all Nigerian politicians. One-time payments to every one of them's account, local government chairman, whatever, past governors and everything. Let them all go, leave the system, use the balance to run a census, let us know our population. When you do that, create a regional system of government where funds are allocated to each region based on its population size. When it comes to the allocation of funds, but there's nothing like Southeast oil or whatever. They should just gather all the oil and just, like I said, share it according to the population and solve this problem once and for all. Let every region appoint whoever they want. Because I'll be honest, like the system is not just working. At the end of the day, what is going to happen is that we're going to run these elections, rigging and everything. The system is going to get worse and worse. At the end of the day, it might be 30 years. When the system is completely dead, people will hit this. It's just going to be a bloody massacre because people are already getting frustrated right now.
Nigerians are used to suffering now. Nigerians they don't have
No. We're used to suffering, but look, it will reach a point because we just have selfless leaders.
Has it not reached that point?
No, it hasn't. No. It hasn't. It hasn't reached the point yet. It hasn't reached that point. It might take another 30 years, unfortunately. But when we reach there, it will be bloody. It will really be bloody. But like I said, regionalism is what we need. It's not hard. We don't need all these Easterners complaining, Northerners complaining. No, let every region have their own president or whatever and split the budget based on the population size. They really need to do that census. You know that census? One of the reasons why they're not doing that census, these people have just been using that census to allocate resources to where it's not needed into private hands and stuff like that. They need to, if it means the next year's budget, if they should use the entire budget to do the census, let us do it and know exactly how to allocate our resources. That's one. The second one, when it comes to the investment part, look, I'll be honest with you, even me, I would not, nobody wants to invest in Nigeria now. Which investor is going to come to a country that is continually losing? First of all, the population. Yes, we have the population. The population now can't even feed themselves. So what's the chances of its citizens patronizing your goods or you making a profit? Even when you get the profit and everything, you are more likely to say, you know what, I cannot get profits in Naira, a currency that is not even stable. When it comes to power generation or anything, there's no subsidy, there's nothing, you're at a loss. The country has collapsed. There's no, in terms of investment, they can't find any other, they should just forget about it. The other part, when it comes to the oil or whatever that is, I don't know why they remove. So maybe what they should do, if I was the president, maybe what I'll do is, if your production is I don't know what Nigeria's production is, whether it's 2.5 million, maybe you increase your production to 3 million. Use 500, the extra 500,000, give it to Dangote or whatever to subsidize for maybe public transportation or whatever, because that's the only thing I can see. That's the only credible solution to this whole subsidy issue. Increase your production. And when it comes to Nigeria being cash strapped and everything, you probably have to meet with your OPEC members. You have to increase your production, and they have to like give you leverage to actually try and sustain your economy. Because the country, I'm even tired of always coming on the platform. Look, that country is just not working. And we are all just playing ethnic politics, religious politics. Let's not lie to ourselves. The country is not working. Most of us just derive joy in, okay, an Igbo man is president or a Yoruba man is president, and that's not the satisfaction we get. It's not as if the country is only going to get better or anything like that. But I think we've reached that point in time. Even us back home, we are like, you know what, whoever is president, let them just change the system. But that's all I can say with Nigeria as far as I'm concerned. The other part of the LGBTQ, whatever, I don't even have a problem with it. I just have a problem.
Hold on. Before you say anything on that, we've had communication from higher up.
Not to talk about it.
No, we can talk about it, but not from higher up. But
Okay.
there's been can you see on your screen? So this is a Ministry of Foreign Affairs press release. Nigeria not present at the signing of Samoa Agreement on the 15th of November 2023. The attention of the federal government of Nigeria has been drawn to the diverse pronouncements and publications on the implication of Nigeria signing the new partnership agreement known as the Samoa Agreement between the member states of the Organization of Africa, Caribbean and Pacific States and the European Union. The Samoa Agreement covers 6 key priority areas of human rights, democracy and governance, peace and security, human and social development, environmental sustainability and climate change, inclusive sustainable economic growth, and development, etc., etc. The agreement supersedes and replaces the Cotonou Agreement of 2000, which in turn was preceded by several other agreements aimed at bolstering relations between those nations listed and the EU. The general public is invited to note that Nigeria was not represented at the signing ceremony, which took place in Samoa on Wednesday, the 15th of November 2023, and hence has not signed the agreement. Relevant Nigerian stakeholders are currently studying the instrument with a view to ensuring that its provisions do not contravene Nigeria's domestic legislation. So that is the position of the government. So they have not signed the gay law yet. So you can rest easy. You were a bit concerned there where you.
No, I'm not concerned. Though. Who is concerned? Look, you know the funny part of this whole thing. Look, Nigerians, there are a lot of gay people, brisky, and we don't even care. Like, is that a concern? Nobody. When last have we heard of maybe Nigerians attacking gay people? Nobody cares. Nigerians have been free to exhibit them. Nigeria is one of the first liberal countries in Africa that really allows people to just be free and do whatever they want. We have Bobrisky. These people are out there making money, endorsements and things like that. Nobody cares. The problem I have is, maybe most people even really are bothered about this whole signing and everything is, look, this is not even a priority, 1. And 2, it's instead of you to be signing things like investments and things like that, it just looks as if the EU is it looks like they're forcing something that is not even necessary, not beneficial to your people down your throats. They're putting that as preference over investments, over survival, like they're holding the country to ransom. That is what people are really upset about. Do you understand? The whole LGBTQ, nobody cares. If your child wants to be a whatever person, nobody cares. The only thing again is that they should not. The other problem is that they should not force it on people. They should not make it like a curriculum. There are a lot of these people all over the whole place in Nigeria. they're free to practice what they want to do. But what they shouldn't do is now make it like a curriculum in schools and things like that. That is just ridiculous because, first of all, everybody is free to be whoever they want to be. And Nigeria has never like recorded any case of maybe lynching or attacking it. So they shouldn't try and use that to, because we are dependent on them, because that's what really is pissing people off, because we are dependent on maybe
Yeah,
the
but
EU.
he will place the piper now. If you are borrowing money from them, they can invite you to drop your trousers.
And this is what I mean. This is what I used to talk about. And this is the problem with this country. You collect all this money, you collect loans and everything. Instead of you to use these loans and develop yourself and make yourself independent, you misuse these loans. Go back to, they know, yeah, it's like somebody that is always coming to, you give the person. See, the idea behind loans now for the EU and everything, they know that, to be honest, you're not even going to use anything for your benefit. So they're even hoping they give you these loans, you misuse it, you come back to them. Maybe they give you 1 naira, you come back to them. That 1 naira they gave you, they will collect 20 naira from you. Do you understand? And Nigerian leaders are so selfish. We are so selfish that we only collect loans to just embezzle. You don't develop yourself. You don't get independent. You don't want to be free from these people. And these people know it, and they're taking advantage of us. And what is even annoying is that we don't receive, the ordinary Nigeria does not receive any benefits from this loan. Then you take the loan, then you now mortgage the future of Nigerians in terms of all these policies that you want to bring into place. Do you understand? Based on the fact that you misused the loan, they didn't even benefit anything. They are now, because you took those loans, you're now making the EU or the West to force policies on us because we took loan that we didn't even benefit from. It's very irritating. And that's what Nigerians are really pissed off about. But the last one I'll just talk about, the economic, Wale Edun saying we shouldn't expect any such. Look. There's nothing to even exceed. I can bet you 4 years, I don't expect anything from Tinubu. After 4 years, he will get re-elected. After 8 years, things will still get worse. And like I said, I think what will happen now is APC has done the 16 years and PDP will come in. As a matter of fact, Labour Party should not merge with PDP. I'll rather...
Sorry, Charles. Is that what Wale Edun is saying? Is it not fair comment, given the circumstances that the country is in?
What is fair?
We just went through 8 years of snakes swallowing dollars. So of course, when you come out of that, you can, unless you want to go and cut through the belly of the snake, and I defy you to go to Daura to try and do that. We're in a precarious situation, and it's telling you that there are no easy fixes. Surely are we not aware that this was always what was going to happen after Buhari? We saw what happened under Buhari now. We are going to go through a pain period. There's no, whoever the president is today, we would have still gone through this pain period.
One man, that's why I told you that. See, look, this presidential system is not working. In fact, we've gotten this whole democracy we've been practicing is just rubbish. I'll just be plain out. It's rubbish. We have political parties who are not based on ideologies. They're based on individuals taking decisions for the entire country. Then when everything goes south, you blame it on the individual and not the party. So what do you want to, where are we moving to in that regard? There's no way you can. So in other words, we're not even voting. So why are we even voting? What's the point of APC and PDP? What are those political, what's the essence of political parties if they don't have any ideologies? Why don't you just name the parties Buhari Party and Tinubu Party?
But they have ideologies, though. They have ideologies.
What's the ideology?
The APC is a left of center party, and the PDP is a right of center party. So that's their ideological front.
So what the right and left of center parties? So at least we'll know if so. Both of them are capitalist oriented, or is anyone socialist?
No, the APC is left of center. It's a welfareist sort of a thrust. We saw it throughout all the policies that Buhari was rolling out, all the trader money, all the cash parachutes, all the social welfare programming and all of that. And under the PDP is a more business oriented sort of
okay, that's why the likes of Atiku, anytime Atiku is bringing his manifesto, he's always talking about selling off of assets and stuff like that.
Well, exactly, because the country should exist of its own commercial strength.
Okay, so let me just round up this way. See, look, like I've said, we're getting this presidential system of government we're practicing is rubbish. Okay, I don't accept two people coming out of the same party, Buhari and Tinubu, and we voting this. Okay, you say a party has failed. Is it the party that has failed or the individual has failed? I honestly speaking, Nigeria is a very confused country, because if and the way we're going is more like, that's why we always keep on making the same mistakes over and over again. So let us put it in this scenario. If Buhari fails, then Tinubu now comes in. Tinubu messes it up, God forbid, in 8 years. And Nigerians and APC comes again the third time. We're going to blame Tinubu this time around, not Buhari, right? That's how it works. It's not the party's fault or anything. And funny enough, most of the people that get re-elected in the new, let's say after Tinubu, APC again, most of the people that get re-elected into positions are still part of the previous organization or the previous administration under the same party. See, Nigeria is doomed. Unfortunately, let's just not even kid ourselves. Nigeria is a doomed country. We can wait 30 years when everything goes to shit. The people will hit the streets and maybe we'll be the next Rwanda or whatever it's called. But as far as I'm concerned, there's no hope for that country. I've even given up on it. That's all I can say. I'm even tired of the whole arguments every time.
What about all those vast estates that you built in Lekki? What will happen to them?
One man. See, within the course of maybe like over the few years, maybe the last 4 years, a lot of people have actually, the whole Japa syndrome is one thing. People have actually lost confidence, and that's why this dollar thing, there's a problem. A lot of people have lost confidence in Nigeria, okay?
Say so. You know that Japa is turning into Japada.
It's a lie. Japada. It's a lie. It's a lie. See, so there are two sets of people. There are people that Japa, the rich and everything, that have the money to live and stuff like that. That's one. The other set of people are people that they don't have the money to actually live, but rather, since they've given up on Nigeria, so they will rather, because they know Nigeria is a sinking ship, they will take their naira and convert it to dollars to avoid being. The country is gone. Nobody has hope in that country. Japa, people are still japaing on a steady basis. Even all our politicians, I can bet you, for every politician in Nigeria, one of their child is outside the country. And for that child that is out of the country, half of their investments or half of their wealth is outside the country. The country is, if we are saying that the top 5% of Nigerians, rich, are the politicians, then we know that Nigeria is a doomed country. Our assets, everything is out of Nigeria. The country, the people that are in Nigeria that are staying there are people that they have no choice. They have no choice. They're going to drown with the ship. So that's all I can say on this whole matter.
Doom and gloom. You don't have any cheery news. Are you a prophet of doom?
But what?
Next, Charles, you dropped. Are you back?
And whatever. Even if I have hope in Obi, because I just feel it's not the party, not even Obi itself. I just feel Obi is just a way forward for a new Nigeria. You understand? And that's why I don't even want that merger. I'll rather let this whole system continue with APC, PDP, APC, PDP. But Labour Party should not merge with PDP. Because the moment they do that, we are back to square one. Is either we bring in...
You say, I too, I want a new Nigeria. And I'm hopeful for a new Nigeria as well. And that new Nigeria, we're not going to get to it at the pace that we're going or under the system that we have. We need a paradigm shift. We need a leap, a leap of faith, but a leap in a totally different direction. We just need, we need a short, sharp action, that changes the dynamism. We need that. we desperately need that, and I'm on board with that narrative. But it is not captured. It's captured in the in the presentation, but it doesn't quite cut it. But anyway, as time goes on, maybe as we remove Obi and then we start to pick through what is that obedience space, maybe what we want is actually in there, but we need Obi out of the way just for us to be able to,
Why do we need to? Why do you want Obi out of the way?
Because Obi is too toxic now. Obi is what? No. Obi is one of what we are trying to escape from.
What are you escaping from, Obi? What has Obi done?
We want to escape from the rotten, toxic, greedy, gluttonous sort of politics. Obi was the chairman, was the in charge of Tinkan Island Abacha regime. Obi was a senior advisor to the Goodluck Jonathan administration. Obi was the vice presidential candidate for Atiku Abubakar. He was a two-term governor the Anambra State under the so it's the vestiges of the past.
I want to ask you a question.
Obi is not the face of the future. Last part of what we are trying to escape from.
But last question: if I know Obi is the face, basically presidential face of the Labour Party, but apart from that, the composition of Labour Party in terms of its leadership, apart from Obi, is there any other? Can you say that half of its members are part of the old guard? Labour Party.
You know where we're trying to get to in that space. Forget the Labour Party. Let's look at the obedient movement, because the Labour Party is just it's nothing to do with anything. What we are trying to get to in that obedient movement is actually to spaces like yourself, Uptown, etc. But you are too invested in that personality. But people like myself, as an example, who know the antecedent of that character, is not fit for purpose. But the narrative itself is the narrative of the future.
Do you know that the obedient movement is not actually Obi? I don't know why people think that the Obi is not the obedient
that's
movement.
That's why we need to remove Obi so that we can see Obi is the fog that clouds.
Okay. Last question: if you are going to remove Obi, can you name? You want to change the old guard, everything. Or you pick one person outside of Nigerian politics, apart from Obi, that can fill that position and stand and match the political strength on ground with Major Atiku and Buhari, Tinubu.
No, you know what will match the what is on ground is a revolutionary fervor, and that revolutionary fervor is going to it's a bit like NSAS. You cannot point to a leader of NSAS, but you can point to the potency of it, because it was that moment in time when enough was enough. So that organism, that organic rawness of that space, which is embedded in the bright-eyed look to the future of people like Uptown, yourself, but although you are starting to sound a bit cynical now, so that space, that is where the future is. But the fog that clouds it is elements like Peter Obi, so he needs to be out of the way.
What if we take out Peter Obi as the lead front and put in Sowore under the Labour Party? Would it work?
Sowore might work, but Sowore is a nothing. We need somebody like Uptown. So
one man, don't make me upset. What do you mean? What do you mean? Sowore is a nothing. So who do you? That's what I'm telling you.
It's not a nothing. No, it's a senior political. But Sowore is a single narrative politician. It's a kumbaya guy.
That's why you need Obi now, because Obi is the one that can match this guy's strength for strength.
So I withdraw that statement because it's a substantial figure. But I think you get what I mean. Yeah.
Okay, no problem.
So get rid of Obi and then we'll talk business, because we are in your space.
No way.
We want to come in.
Obi don't do one man for this life.
I don't understand one man. No, I don't understand.
We don't want a nonsense like Obi that is Atiko's running mate telling us that it's not a new man.
How about if we replace him with Ekweremadu, will you be happy?
If you replace him with Madam Obeze Kwesele, I'll be happy. So or Mogalu.
I don't even want Magale again, Joe. That guy is politically compromised one way. I don't know.
No, I think it's too much into fine boy to be a real It's too much. It's too busy trying to look pretty to be a real politician. Mogalu.
He needs to go and test his strength in Anambra State before he comes out. He don't just need to be going around.
But
to go to Anambra and test his strength.
Obi is an impediment to that movement. I can
Obi
tell you that.
Obi has already tested it. Obi has already tested his strength. Obi became governor when no one talks he can become a governor.
What about
Single-handedly became a governor. Dismantled PDP.
Donald Duke is not so bad. Not about products that can be repackaged as.
But he has not been speaking now. The guy just remains silent. We don't know where he is.
After he became governor, he's not like the career politicians who go around looking for the next new ticket.
He never came out boldly to confront the system. He needs to come out now. Just like you people say, Obi did this, Obi did that. He needs to come out. It's not that I don't like the guy. Donald Duke is a nice guy, but
the way
he
package Obi, go and repackage Donald Duke.
When he comes out to say that he wants to, before Obi started, we had a lot of his interviews, engagement, and all that before people begin to pick interest in him. So let Donald Duke is the one to market himself. When he comes out and speak, and people begin to hear him, I'm not saying he's a bad guy. He can get that support. Yeah. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Aja.
One man that is saying Obi is nothing and nothing is this, and others that Obi cannot be relevant again in Nigeria politics, 2027, he cannot do this, he can't do that. I think they are looking at that 6 million vote as nothing.
Yeah.
They are looking at it as if that 6 million vote is nothing. But I can tell them that 6 million vote means a lot. That 6 million vote, whether you like it or not, for the next 4 years, that 6 million vote will make Obi relevant in our national politics. That's 6 million.
Do you know what it means? Do you know that anybody from the north will now wants to take him even as a vice because they have guaranteed that they are getting support from the southeast? What are these people talking about? Even if not for president, Obi now in the southeast. If you are talking about vice from the south, he's number one. A northerner coming. If he approached a northerner now to say, "I want to be your vice," that person will not even argue it for once.
Look, if group of politicians in the north are looking for a person from the east to align with in 2027 to kick out APC or Tinubu, Obi will be the number one. Obi will be number one on the list to consider, to say who is that political shaker, who is that person that we can consult with that can give us vote from that place. It's Obi now, so we can't rubbish that 6 million vote. We can't look at it as because it's just one-time election and that 6 million vote is ended there. We wish it away. No, it's not like that. It's not going to work like that. Buhari's 12 million vote. Buhari's 12 million vote follow Buhari at every election cycle for 3 presidential elections, 3 times consecutively. Time after time, 3 times for Buhari, that 12 million vote from the north. He doesn't win in the south, though. It doesn't win anywhere in the south.
Aja, you know,
It's from the north.
building another
So
candidate.
if you are describing Obi's vote as religious vote or Southeast vote, is a vote that will follow him for the next 4 years, that will still make him relevant. So we can't wish Obi away as far as national policy is concerned now. We cannot wish him away. He has come and he has come to stay, whether we like it or not.
And to build another politician in that obedient space will not be somebody like Donald Duke now. You know, he has contested before under SDP. Nobody noticed him. Donald Duke has once contested the presidency. But you know, to build him now, it's already you build on what you have already have. Than going to pick another person now to say you want to build somebody like Donald Duke. PDP will just APC will just flog you they will just kick you out in the next election. But they know that to be at least they have a fight to fight.
What
so that is the
has
issue.
shown in that country is that once you are determined, you are resilient, and you have that, capacity to have your people behind you. Your people. It doesn't matter where you get those people from, whether from the religious or whether from what do you call it, tribal. Once you can have them behind you, you can become a political force in that Nigeria.
Sorry,
This is what Buhari did. Hold on. This is what Buhari did to be relevant that took him to presidency. He has his people behind him. Only from the north. Buhari doesn't win election. Did not win election in any part of Nigeria other than the north. If you can have your people behind you, it can shoot you up to a political limelight in Nigeria. That is what what do you call it? Obi have shown to us. Buhari did the same thing. Obi have done the same thing too. So it just have to be consistent. He have to stand up as a leader. He mustn't show weakness. He have to talk all the time. He has, like what he just said now.
We've lost you, Ajale Koko.
Yeah, one man, I have a question for the man who has the floor. May I come in, please?
You can ask the question, but I think he's dropped. But ask the question anyway. Charles next, his name is. Yeah.
Okay. This idea of always, what's the word do I use now? Of always not wishing the country well. Don't you think you are demarketing your candidate? Because for a person like me, if I have to ask me a question in 2026, it's about this issue that you, Mr. Candidate, your followers have a dislike, almost bordering on the morbid for the country you want to govern. How do you relate that?
Well, Charles is not here, so let me attempt on his behalf. You see, Charles, this is just my thinking. People like Charles. So the defeat in the elections, the loss at the elections, it has been traumatic for a lot of these people. Not Charles especially, but a lot of that obedient space. They are debutants into politics. This is their first outing in politics. And they've come in with that youthful enthusiasm, thinking they're going to change the world, that this narrative makes infinite sense to them, and therefore it must obtain. So this has been a baptism of fire, and a lot of them. Hold on, let me speak, please. this has been a baptism of fire for a lot of them, and a lot, they're just trying to, they're still ebbing through or flowing through that the trauma of that experience. Of course, they took nothing out of that whole space. Not a single
Well, the quicker
thing.
they get out of that trauma, the better for them.
And also, they are exasperated when they look at the Nigerian space, and they just see an endless grind. And then
because you have an edict, then you have to cut off your head.
Well,
right?
no. This is what is going on in a lot of people's heads. So they're seeing an endless grind, and then this output by Wale Edun to tell you that there is no immediate light at the horizon, which is to tell you that there's going to be a long period of pain. So also they're just exasperated by the whole thing, coupled with the trauma of that, kick in the head that they got at the elections. So that's what you're hearing in a lot of these voices, is trauma.
Okay. One man, I'm surprised you are the one answering this question from Baba.
No, Charles was in here.
But you should have directed it to another obedient now, instead of you picking the question.
All right.
You understand?
Okay, you go for
I don't know the answer you are trying to give, Baba, but nobody is demarketing the presidency. It's not all about hate and all that. At least chance has been given to him.
No, I'm not saying the presidency, the country, Nigeria, whom everybody
the country,
wants
Nigeria.
to.
It's just that Baba, you see, we need to be realistic. The system is not well organized. Because if somebody like me now comes out and tell you tomorrow, and I believe that this system will just change, that these guys will just change, I'm lying to myself. Honestly. You just look at the INEC system, you look at the economic system, you look at the guys sitting on our economy, especially those politicians, the way they squander money and all that. How do you want me to believe? Okay, just yesterday, Rwanda president announced that there is no travel for every government official in that country again, at least to the end of the year.
Rwanda, not Rwanda. I think Malawi. I'm not too sure now.
Either Malawi or
definitely not Rwanda.
Yeah, one of these African countries. Because they look at their economy, the best thing that they can see is cutting cost of the governance. The man have to come out and make that bold statement, and even many Nigerians are commending him. We know what is right. The guy is like he's putting on this kind of some of austerity measure and all that in the country to know whether they can save their economy, which is good.
No, Ekene, what I'm saying is, look, blast Aso Rock, attack the person of Tinubu, but when you say the country you want to rule, you aspire to rule, should burn down, then what do you want to rule after if the country burns down? It is about the country I'm talking about, because if you have an headache, you don't apply a cutlass to your neck and cut your head off because you have a headache.
No, we are not burning down. Nobody's burning down, but it's just
that's what I heard from the last speaker.
It's just the real fact. When people speak the fact, we don't see it as burning down the country, but we must say things the way it is.
I hear that pronounced every time.
Baba, you don't need anything to convince me that the country wants to move forward. Tinubu don't need anything. His action alone will convince me.
Yeah, it's a fact. You are entitled to that. But what Nigeria is what I'm talking about here, because anytime I hear that word, I mean, I don't know
matter what.
No, sorry, this is Charles. This is Charles. So
President Tinubu are representing Nigeria.
Did you drop?
No.
You have a president, bash him.
No, it's not. So what I meant, let me not be honest with you. It's not as if I want the country to burn, and it's not even related to that. But it's just my frustrations, and most of the obedient movements are people that are actually frustrated with the system. You understand? It's not as if we want the country to go to hell or whatever, because we're still part of the country. We still have people there and everything. But it's more or less like a clamor for change. It's just like Nigerians that are really fed up. Nobody wants the country to burn. Maybe my choice of words are poor, but it's more or less like the country should just...
No, it's not only you. That's what I hear every time.
It's frustration. See, let me not lie to you. See, let me be honest with you. I went to Nigeria during Buhari's time, okay? I wanted to buy some clothes, from a mall that I used to go to over the years and everything. When I was staying in Nigeria, those kind of things, clothes, shirts and stuff for my girls used to cost like 2,000. You won't believe I went there and the price of a trouser was 10,000 naira. This was under Buhari. 10,000 for one pair of trousers that I had to buy to bring back. And if things were that bad and I was complaining, I'm wondering what things are right now. How many Nigerians can
Those
even afford?
That 10,000 is very cheap then, no?
How many Nigerians can even afford? See, Nigeria is in a very bad situation, though. I will not lie to you. I think people like us, we are just privileged to just be able to afford things because we earn in foreign currency. But I put myself in the situation of the average Nigerian that earns 30,000, 80,000, 100,000. We are in a serious mess. I think the average Nigerian is just so, they don't really know what to do. The hands are tied. INEC is compromised. Judiciary is compromised. Police would, if you go on the street after NSAS, they will just kick you by the side. So a lot of Nigerians are dying inside. They're like silent, but they don't know what to do. And people like us come out and address these things aggressively because we know what they feel. And we're not shy away from actually being the voices of those people that are unheard of. That's just the thing. I don't want Nigeria to burn or anything.
Let me interest you. I don't know if you belong to that era, but do you know what we call Japa now was once what we call Andrew in the early 80s?
Yeah, Andrew, don't check out. Andrew, don't check out Nigeria. Yeah, I remember that.
We had Andrew in the early 80s. We had NPN advertisement, was it, or UPN advertisement of a woman who went to the market and was pointing, when she got to the butcher's stall, she was pointing to bones. And I said, Madam, that na bone. Oh, she said na for bingo. You understand? But the satire, it was a satire. You understand that was what Nigeria has become then, that people are even seeing meat, cannot afford it and buying bones and pretending they are buying for their dogs. You understand? So maybe that is why somebody like me is inured. You understand? With hope, plenty of hope that I don't see this before. Old woman, they fear big break. You understand? Maybe that is why. Maybe benefit of age. But when you see people like me coming from historical background like this, I want people to temper their anger and face Aso Rock. Make Aso Rock uncomfortable for the occupiers. That is the way of progress. But when you turn the anger on the entity, the corporate entity called Nigeria, and wishing it something so despicable, I get very, very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable. Thank you, Charles, for your time.
But one more, if I can respond to what Baba just said, I won't take much time. Baba, the issue is this. The issue here is this. None of us want Nigeria to burn down. If you have anything, if there's anything that you always talk about, they say that when a child is crying and is pointing at something, it's either his father or the mother is right where the child is pointing at. The issue there is that we are crying about Nigeria. Have you seen us cry about Malawi? Have you seen us cry about any other place? We are talking. That is the reason why we're spending time. If we want that country to burn down, why would I stay this long?
I wouldn't be talking about it if I didn't hear it.
Yeah, so no, but the issue there is that, you see, I'm just telling you, it's just like ironical. Nobody wants Nigeria to burn down. The issue there is that everybody is talking about they're trying to let out their frustrations, and I believe you should understand with their frustrations. Look at the example Charles just gave you. When I went to Nigeria, I said, let me go to the market, because I went to Balogu, where we usually sell. sending me enter Mandalas. When they're sending me get some gin. Then that was 2019. It was 18,000 naira. That was inside market too. 18,000 naira. What is the average salary of the average worker? So when you look at it, it's easy for us to stay in abroad and not understand. They tell you send 1,000, you send 1,000. Send 500, you send 500. Those people living there, some of them that don't have people living abroad, it's hard. So they are voicing their frustration. And those frustration is what is captured in the obedient movement. We are just there talking about we want an equitable Nigeria. We want a progressive Nigeria. It's what we want. If Nigeria is working, if you're coming out on the street to protest, they mean that you're mad. But the thing there is that Nigeria is not working, and we're not even seeing the roadmap. We're not even seeing, like, the hope is like everybody that comes into power, before power comes and tell us many things. And when they get into power, it's like, oh, no, we cannot continue this way. Something has to give in. Even if it was Obi that came into power and started behaving like Tinubu, why not?
Somebody like me, we're B2B in Asu Rock, tirelessly, 247. I won't give him rest, but I will not touch Nigeria.
No,
I will not touch Nigeria. Because people like me, that is where I'm going to sleep. I will not sleep outside. Yoruba say, I'm not sleeping outside.
But Baba,
at my age,
Baba,
I've made arrangement for that.
That is the point. That is the point now. The point is that do you know that even Nigeria has lost their voice in the Nigerian system. Nigerians, they have lost their voice. Because you don't have the hope of removing these people because of the system or the INEC system. You don't even have the right to protest. When you protest, it's either they rebel ethnic protest. It's either it becomes southeast or southwest or northern protest. And that is the problem. So who is not going to go first? Who is going to go first? If maybe now, I don't want my business to burn. So the best thing I can do is just that my small shop in Alaba there, just to keep it and be managing myself.
Baba, you're saying fight.
Understand?
The last time we fought, see what happened during NSAS now. In fact, NSAS is one of
all those accusations from and the politicians will use it. The politician will use it. If anything goes now, maybe the protesters from the east now, maybe some people from the west and the north join them. The next thing you will hear is the IPOB, is this and that. Why there are more many Nigerians that join the protest? So it becomes ethnics. The politicians will use it to do campaign in the next election. You see, and that time, if you have a candidate from your side that you want to support, they will tell you that they will begin to tell their people this one will destroy Nigeria the way they did during that protest.
And that is why I said that. That is why I said that it's only a regional system of government that can fit Nigeria. Yes. After all, if the East has a problem and Easterners carry placards and say, to hell with you, you get out of this region, would the West or the North tell us there is a political, that one ethnic group is trying to sabotage the country? Everybody will mind their business.
Even for now.
But do you know something, Ekene, Charles?
Yeah.
Up till today, not one a senator or House of Rep has presented a bill at the National Assembly asking for regional government and a pathway to it. Not one.
Do you know why?
Couple of years.
Do you know why that will not? Do you know why? Even let me not lie to you. If I was a senator, I will not pass that bill. Do you know why? Because the problem with regional system of government, you are going to be highly accountable. You are like directly to your people. Everybody will know you. It's like all these almost like the local government kind of thing. Everybody,
they will not allow it. The oil is in the south. The oil is in the south. The only thing they're focusing is the oil. So and it's in the south. So how can you make the region so that
let me give you something that happened. Let me give you something that happened recently. No, just give me. Let me make this point. 15 seconds, please. I read somewhere recently that Rivers State has signed their VAT bill long ago. I read it only when Sanwo-Olu was signing the VAT bill end of last week. So Lagos State has acted to take their VAT money, which is about 50 billion every year they will be getting, rather than send it to center. They fought, they went to court and got a judgment. So 2 states, and all the other states are quiet. They forget that they have to go to court and fight it for their state also. It's not like the federal government is talking, but Rivers State has taken the advantage. Sanwo-Olu has taken the advantage because they have their man in the center.
Baba, let me ask you a
this
question.
This is politics. This is democracy.
Can any of you tell me the allocation of any of your senator? Like, what have they done for your local government? Or I don't know how it even works in Nigerian presidency.
I'm from Lagos, so that is very, very easy.
Do you know how much they get every year? Do you know what is
you mean the
allocated?
Senators?
Yes, and it's for infrastructural development or whatever.
Constituents projects.
Yes.
Oh, leave that one, Charles. Lagos State, we are on top of the game. We are on top of the game.
Because that's the problem with that presidential system of government.
I won't tell you how we function in Lagos.
Nigerians, 90% of
Nigerians
don't even know that senators collect constituency allowances for development.
This is the problem. So we have to get some education here. We have to educate ourselves. That bill must come to the National Assembly. That is where it starts.
Can I interject?
Yes, go ahead, please. Okay, why am I saying go ahead? It's Charles that has the space. Sorry.
Can I interject? You see, we say regional government. Now, what's the difference between the regional government and the current state government? Even the state government is even closer to the people than the regional government. But we are not holding the state governor accountable. So the fact that you took it from the center, what difference is that? You said the local government is supposed to be there. Buhari is doing everything to empower, did everything to empower the local government. And the people are not even shouting. They say, take your money by yourself. It is the local government that are even now taking the money to the governors by themselves. You understand? So if you see one regional government, that cannot solve anything. You see, if they make a system good, everything will be okay. No, somebody said no. Make the people good. Any system will work when you have good people with the right mindset. The followership of Nigeria needs to start thinking right. We need to hold the right people accountable, just like Papa said. Put fire under the man that is sitting in there in Asoro. Put fire under your state governor. If you are protesting in your state against your state governor, would anybody say it's ethnicity? If you are protesting in Abia, in Anambra, say you are not doing well, or in Oyo, in Ogun, that this government is not doing well, with somebody in Kano they say it's ethnicity. That's what we are talking about now. The system is okay, nothing is wrong with Nigeria. It's the people. Nigerians have better laws than a lot of European countries. We don't lack laws, we don't lack structure, it's the people. The people are terrible. What kind of a human being? They say there's no money. I know what the kid said. He said, you say Buhari has bankrupted the system. Yet you had enough money to be able to buy SUV. Where did you get that from if it's bankrupted? So that's not what I'm saying. When the kid said that, I can't even know. I wasn't even thinking that way. Yeah. He said the system is empty. So all the money that you are using to buy SUV, do everything, where is it coming from?
Let us even think about it. The subsidy that they removed, they were saying that they were going to make savings and channel those savings to infrastructural development and things. But what we've seen in the budget is that they are taking money out. They are tasking like education for. I think last week we were hearing that 40% or something that the government is withdrawing 40% of funding from universities or whatever for them to go and fund themselves. I thought that the subsidy money would be used, the savings from subsidy would have been channeled to maybe improve our education and things. Instead, they're taking out of it. So I don't understand what savings we're getting from subsidy.
The savings can go into a lot of things, but that of education, I know what they are doing. They want to reduce the funding to schools because students start getting student loans. And those student loans are going to be used to pay school fees. So you can't be collecting school fees and government is still funding you. That's what they are saying.
There's a problem with that loan stuff. You see that loan thing that we normally trade our money and everything. Those things are frauds. Those things never work. Those things are only conduits for embezzling money. I don't. How many people do you know have even received this elevation, poverty elevation that Tinubu said he was going to do? How many Nigerians do you know received credit or received money?
People are collecting it. People are collecting it. Even before now, Empower. A lot of people are collecting Empower. So leave that one. It's just that we have distrust for government. That's why we think, oh, anything they want to do is fraud. No. Empower. People collected money very well. So the fact that the politicians are doing it doesn't mean that nothing good will come from them. You understand what I'm saying? But student loan is not going to be fraud. If you are qualified, get your papers together. When the bill is already there, I think it's been sent to National Assembly or something. If once your structure
You know,
is already,
Patoski, yeah. You know what annoys me. When a government know that you cannot do this, but you boldly come to the public and say this will happen. When you know you are not going to meet, you just look at the refinery they just were with all their life that is going to come on stream on by December this year. But they are already changing their ways. I don't know. And how do you want people to believe you? And that is why we are talking about
But I'm the first
accountability.
to tell you here that 3 months back, I told you guys that's not going to happen.
Then why they continue to
They don't know.
those kind of
They will
confidence to
learn when you start slapping them or knocking them their head around. They will learn from their mistakes. They don't know.
Tinubu in Abeokuta was telling everybody, Efokambale, Amagbewale, as if he was going to reduce pump price. How was he going to do that? He was just making empty promises, or he was lying or deceiving the people. He told them he was going to bring down the pump price now.
All right. Let's get back to Ja1L Koko. We still got man of prestige. We've not heard from him. Hopefully, he's still there. Zita also still not spoken. So Ja1L Koko certainly not spoken. Charles, bring it home, and then we go on to Ja1L Koko.
Anyway, in a nutshell, yes, I'm an obedient, but I won't lie to you. The elections are over. I just hope Tinubu just does the right thing. To be honest, even if he can stabilize just the exchange rate, if he can stabilize that in 4 years, I will actually vote for Tinubu for him to just finish his 8-year term. That's my standpoint on the whole thing. But he needs to, no need of empty promises, and they actually need to get the acts together. If not, this talk about Obi not being able to pull 4 million votes, if he does not deliver in 4 years, believe you me, I don't think he will win a re-election after his 4 years tenure.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Charles. So that's Charles and next, of course, a long-standing member of the platform. So on to Ja1L Koko. Ja1L Koko, hopefully your connection is better now. The father of the pride, Ja1L Koko.
Yeah, thank you, one man, and greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. So what am I? Okay, I think I was.
You were on the Wale Edun's gloom and doom pronouncements in the public space.
Yeah, gloom and doom. Well, I think I really commend him for coming out frankly to tell us the situation of things, the reality, and to tell us the direction they are taking the country economically, the reform they are making, and the impact it's going to make, and when we will start to feel the impact. I like what he did. That is how government must communicate. Government officials in sensitive position like him, that is the finance minister, that is the coordinator of the economy, must always come out to tell us the direction they are taking the economy of the country. So, to me, I think it's very frank. That is how government should do. Government should not lie to the people. Government should let the people know the state of things, of the economy, and what they are doing to make it work better for everybody. This is how it should be. You shouldn't lie to anybody. Let us know. So, and we can ask questions. I wish you can sit down with journalists, good journalists that have economic background, that can ask him a very thorough question on economy, not bread and butter analysts that are divided alongside political line and religious and all this nonsense. But, journalists with background in economics, you should be able to sit down with them. Let them ask him tough questions, technical questions on what they see as to how they are running the economy and the reality on the issue. Come and sit down and expatiate better. So that is, I like what he did for coming out to tell us, hey, this is the reform we are making. Look, gentlemen, it's we're on a very rough road, but it will take some time, and this is effort we are making. This is what we are doing, and we can see what is doing. At least for the inflow of dollar that we have even used to finance the economy now is the one responsible. He has, the last time that he talked to the press, he told us that he's going to bring in $10 billion. Maybe those money or part of those money, have been brought in, and which I think they are using to pay the backlog of money being owed to several industries. So I really commend him for coming out to and talk frankly on the state of the economy. So that is the way that government should behave. That is the way government official, that is what they can do to tell the people, how they are running the economy. So kudos to him, and I wish he can do more. I wish he can grant more interview, and he can, feel free to go to media houses. This is the time for them, particularly him.
Or he can come here even. He can come here. He's welcome
and
here.
he can come here. Come to one man, went to more. We don't give, we don't like Bola that come here. Some people are bowing head for him. I will not bow head for any. I will go straight to them, tell them who they are, and it doesn't matter as far as I am concerned. So Wale Edu, what you need to do, for you have a great responsibility to show to Nigerian people the effort that Mr. President is making, because every effort that you are making as the coordinator of the economy, you are doing it on behalf of the president. So you need to speak more to the press, to the media. You need to visit media houses, let them ask you tough questions, explain to them, let them know, so Nigerian people can really know that, okay, you are really working, or the administration is working, and you are putting effort to, put the economy on the right track. That is what it should do. They need to speak more to Nigeria, to Nigerian people rather. They don't need to lay back and run the administration the way they are running it in the past. No, the time they run the way they used to run the country, they should change the approach. They should change the way of running. They should speak more to Nigerian people. Nigerians want to hear from them, because Nigerian people are going through tough time. Why must we be going through tough time? Why must we sacrifice? They have to tell us. But so far, they have not done well they have not shown discipline. They are not showing interest in sacrifice as the people have sacrificing right now, we don't see it on the part of the government. So government officials should be able to show that discipline, and that they should be able to show that yes, they are sacrificing as Nigerian people, so that all of us will be on the same all of us will be in the same ship as same people. But when you people are sharing 150 billion to buy car, and you are buying yash, and you are this, and you are telling us, people will lose confidence. A lot of people are beginning to lose confidence in Tinubu. A lot of people are speaking up. People that really voted, people that are really strong supporter. You show us a video of one man that is driving yesterday. You see the way he was cursing him in Yoruba language? Look, this is it. If the situation does not improve,
are you trying to mimic an Oyo voice? Are you qualified to be mimicking
Ọ̀yọ́ lórí gbogbo ilẹ̀ Yorùbá àbí kò ṣe di Ọ̀yọ́ là ń sọ ni. So
Ajah say they are buying yash.
Abi, they buy yash. So look,
oh God.
Tinubu, Wale Edu and some others. I mean, this administration have enormous challenges, and they should be able to show to people that look. Now they are saying that what did that guy said? What do you call him? New Ribadu was saying, "Oh, we met a lot of a bankrupt economy." Okay, Obi responded, "Good. I like what Obi did. If they are courageous enough as government, if they are courageous enough to show to us that what they are saying is true, yes, we know that they met a very serious and empty treasury. Empty treasury. That is what Tinubu's met. Empty. Nothing. We don't have to lie to ourselves. Zero. Minus zero. Treasury. That is what Tinubu said. I mean, that is what he meant. They should be able to publish it, because that nation belongs to all of us. If we have a set of people that run down the economy, we should have a record to show to Nigerian people, and history, something that should go into history, that look, this must not happen to us again. This must never happen to our nation again. And why did it happen? We should be able to know why it happened. Because we have people that run the country from one particular party, aiding and supporting corrupt practices, corrupt mismanagement of the economy, and that is what was responsible for this. APC, all of them were defending Tinubu, Buhari back then. None stood up to say, no, this is not the way to run the country. None. Everybody were giving, oh, yes, we want to beat you. They were supporting everybody, every one of them, including Tinubu and all of them. They were giving 100% support to Buhari. So the party is more important. The success of their party is more important than the success of the country. That is the way APC, Buhari, govern the country. That must never happen to our country again. So that is the more reason why Tinubu must publish this. If he's courageous, he must publish it. We must see it in black and white, and people must be prosecuted. People that looted the resources of the country at the detriment of the pain, suffering, and this sacrifice, hardship that we are going through. Some people must be punished so that that can serve as deterrent to others. That is the way it should do. So opposition parties have responsibility to make. Now they should be strong. They have to stand firm in challenging Tinubu administration. Not objectively though, in order to save this country. Not kumbaya and all this kind of this thing, but objectively, like Obi did. I commend him. I salute him for the question, for the call. It threw at the government. Release what you meant. We should know it. What is the state of the economy? What is the state of the nation that you meant that was handed over to you? But can he have the courage? Can he do it? We can see what he's doing on the central bank. He's the central bank governor that mismanaged the monetary policy is going to trial. It's going to, they're taking him through court. That is the others should go through the same treatment. Others should go through the same system. In the petroleum sector and oil sector, all the, what do you call this, petroleum subsidy, people that were collecting subsidy for delivery of zero petrol for that country, they should be prosecuted for what to do. The former Minister of Finance, all the shenanigans he did, and the others, and the people should be punished. That is what can make, that is what can serve as deterrent to order, and we will not have such a situation again. So while you're going to have done well, so you need to sit down, you need to go to more media houses and talk. He's the manager of the economy. He should address the country time to time so that we can know how he's running the economy. So that's my take on that. One more. What more?
All right. On to this one. Labour Party wants members against attacking chairman. So it looks as though it's the night of the long knives in Labour Party, as the elections came and went, and in spite of all of their noise, they scored zero. So heads have to roll for this, and it looks as though the guillotine is falling on the head at the top. So Aburi's head for the chopping off. Aburi versus Peter Obi. That's what's to play out in the coming week.
You see, one man, what is going on in the Labour Party is an internal wrangling for power. Internal wrangling for power. I think Obi is trying to position himself for 2027. And for him to get the ticket, the chairman of the party must come from the north. Because the arrangement they make in the last election, where you have the chairman of the party, Saudana, the presidential candidate Saudana, the spokesman of the presidential district Saudana, the director of campaign Saudana, everything is just an emergency party. So it was a party that was hurriedly put together to champion the political ambition of Peter Obi. So the time for that has gone. For 2027, I think for the party to look more to look well structured, more a party that is well structured, the leadership position must come from across the country. All geopolitical group, political zone must have um, uh, uh, people in position of leadership of the party. The NECO of the party must be drawn from all geopolitical zone. And for a Southerner, Peter Obi, to get that ticket again, I think the chairman of the party must come from the North. I don't know what is going on. That is number one. That's my that is, number one. That is what I suspect. That's number one. What I suspect. Number two, it could be that the legal matter that Tarabambi and Apapa, the legal matter against the chairman for his corrupt practices, maybe the obedient Obi and his group have seen it that, look, it is true that this guy did this thing. All the evidences are, showing clearly that this guy stole some money or he corruptly enriched himself by the virtue of his leadership. So for judgment to be delivered against him, it's going to tarnish their own image as well, because they have been on his side all the way through to Supreme Court. So if Supreme Court to deliver judgment against him, it's going to be a judgment against the obedient as well, Obi and the obedient, for standing with a corrupt person, whereas they are trying to show an image of non-corrupt at all, that, oh, we can govern the country where we are not corrupt, we are not this. So maybe they're trying to isolate him now so that when the judgment comes, people will not rob them with his with that judgment. They will look at it that Obi and his group are separated from him. So the how do I say it? The negativity that judgment will carry, we solely, the chairman of the party will solely bear it. So they're not going to have no share or no blame at all from that judgment that Supreme Court will deliver on Abure. So that is number two. So, but look, it is not good for them. Whatever the case may be, they should be able to sit down and solve it in-house without the media, without the press knowing anything about it. So this is the second time that the leadership of Obi will be tested. This is the second time. The first time that he failed, was the Arabambi and Papa issue and the party. He failed to manage those guys. If he had shown leadership back then, maybe they would still be together today. But he took side. He was looking at Arabambi and Apapa as, enemy of his ambition. Particularly, they tagged them as element working for Tinubu. Yoruba people particularly that are working for Tinubu. They don't want Igbo man to be president. That is what they were looking at them back then. So this is going to be the second time to test the leadership of Obi. And if Obi failed, and this thing, the wrangling should get out of hand, that will tell me something about Obi, that it is a political leader that lacked that leadership to resolve crisis. If you cannot manage crisis within the party, how would you be able to manage crisis when you are president of 200 million people? So this is a challenge for him. I hope he can manage it well, and whatever be the case, it could be settled amicably within themselves and without fight, and so that they can keep Abure, or what is they call the chairman of the party, and all the same, they can still keep together all the people that are still with him. They are not going to break up, and which he can manage them very well, so that they be together and they continue the movement or the struggle, they want to call it, whatever they call it. Maybe they can continue it together. That is how it can put up a very strong opposition against this against the present administration. But if it break apart, if Abure break apart and the rest break apart, it's going to call his leadership to question. A lot of people will begin to look at him with second. People will start to have a second thought that, come on, what is going on? Why crisis around this guy all the time? Why are we having people breaking apart in his camp? So Obi this is the time for Obi to show leadership. I believe they are listening to also Uptown. They are one of the agents, so go and tell him he has to manage this crisis well, and it must not blow out of proportion. His leadership is closely monitored and will be tested. If he fails to manage it well, I think people will conclude that he lacks that leadership that is capable of managing crisis. So that's the way I see that one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So, I tell you, Coco, this next one, a very short commentary on it, just so we can get to Prestige and then Zeta. Before I bring you, this is a news story, by the way. I'll only give you the headline and just give us a short commentary. Then we go to Prestige, then Zeta. But before I bring you the headline, let me play you this 10-second clip. Okay, so this is from Sahara Reporters, exclusive. Kogi PDP Dino Melaye angry, seeks refund after sharing out 250,000 naira per polling unit for vote buying. So I want my money back, is what Dino is saying. But previously he told us that what it was law. So what are you then making then of if you cannot do the job, then give me my money back, vote buying style?
First of all, this video is an old video, so it has nothing to do with the election, the governorship of election of last week in Kogi State. This is an old video. So then on the issue that is asking the membership of the party to return his money, the money he gave them for election, each polling booth 250,000. I don't think that is done in politics. I don't want to believe that story. It's not true.
He has come out to deny it, by the way, but of course he would deny it.
it's not true. Once money is deployed for mobilization, whether it ended up successfully, I mean, it achieved the set objective, which is to win the election, or the other way around. You can ask. It's never possible to say, oh, because I didn't win the election, everybody go and bring my money. I'll go and knock on their door to give me my money. It's not done. It's not. This is the way that politicians will make mockery of each other. So I believe this mockery of him is coming from APC. Well, possibly it could be from his party too, PDP. Those factions within the party that, claim that the ticket given to him was given to him on the basis of was not, well, it was given to him fraudulently. It was not on the basis of a free and fair primary process. It was rigged in his favor. The ticket given to him was a rigged ticket in his favor because primary was not conducted. It was a kind of kangaroo primary that was conducted, and the national organ of the party favor Melaye. So a lot of leaders in that party, in that state, cross carpet to APC, and they declare openly. They didn't do it. They didn't do it secretly. They declare openly. They declare they switch their support to APC candidate openly. So that is one of the factors that was responsible for Dino Melaye failure in that race. I'm not defending that APC did not rig. Yaya Bello has been the commander of election rigger in Nigeria. So people should not see that election as free and fair as well. They rig it in their favor, but that guy, Dino Melaye, stand no chance to win because majority of the leadership of the party in that state, as a matter of fact, there's one senatorial district, I think maybe East Senatorial District in Kogi State. The entire leadership of the party, they cross to APC in this presidential. They cross to APC, but they are not working for Dino. So if out of 3, you already lost one senatorial district completely, and in your own senatorial district, you have another candidate from another party with you. We are sharing that senatorial district with that party, which is West, Kogi West. And Kogi Central, that is the home base of Yaya Bello and the governorship, candidate of APC. How would you win? So the math does not work good for him at all. So, but on this video that, on the report that is asking for his money back, that is not true. It's never done in politics. And I don't think it will ever be done anytime when somebody loses an election, go and bring me my mobilization fee. No, that money has been spent and it's gone. That's the way it works. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So that was the majestic Ja1L Koko. Of course, that was the majestic Ja1L Koko, who delivers better. But I've probably gone to sleep. Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, you still there? About San Diego. Look at that. Also. All right, Prestige. I'll come back to you again in a microsecond. Hopefully, Zita has not gone to sleep. A voice that you delight in. Zita. Baroness of Oslo. All right. Are you there, Zeta? All right. We don't appear to have
Man,
Zeta.
if nobody there, but let me say one thing before you. Maybe I don't know. Maybe you have another person you want to go to. But let me
No,
say.
I was actually going to play a clip, but carry on. I wanted to play Daniel Boala's interaction on Arise TV, but you go first.
Okay, so one man, I think you and others that are supporting the beating of the Labour president, I think all of you should cover your faces in shame now. Considering the effort that the federal government, particularly the what do you call it, the National Security Advisor, New Rubadu, the effort he has made in getting those people that did that, assaulted that guy, beat him up, and inflicted injury on him. They'll be arrested and they're going to be put through trial.
Have they been paraded?
What?
They have to parade them for me to believe.
So you don't believe what National Security Advisor said?
Is he even in his place?
Until they are displayed, I believe the story told the Labour Party is Aromote.
Okay.
Lullaby.
Okay. So that is all of you should cover your faces in shame.
I will not go cover my face.
Because all of you are anti-workers. All of you are
Zita, I came to you just now. Are you just waking up? Zita. All right.
All of you doesn't see any good.
Yeah, let Ajale Koko land. I came to you earlier.
All of you doesn't see anything good in any effort that workers will fight for their right. At any time they want to fight for their right, you want to chastise them, you want to call them out. What are they asking for? Why are they trying to destroy the country? They want to turn the country upside down. This is what I hear from a lot of you in here. But the government is very smart. They acted well because they know the implication of what happened to the president of worker. They know the implication that, as they said that they will report it to ILO, now that Nigeria is begging around the world, begging for investment, they know the implication. A country that...
But the strike wasn't succeeding, was it?
Who told you that it was not succeeding?
Partial. I know, Aja. You know that's not how they strike in Nigeria.
Baba.
But the government responded quickly now.
Yeah. Okay.
They made some arrests. I responded.
All right, Ajale Koko, we have Zita now. So if you and then we go on to land it, and then we go to Zeta.
Yeah, let me land it. So the government haven't seen it that the image that the treatment they gave to this guy, the image is going to give to outside world as to how Nigerian government treat workers. It's
going to be very, very bad for them. That is why they switched quickly, took action, and those guys have been arrested according to security advisor to the president. To the national security advisor, and they're gonna put them to trial. They will prosecute them. So it's just to tell you guys that don't support evil, don't support criminality, don't support against the workers. What happened? What happened to the president of workers in Nigeria is nothing but criminality that a state governor perpetrated against the workers and the interests of workers in that state. And this will serve as deterrent to other governors. They will never treat workers like that anymore in that country. This will serve as deterrent to them. So I want to give kudos to Nuhu Badu for coming out to speak, to tell them those guys have been arrested, and to give assurance to workers that they'll be very sensitive to their matter and they will not take them as a joke anymore. So kudos to him. So, but all of you guys that supported that criminality and beating of president.
But there is a better way, Aja. We like to be a hero.
Let Coco land. So we got Zita slept, she's woken up. So let's get to her.
Cover your faces in shame, all of you.
I not get handle, so how do I cover my face?
Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, Zita, you're up next. Thank you, Ajani Coco. Zita, you're up next. Zita, are you still there?
Hey, woman.
Well done, Pele. Long day.
Okay. So, what were you people talking about?
The usual Nigerian matters now. Who did what, when, and why? That's what we're doing. Who did what, when, and why? And who saw them doing it? All of those sort of rigmarole. But we were talking about bloodletting is looking like in the Labour Party now. So now the elections come and gone. So people now having to now audit what transpired. A bit of what is it called? A bit of whatever the terminology is. So they're now auditing what transpired, and part of that auditing is to then to assess who is accountable for what and why. And it looks as though Julius Abure, the chairman of the Labour Party, is the first blood to be let in that space. So the Obedience are now looking to seize hold of that Labour Party and rebrand it in their own image. They're saying that Julius Abure, for reasons of his corrupt practices, no longer fit for purpose. He fights back. So what is brewing in the teapot is essentially a fight between Abure and essentially Peter Obi. So that is shaping up for the weeks to come, Zita.
Oh man, is that all the topic you have? I don't care about that. Which other topic do you have?
All right. There is this one. Okay, let me take you to. Let me take you to this one. We've not actually spoken on this one. Dependent visa ban. UK universities hit with low revenue as Nigerians turn to Canada. So now, the system in the United Kingdom was that if you get an admission into whatever institution, often instances to come and do your master's, you can bring your immediate dependents with you. And people use that portal as a japa. So somebody will get a master's degree, the wife or the husband, and then they'll pull their spouse and the children into the UK via that portal. So they have now removed that dependence facilitation, and off the back of that, admissions into UK universities has now almost slashed, almost by half, 44%. They are now looking for 44% spaces to fill. Just from that, foreigners coming in no longer able to. So do you have any thoughts on that space?
You said they turned to Canada. That's what I'm seeing on the screen.
Yes, because I think Canada still gives that facilitation.
I don't think so. I don't know where you
Well,
people
I
get
don't.
it from.
Well,
So
I
turning
don't,
to
it's not me
Canada.
getting
So
it
if
yet.
you're a student in Canada, you bring your family.
I don't know, but that's what the headline is
I
saying.
don't think so. Unless they started that yesterday. I don't think so. So whether Canada or United Kingdom, if United Kingdom has stopped them from bringing their families, then I don't think Canada was doing that in the first place. So I don't know. I really do have issue in the turn to Canada. That's why I came in. But the amount of money they charge international students overseas is ridiculous. So if they stop them from coming, definitely the revenue will drop. More especially students coming from Africa. If you hear the amount their families pay, I would like. By the way, where did people get that kind of money in Nigeria to pay for school fees? But it is what it is. So
you know, some as much as 20 million thereabouts.
Yeah, and then a lot of stories follow it. I don't know, but that is UK. By the way, you
Okay.
mentioned
So this is
UK.
what I said. Yeah.
Let me say,
Let me give you this paragraph.
let me ask you a question. It's like you people are going to act the real Lord of the Rings in the United Kingdom now, in Britain. Because the Lord of the Rings is a movie, but it's like what is going on in your parliament now. The real Lord of the Rings is going to happen come next year. You are not noticing. Your Sunak and what's the other lady's name? Cameron there, Boris Johnson
Is
running
it
to.
is it Breverman or whatever her name is, the one that was sacked?
Yeah. That one, and then the Supreme Court. Well, by the way, why were they trying to keep asylum seekers in Rwanda? What kind of arrangement is
No,
that?
that was the arrangement, but then
They already paid money, right?
Yes, they were already in the advanced stages of it, but then the sort of NGO like sort of spaces, they took them to court because they were not sure about the human rights records in Rwanda and and just the general optics of it. But the Supreme Court now came in to just declare it as illegal, that it's not acceptable. So now.
And I listened to the Rwandan foreign minister. I said they're not returning the money.
Why would they? I mean, they are not. They're happy to keep to their part of the deal.
Yeah, they said they showed what they had built, trying to build some multiple dormitory-like houses for the refugees. So the guy said it's not.
Hold on. Ola is in Canada and is telling us that Canada allows students to bring their family.
I don't think so.
He lives in Canada now and is
Because
a
I
senior
have somebody
person.
who tried to bring the family. In fact, actually, they almost deported her. She, first of all, as she was about to graduate, she applied for their green card, and they said, "What?"
Yeah, and he says it has always been like that.
Oh no,
And
this
Ola
girl
lives in
almost got
Canada.
deported. Because you have to apply to get paper for you to bring somebody. Is that not so? You have to change your status for you to bring somebody. Do you bring somebody as a student? That's the question. Because most students go there, they change their status so that they can be able to bring.
It's usually people going to do like a master's program and they apply or already stating that they have a family. So, but if Ola is saying that it's allowed and he lives there, then he must know.
I have a family member that tried it. They almost deported her.
Yeah, maybe she's not giving you the full story. There might well
No,
be other elements.
she's a young girl. She was a student, so she was advised by somebody that she needed to apply to change her status before she can bring somebody in, and she applied, almost threw her out. It's a friend of mine. You even know her. I won't mention her name. So it is what it is. So let them go to Canada now. after some years, Canada will put their own law. When they rush, according to the German,
Money more is also confirming it, so I think it is allowed in Canada.
when they rush, according to the German chancellor, he said we didn't expect the rush. When the rush become too much again, they will also put a law. Everybody got to protect their land. So if Canada is doing it, they rush to Canada. Within the space of 5 years, Canada will hit them again. Then they will rush to Australia. Australia will hit them again. By the
I
time,
think Australia allows it as well, according to the report. Yeah.
So when they finish round and round, when they hit them, they go back and maintain Nigeria. So it is what it is. I don't really care about that anyway. Well, what I care about is that I was angry today. Yesterday, no, Wednesday. I was angry. The people I wanted to join the war said they won't, but I'm still hopeful that they do.
The people you wanted to what?
To join the war, they said they won't.
The war?
Yeah, they said they won't.
You mean the Gaza war?
Yes.
All right, let me take you to that space then. South African President Ramaphosa calls on ICC to investigate Israel and PM Netanyahu for war crimes in Gaza. So the South Africans taking an aggressive stance.
South Africa, waiting concern South Africa, concern what thing they happen for Israel.
They're part of the global. It's a senior country, by the way. It's not a rubbish country, South Africa.
Okay.
It's not like Ghana.
And they laugh. For woman. The country I wanted to join said they won't join, but I'm still hopeful they will join.
Which country is that?
Iran. You don't take away with the
Iran can't join now. Iran can't join because if Iran joins, they're going to get Iraq. They become the next Iraq. If Iran joins, then the United States joins. Then
Hezbollah. I'm waiting for Hezbollah.
Yes, no, I'm not waiting for Hezbollah. Nakam case. Iran, I want to make the join.
What are you even talking about? What are you talking about? If Iran joins, then the United States joins. Then the Iran gets destroyed. Do you not know?
Are you force them join? Which one be? Are you trying to? Am I forcing them to join? I want them to join.
But why do you want them join? Did you want Iran destroyed? They know that if they join, the United States will back up Israel militarily. They know that.
They don't want them to you don't want them to destroy, but you want them to be destroying other nations, right?
No. I mean, I think we're under enough strife for they both whatever it is, Bosnia Herzegovina or whatever it is, Russia, whatever it is, that's still simmering right there. How many more? I mean, goodness me.
Anyway, we are not thinking the way I'm thinking. Anyway, let's go back to
you thinking. You want Iran to join so that the United States will go and blow up Iran.
Ask me a question, I say yes. When I still they ask me, they go. I never say yes.
Do you know that Iran is nuclearly armed?
I said yes. Woman, you asked me, do I want them to join? And I said yes.
That's a wild statement.
Okay, no wahala. They don't take. Well, woman, wait till again that happen for Nigeria. Who talk about?
Well, you are skipping through all the topics, so I'm not quite sure. Let me take you to.
Let me ask you, woman. Is it true that Dino Melaye did not vote himself?
It did not. Dino Melaye is a guy man now. Do you know what actually happened? When he got that ticket, as is tradition, all of the PDP governors, they gathered as much money for him to run that election. He then ran that election on a pittance because, of course, he knew he stood no chance. So Dino Melaye is going to be buying another block of apartments in Dubai by mid next year. The guy is a guy man now.
To the extent he didn't vote. So why is he complaining about the election?
I don't know. The guy is a comedian. You know, he's actually acted in Nollywood.
Which day?
Oh no, there was a movie he was in, some random movie like that.
You are kidding, right?
No, he has. He's made a cameo appearance in a Nollywood movie. If anybody knows that movie, tell us in the comment section. But let me play you this clip. It's Alan Oyema speaking to what happened.
Due diligence on your side.
Is Alan Oyema speaking to what happened in Saudi Arabia. So maybe this might pique your interest. Listen to this, Zita.
Due diligence on your side was done.
Was done.
This is unusual. If you look at the procedures and the standard operating procedures for flying, you've not just started flying international, isn't it?
No.
Yeah. So this is somewhat looks unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks unusual because we followed every protocol and we followed every procedure. The thing is, we are not in the business of issuing visas as an airline. Ours is to when you give us your visa, we put passed. Then we send the manifest ahead. We got all those clearances before we left the country.
So the client due diligence on your side was done.
Was done.
This is unusual. If you look at the procedures and the standard operating procedures for flying, you've not just started flying international, isn't it?
No.
Yeah. So this is somewhat looks unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks unusual because we followed every protocol and we followed every procedure. The thing is, we are not in the business of issuing visas as an airline. Ours is to, when you give us your visa, we put it through the visa portal, verification portal, supplied by the Saudis. So it passed.
What man, are you still there? Hello?
So sorry, I was talking. I didn't know I was muted. I was saying, I was pausing it for a moment. It's a 2-minute clip, so we just watch it today. Hold on.
I think this guy explained what happened there yesterday, which is what everybody has been thinking. It must be one breaking of law or the other, or one thing or the other. There are so many reasons why people will be turned back from the point of entry. I think was it Simba or somebody that was saying.
It was Bishop, but that's where I was speaking to.
No, it's Simba that clarified it later in the evening yesterday. At that time, you've left. So Simba was saying the news in their own area in Saudi. So I was even surprised that Simba said that, because I don't really think that there is any airline, if you have a entry, you don't have a return ticket that they allow you if your visa is visiting. I don't think, I'm trying to wrap my head around it, because I know most of my cousins, when you get to the airport, the airline will, the most important thing they check, if it is visiting visa, that you have a return ticket. So for Simba to say that most of them didn't have a return ticket, that was why they were sent back. Because I know, as I said yesterday, they didn't just land in the airport, they wave hand and say, you enter, you go back. I'm sure they passed through the security check before some of them were turned back. So what happened after the security check? Nobody is telling us. What happened? You were 50. Somebody came here yesterday or day before yesterday and said that it's business trouble. I don't know where they got that one from, but it is what it is. In these days in Nigeria, we can say anything, and it must be truth. Before you say Jack, they will start abusing you. So it was Simba that said that. I didn't know that. I didn't know
which airline will allow a visiting visa toll? I'm not full. I mean, I don't know. But he didn't say anything. He's saying that they scanned. The guy is not even asking him the real question. That means the journalist did not get the feedback from Saudi. Otherwise, he would have asked them, when you scan and you find out it was visiting visa, did you check if they have a return ticket? I think that's the question the journalist would have asked him, but he didn't. So I don't know.
It did not actually play to the end, so we don't know what question they asked. Let's listen to it. It's just 2 minutes.
Then the next one was the APIS, the Advanced Passenger Information System. We put through there, it passed. Then we sent the manifest ahead. We got all those clearances before we left the country.
So there was a clearance that came from Saudi Arabia.
Of course, you have to. You
before the manifest
you can give the manifest and everything. So before you even start going, everything must have been tally from the visa verification, from APIS. But what I'm saying has been corroborated by the Saudi Arabian embassy. What they said actually exonerated the airline. They said they're not denying the fact that they had visas, meaning that as at the time these passengers were leaving Nigeria, they actually had visas issued. They didn't say they forged the visas issued by the Saudi Arabia. So, but what they were saying that they discovered is like maybe you're going for medical treatment and you went and procured a tourism visa. Maybe that was what they're trying to.
So, and this
explain.
affected about 177 out of the 260.
Yeah, that's what they said. That's what they said. I mean, so about 177 were affected, but their reason was just what they've just given you. So what I'm trying to say in essence is that the Saudi Arabian embassy inadvertently or by implication exonerated the airline of any wrongdoing, because some experts, so-called experts in Nigeria, who had their own, maybe it was AP's fault, and some became experts overnight and saying things they didn't know anything about. But the embassy has come out to say that they actually issued those visas.
Oh, okay, that sounded like an image laundering exercise by Alan Oyema.
Yeah, that's image laundering. I will notice it from the beginning, because if you say he's saying that's what they said, I mean, him saying that's what they said means, is he saying that it's a claim that is not verified? Or is he saying that he doesn't care what they said, why they brought back his 700 and something percent, whatever, 170 something, I don't know. But the thing is that, one man, we all know that there are a lot of reasons why people are turned back at the point of entry. Right from there, they turn them back. There are so many reasons why you can do. Some countries are extremely petty about it. They're very petty. Your visa might be saying you are coming for medical treatment. At the point of entry, they ask you, what are you coming to do? Even when they're seeing that is medical treatment, then you open your mouth and tell them, I'm here for a holidays or for a Hajj. They will say you lied. And for that reason, they turn you back. So there are so many reasons why they turn people back at the point of entry. It depends on the country. So those people that they turn back, I usually tell people, if they turn you back, write to the embassy. If you think that it was a wrong turn back, write to them, they will correct it. It's either they refund you your visa or they correct it. So it is what it is, one man. There's nothing wrong in them writing. Next topic.
All right, let me play you this clip. It's the goings on in Zamfara state. So as early as yesterday, we were playing clips of how the newly elected Zamfara state governor was chatting us through the corruption history and the mind-boggling looting of Bello Matawale. But then I said the newly elected governor, but it looks as though newly elected no more. So Zita, what's this?
We begin with the judgment of the Court of Appeal sitting in Abuja, which declared as inconclusive the governorship election that held in Zamfara on March 18th this year. In a unanimous decision, the three-member panel, led by Justice Oyebisi Folayemi, nullified the return of Governor Dauda Lawal of the People's Democratic Party, the PDP, as the winner of the governorship election. Justice Sibyl Waka, who read the lead judgment, ordered the electoral umpire INEC to conduct a fresh election in 3 local government areas of the state where elections did not hold previously or where results from various polling units were not counted. The 3 local governments are Maradun, Birnin Magaji, and Bukuyum. The court held that it was wrong for INEC to rely on information it obtained from its IREF portal to collate the final result of the governorship election. The judgment followed an appeal that was brought before the court by the immediate past governor of the state, Bello Matawale, who was the candidate of the All Progressives Congress, the APC, in the election.
This is judgment according to law and justice. The pain suffered by the people wearing about the government, there was no election reconducted. Baradu, local government, part of 4 wards of Pirimagaji and part of Bukuyo play unit. Today, this court has taken that bold step and confirmed that the election of our state governorship was to that extent. The result the respondent brought was also held that they mutilated not aside by any of the agent or the party agent. And the court has ordered for a rerun in these areas and all those polling units where there was no election or where there was no proper election for issue of failure for non-compliance with the Electoral Act. Today, the people of Zamfara State will now go back home to sleep well and go and prepare for a rerun election in those areas that have issues with the electoral system. So finally we said, Alhamdulillah, I will pray for peace to reign in the entire state of Zamfara State.
All right. So I'm not quite sure what the Alhamdulillah was. There is a lawyer. I should have just left it at the legal space. But that's Zamfara State. The governor no more.
I wasn't following what was going on in Zamfara because I don't know if APC won Zamfara in presidential. I can't remember. But what who was the governor? Was it APC before? I think they have issues.
It was APC and then they lost to PDP.
Oh, it was a sitting governor that lost.
Yes, it was actually meant to be on to serve a second term. And they are telling us that the election was not credible. A sitting APC governor lost to a PDP thing, and they're telling anyway. Yeah. So.
Yeah, but the thing is that woman, actually, I am not a person of people going to court to claim mandate. I listened to Aton Zeribe in those days, and he made a lot of sense to me. Although they used it against him and kicked him out. If you call yourself a politician, beat them silly in the pool. Beat them silly. That's where the politics are being played, in the pools. Beat them silly. Meet them in the court. I don't believe in somebody losing an election and going to court today, yo, and they give him become a Supreme Court. What do people call him? Supreme Court governor. Then, what the man has been saying, I think the one that they removed now, the PDP governor, takes me back to something you guys were discussing before I dozed off. You see, I keep talking about Lagos State because Lagos State is one of the states in Nigeria that is functioning. Somehow, although Nigerians might not believe that, but most Nigerians will not believe that, but that's one of the states that is functioning. Now, what happened in Lagos State that gradually started changing the face of Lagos State? People claim Lagos was one time capital of Nigeria. But the question I asked them, even when it was capital, was it looking the way it was looking now? The answer is no. After it stopped being capital, was it looking the way it was looking now? The answer is no. Then are we going to put a face to it? Of course, yes. Now, there is something that caught my attention in Lagos State that most people don't want to accept and they don't want to believe. They are fighting it really hard. Continuity. One man, this idea of somebody coming to campaign to me that he's going to do this, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. And he never told me that, look, if I get in there, I don't see any money, I'm not going to work. He just told me, I'm the best man to get this job done. And the person gets voted. And when he get there, he starts shouting, hey, 50 million, 100 million is gone. I met an empty treasury. The question I am asking, whatever money that was stolen that was not used to do a job was the money that was budgeted during the administration of your predecessor. You as the successor, hello woman, are you there?
We're all listening.
You are the successor. Immediately you come in, money is being budgeted for your own administration on regular basis. I am not saying you should not audit people, but I've noticed that Nigerian politicians use it as an excuse not to do something in their own time. And I noticed that Nigerians are buying it. Most Nigerians. He did not do anything. He stole all the money. If you want to audit him, get whatever you want to get back. But shouting empty treasury, empty this, he swallowed this, he ate this. But you are getting money. Use your own money for your administration and do your own job. Let's see what you use your money to do. But in Lagos, the moment they hand over, you don't hear such things. Even when Ambode left, was a very, like they kicked him out. The new person that came in is supposed to start shouting how much Ambode swallowed. But he never said that. He continues his work. Why? Because from his administration, that's where he will give account. He is not going to give account of what Ambode did. He will give account from the money he was given. So I'm really somebody who doesn't believe in that. But Nigerians believe in that. Now, back to what you people were discussing. I don't know who said that Tinubu made a very bad treasury. I don't care who is saying that, but I really care about what Tinubu is saying. He is our president, whether you like it or not. I am more interested in what Tinubu is saying. I want him to come out and tell me that he met an empty treasury. Then I will ask him, since you become the president, have money be coming into Nigerian coffers? What have you done with it? He can recover the ones he wants to recover, but meeting an empty treasury is not as an excuse as long as I'm concerned. You can jail them for you want to jail them. You promise us you're going to do the job. And when you promise us you are going to do the job, you never told us that if I get there, I didn't see money left for me, I'm not going to do anything. So why would you go there and start telling me you didn't see money? As if since you got in there, there is no money coming in. That's by the way. One thing I have to tell you, one man, if you are still there, let me tell you this. Tinubu do not need to tell anybody how much Buhari kept or how much Buhari did not keep, because that's not going to be an excuse. He said he can be. He keeps saying, even after he won the election, he keeps saying we should hold him responsible. So I'm holding him responsible. As for that governor that had been shouting how many billion, is he the one that was seizing cars? Hello?
Yes. Are you talking about the Zamfara governor?
Yeah. Is he the one that
Yeah,
was
he
seizing cars?
rescued quite a fleet of cars from Bello Matawale.
These politicians and confusing Nigerians is so annoying. So since he became Zamfara state governor, they have not given him his budget.
How do you mean?
So when you become a governor, they don't give you your own budget for the year to run the state.
No, they don't give you a budget, or you get your federal allocation every
That's what I'm
month.
saying
Yeah,
now. That's what I'm saying. By the way, the finance minister, I think he should be able to do what Ja1L did. He should tell us how much those people are being given. I think that's what we need to hear. A new government have come in. They should tell us how much they are giving those governors. At least let us know, so that we will use it to know how much they are spending in the development of their state. Because for some years now, people were keeping quiet. Since Ja1L left, it was a blah blah blue. To the extent that when Buhari came in, he has to start bailing people out. Bailing them out that we are not giving allocation or what. I didn't get that part. But it is what it is. One man, I don't believe in people being kicked out after they have won an election. I'm sorry to say that. If you
even if they won it illegally.
One man, let me tell you, I don't know what you people call illegal. I don't know.
By rigging.
Politics is actually the process of politicking, electioneering. It's illegal. But they made it legal because they want a way to get to the seat. So I don't know what they call legal and illegal. But if you call yourself a politician, go beat them in the pool. Go there. Because that area is the area that takes a lot of planning. That politics that they say is dirty, that's the TKO. At the pool, that's where they do the TKO. That's where those dust, those dirt, those poto is being thrown at the pool. So this idea of a sitting governor sitting down there and somebody from somewhere come beat him stupid, and he's running to whether it was Supreme Court or wherever to start claiming where they didn't vote and where they voted. I don't buy that. Actually, I am not in support of any Supreme Court governor. I don't support that. I don't support it. You should plan your ground very well. Hit them very hard. That's politics. That's why in the West, most people don't usually go to court. Because when they beat you in the pool, they warn you in all the game, because it's a game. The good, the bad, and the ugly. The dirty game, they've warned you. Because you too play dirty. Who is telling me that they did this thing you are saying that Dino Melaye is denying? That's not true. He asked for his money back. Somebody told me that even before he went public. I won't call the person.
He's the type of guy that would do that, isn't he? Yes, he's exactly the type that,
because they forced him to bring out that money. He didn't actually want to bring it. They forced him to empower those people to go to the field. And when he got there, maybe, I don't know what his opponents beat him selling. Maybe they doubled the money of his agents and then he lost. That's politics. When you go into politics, you be ready for all those shenanigans. Unless you want what they call a communist party or Lutheran party, Lutheran leadership or communist leadership. But as long as it's democracy, they do a lot to get that vote. They do so much to get that vote. One man. Next topic.
The headline on the screen, we are not interested in a merger with PDP others. So this is Labour Party saying that they will go their own way. But in the readout, they did leave a window. They said the elections just recently concluded and the window not yet, yes, that the window not yet, what did they even say? It says, it was said the Labour Party has just concluded the 2023 general election episode and post-mortem was not yet held. It said that the way forward for the party had not been discussed. So the headline tells you that they are not interested in a merger, but then the body of the story says that they are not completely they are not completely rejecting it. So what are you then making then of that narrative, the necessity that opposition should merge to be viable?
One man, let me say this. The fruit of an unexamined past is failure. Let me say it again. The fruit of an unexamined past is failure. You see what happened in 2023 is more than a merger. They can merge for all I care. But if they don't go back to sit down and study what happened, they will lose again.
You are right, Zita, because in all of the language that we're hearing, especially from the obedience space, they feel that they want to continue on that trajectory because they feel that they have established some sort of rhythm and they want to continue with that. But I feel that they have plateaued in this election, and if they are going to move forward, they have to do a period of introspection and then refocus. If they continue all this headless mobbing, as you call it, how can they get anything different?
They will never get anything. Listen, let me tell you, one man. You see, I noticed that most people who do not like Tinubu like his person, his ways, and who he is, and his past. Some people hate him with a perfect hatred. They seem not to see his strength. And that's a costly mistake anybody can do, more especially when you want to challenge that person. You have to go deep to look for his strength and weaknesses. And you begin to look for where to lodge in and hit him so bad. But from all I've been hearing from their so-called high and mighty, I think it seems as if they think they did so well in 2023. And if they come out in 2027, they're going to beat him silly. I think, one man, when your competitor, your enemy, your haters, people who oppose you, people who don't want to see you say you are good, you are good. Bala came here, Daniel Bawa, said he is a master strategy. He is not the only one that has said it. If you think you can make yo thinking
that's the most annoying part, Zita.
The yo is really annoying. Yesterday I had, if you were listening at the background yesterday, I had a long argument before I walked out of the platform to continue my day
You know, usually I just go to bed after I leave you guys. But yeah.
What was the problem? You say, let Nigeria happen to me. I say, amen. You got angry.
I'm suspecting that would be Joel. Was that Joel?
You want to convince me that Nigeria is so bad that it shouldn't happen to me. And me, I'm telling you that Nigeria is so good, it should happen to me. Keep praying for me with just that one line of phrase. Zita, let Nigeria happen to you. Don't add anything, because what you said is let Nigeria happen to me. So keep it at that and keep praying for me. Let Nigeria happen to me. I tell you, if Nigeria happened to me, I'll be talking with Elon Musk, not one man. Just kidding anyway. So that's it.
You know, Zita, the maddening thing about this this election is people are not actually acknowledging what is going on.
They don't.
They seem to be festering in their own little cocoon and in their own narratives.
Yeah.
If you look at what happened, this was probably one of the strongest field of elections that we've ever had.
Yeah.
You had Peter Obi, who came firstly from an ethnic cusp, but then he caught that spirit of the moment, and then he really came like, and then there was a whirlwind around him that continued to spiral and grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. So there was that. There was Atiku, who is a dyed, steeped in the wood politician who knows all of the political games that there is to play and who has the advantage of being Fulani and a northerner. Then you had people like Shore, who are new guns coming to change the paradigm, and you had elements like Tinubu, and in all of that fight out, this guy emerged victorious. He had his party against him. Buhari did not want him. They changed the Naira. They hoarded the petrol. All of this, and this guy battled through to emerge. And nobody is acknowledging any of that. They say it's a certificate, and they're still doing that, and they want to carry that to 2027.
They are not.
They're not acknowledging this guy's capacity. And when he beats them in 2027 again, you have people like Charles and say, "Oh, I am so fed up." No, you're not. Nobody's taking any learning. They're not taking any learning at all from inspired. They're just doubling down on it's quite a marvel to see.
You see, woman, I think they are blinded by their hatred. I used to tell people there is one advice my grandfather gave me. He said, in any environment you find yourself, my daughter, make sure you identify an enemy. He's the one that will help you. He will tell you how bad you are. Don't look at him. Look at what is coming out of his mouth, because he will be your motivator. He will make you could keep taking a step every day. They're making the man take a step every day. And they don't care to study him. He's meandering. And they keep as they speak. Every day they dump the hatred. He will meander, set another strategy. One man, you see, the whole political parties in Nigeria can manage for all I care. But if they do not sit down and study what happened in 2023, first of all, they have to give that election a pass mark first. That's the only way they can sit down and study what happened. But if they keep giving it the worst failure, one man, mark my word this morning.
It's the best election we've had so far. It's the most representative. It's not fully it's the most representative yet of the will of the people election that we've had so far. Even with all of the begins, with everything, it's the most representative yet.
For a third position, to gather so much vote, I begin to tell them that if they didn't give him the
Peter Obi won
happen?
Lagos. Peter Obi won Lagos. Matawale, a sitting governor, lost Zamfara, and you're telling us the whole of the election was a sham. I mean, nobody, they're not taking any learning, no.
They're not taking any learning.
Yeah.
And mark my word, before I forgot what I want to say, this is a global platform. Tinubu will come back in 2027, mount the podium, and said the same thing he said in 2023, and he will still win. He will tell you that this his town hall is better than your blah blah. Running around like a headless chicken all over the country. 1 million man, 300 million man. Yeah. He will tell you that this town hall he's doing is better than that noise you are making outside. And he will win. Because even me, when I sit down to go into what happened, I used to check my head. But these people who are gearing up to fight him again, that thing doesn't mean anything to them. And I asked one man, they're going to, because they don't talk about Mamudu, they call INEC. They're still going to meet the same INEC. They're still going to meet the same Supreme Court. These are the two people. According to them, they believe that it's the Supreme Court that decides who becomes the president of Nigeria. So that the INEC will conduct the election.
We cannot continue like this. These people are jokers, man.
That is one man you don't know. Yesterday night, day before yesterday or yesterday morning, I walked out of the platform. I asked a question. Do you believe that there are people who have not lived outside of Nigeria, have not done business outside of Nigeria, have not even taken their family in their holidays outside of Nigeria, but they are billionaires in Nigeria? The person said yes. I said, okay, I rest my case. That you live in Nigeria doesn't mean Nigeria has happened to you. The day Nigeria happened to you, you'll be smiling. The day Nigeria happened to you, you won't be waiting for oxygen to go off for you to die, because the oxygen will be there for you. But what can I say? One man, let them merge now. Say merge. Let them merge and then continue their blah blue or whatever the president calls it, running around the whole country screaming 200 million march, 500 million march. Yeah. When they finish, he will still tell them that his town hall is better than what they are doing, and he will win them again. They need a very good study. They need a very good study. They have to sit down, take it from one state to the other. What did I say wrong? Where did I miss it?
There's a lot of heavy lifting that needs to take place between now and 2027. The PDP has to completely strip bare and reform, and they have to do that. They have to start that like tomorrow, because 3.5 years left, to the next election. And the Labour Party, they have to go deep into the north and establish a voice there. Oh, they have some random downloading. That is to tell you that forget the random downloadings that come into your space. You have to penetrate the north and present a convincing narrative and give them the assurance. There's a lot of work to do. But these people show no inclination of having any understanding of that. They just want to be saying, the Chicago State University, and all this nonsense, I wonder if there's a functioning brain in that circle.
One man. There is a lot of work to be done, more especially when you want to unseat a ruling party.
Can I interject 1 minute?
And unseat a sitting president. Go ahead.
So one man, all this talk. This is the best election. This is the best election. So you don't want to see anything wrong in what INEC did. Promising so much, result will be electronically transmitted in real time, and all the assurances gave to the country and international
They
community.
met a good
Hold on
60,
one man.
70. They met 70% of the assurances.
Oh, hold on one man. Yes, you could be right. They made 70%, even 90%, if you want to describe it in any way. But the how do I describe it? The setback or the failure on the side of INEC not to fulfill in totality. In totality, look, this is an agency that the country invested so much, an international community, and for you not to fulfill in totality, absolute totality. I mean, we should stand up as people to condemn the person.
No, we
in
cannot
charge.
condemn it. We can
Hold on now,
critique
one
it.
man. Let me
We
land.
can't condemn
Let
it
me
now.
land
It's a
now.
heavy
Let me
word,
land,
condemn.
one
Yeah.
man. You guys have been saying all your own. No, this is the best. This is the best. But to say we not hold somebody accountable for not doing the job absolutely well as a promise. I mean, we are not doing the. I mean, because of tomorrow, we are not saying that INEC failed in totality, but some of the wrongdoing of INEC should be corrected so that we won't have this kind of situation in the future. That's the way I see it. We can't just rubbish everything that, the people that are, speaking against the system as if they are totally wrong, that they don't know what they are saying. The system disappointed them. The system failed to.
The system did not fail. Yeah.
No. The system failed to carry out what he promised in totality. I mean, this is. I mean, we INEC. Look, people must be held responsible. We must hold people responsible in any government position where they fail to perform optimally, particularly when they are giving so much to achieve for the country. INEC is one of the these things that have not given us, they have not done better in comparison, with investment and resources given to them. They didn't perform too good. So they should check people in charge, or come out with another policy, maybe to reorganize that organization so that they can carry out their job, transparently and in such a manner that everybody will have confidence in them that, look, these people, they are the best for us. They are working for the interests of democracy and the interests of the people in that country. So that's the way. We can't just rubbish the opposition. Opposition must speak now, particularly when things are not clear and when they are challenging the system that promised and failed to carry out what they promised in totality.
All right. Adele Koko, let me come in. We cannot condemn INEC, one, because to condemn them is to totally rubbish the whole exercise, and that would be that would not be the right assessment of it. That would not be a true reflection of what transpired. So we cannot condemn them, certainly not, but we can critique them, certainly we can. And we cannot, yes, they should perform optimally, but they cannot perform in totality. Very rare that you get that, certainly almost an impossibility within a third world space. So certainly, and we must commend a lot of the things that they got right. And the key things, the headline, most important parts of it, they did get right. They were able to, through technology, identify that a person voting is actually a person voting. And we saw that in the reduced numbers, especially from the north. So that's an advancement right there. And in terms of transparency, they were loading results onto the INEC portal for people to marry whatever results they have against the results that they're presenting to the public. So that's transparency right there. So a lot of things happened, a lot of them positive, and not being able to transmit the results in real time is not anything of any great significance that impacts on anything other than just another layer on the process that just makes it quicker to the people. So if they were able to scan it the following day or the day after, the most potent, most important point is that document being scanned onto the portal, not in real time, but in a delayed time? Is it a true reflection of what happened there? And that is the only important thing. It's not a transit. What does real time mean? Does me seeing it the minute it was cast, does it then affect what result it is? The result is the result, whether it's scanned an hour later or is scanned in a microsecond. That result is already established at the point of voting. So what transpired at that point of voting is really the only important thing. And the queries, that legitimizes or delegitimizes that election is centrally around what transpired at that point of voting and nothing else. Everything outside of that is just an added appendage. It's a beautifier. It's to ornate the thing. It's just an ornament. Transmitting in real time is just an ornament. It doesn't establish or take it. Well, how does it reflect transparency if it's transmitted in real time? If it's transmitted in real time, does it affect what is already on that paper? It doesn't. It doesn't. It means nothing. So to hinge everything and to put condemnation on real time or no real time, that's just a non sequitur. It doesn't follow through with logic or reasoning. This election, with all of that technology that weeded out a good chunk of ghost voting, that weeded out a good percentage of underage voting, that streamlined the process, and the way the election was conducted, one of the less violent, probably the least violent election we've ever had, the smoothness of the whole process,
it was the least violent.
It
was the least violent.
Yeah, it was the least violent. I mean, leapfrogs were made in time, and they're hinging everything. It didn't say me in real time. Is real time going to change the result that is already established? It's a total nonsense.
One man.
Real time, and they are hopping from platform to real time. Just nonsense.
One man, they are merging to contest again, right? Hello?
No, yeah, repeat that. I missed that.
I said they said they should merge to contest again, right?
Yes.
Okay. They're going to meet the same INEC. So if they think that INEC is unsatisfactory, there's a way I talk. That's why most people don't like me. If you think that INEC is unsatisfactory, don't go again, because you're going to meet that same INEC. That's what I promised them. And if you think that the Supreme Court is unsatisfactory, don't get there again, because you will still meet the same Supreme Court. This idea of INEC rate time. And if somebody, I remember the former UN Secretary General, right? Is it what's his name again? The black guy.
Is it Kofi Annan?
No, not Kofi Annan. The other one before Kofi Annan. What's his name?
I can't. Is it Boutros? No, I can't remember. Yeah, carry on anyway. Carry on.
He said it's only a fool that doesn't change his mind. It applies all across everything you are doing in life. If you say you will be going to Aba today, and all of a sudden the weather in Aba was announced that it was terrible, that it was so windy that you can even take a car, and you say, I have already said that I'm going to Aba, and for that reason I must embark on that journey, you are a fool. That's what the man means. It's only a fool that doesn't change his mind. So even the Constitution put clauses. There are clauses here and there in everything, in laws. That's why that clause came in. He said, you do it in real time, but remember, it's going to be the onions of the empire. Why did they give them that rule? If you feel it's uncomfortable for you to deliver by doing it that way, you have the power to change your mind. So if they decide to change their mind, that what we say we are going to do, for some reasons, we're not going to do it that process again. We are going to do it the other process, but we are going to give you the same result. If because they change their mind and therefore it is no longer a pass mark, it's failure, don't go again. Because if you go again and they see reason why they should not do it the way they said they're going to do it, but they will still give you the same result, they will still do the same thing. So if you feel so terrible that our institutions are so terrible, you should condemn them. Don't go to them. That's my take. Because if you go there, you're still going to meet that terrible, you call them. But if a normal Nigerian look from, let's talk about 1999. I don't want to talk about before 1999 that Nigeria was battered with all manner of one military to the other. Let's talk about the continuity from 1999 to date in our democracy. I stood my ground to say this is the fairest we have ever had. This is the fairest. Because people were grabbing votes, winning election anyhow. Because people came out to vote for them. Not in those ones where I won't call them because they used to be in the warehouse and be thumbprinting. They pay people 10,000 naira. They keep them in the warehouse, lock them up. From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. They will go. Tomorrow they will come again. They will thumbprint. They will pack everything and get the ad hoc staff. Because it's those INEC ad hoc staff that cause this havoc. They will give it to them. They will call results. But this election, the number reduced drastically. But still, people were not happy. You know why? They didn't win. It's normal. One man, why can't you leave them to use that to be cooling down their loss? Let it be that they would have won if it was real time. Hello?
No, we're listening. We're here.
Yeah, I said, allow them now to
No,
be using
it's just, because they're not actually even serving the democracy with this sort of traction they're on. Because
they
they
really
are
But one man, I told you that
because
Nigeria is running on one
this is
man.
the space that should be attacking Tinubu aggressively on policy, but
Yeah.
they're still locked up in real
They
time,
will
real time,
not.
real time,
No, they will
real time,
not.
real time, real time.
No, they will not attack him on policy, because if they push him on policy, he will do wonders. And they don't want him to do that. They want to watch him fail so that they will, because that's the way politicians in Nigeria run their own shit. They want to watch him fail, then they use it to campaign in 2027. I maintain my ground. If that's what you want, you will still meet him again in the pool, and he will win you. It's really ridiculous the way all of a sudden Nigeria become a one-party system. Nobody is noticing that. They said they should merge and become opposition. We will fight. I don't know. Atiku saying that is ridiculous, because it's already one-party system. Tinubu, as I speak now, he doesn't have opposition. What he has is critics. And those critics are not criticizing him on things that make sense. They're criticizing him running around the whole Nigeria, talking rubbish in the internet, how they did not sit down for him in Dubai, and then they stood him up. Even Daniel Bawa came and said he was standing alone, and the president was taking picture of Okonjo. I mean, is it the signature of Tinubu? Is that what he's signing in Aso Rock? But one man, it is what it is. So they will never criticize him on his policies. So mark my word, they will never criticize him on his policies. And as I said before,
yeah, but they are giving him room to underperform and still, because if everything stays as it is now, if the Obi traction is still doing this DBD that they're doing, Atiku is still pretending like it has any importance. That if this traction cascades to 2027, is a landslide for Tinubu, irrespective of what it does.
I've said it before, and I'm saying it again, but they will not believe me, because
but we need them to be potent in order to squeeze the most out of the government in terms of for the people.
They're not going to squeeze
we need them to be fit for
their
purpose.
mentality is that you heard somebody come to your platform and say it once, that they want him to fail now, so that in 2027 they will see what they will use to campaign against him. I laughed. But it is what it is. Let's see how it goes. God keep us alive. All of us will come 2027, and we'll watch the drama again happen. Because you see, this their major go. I've said all I need to say in your platform. I have said it. And I stand my grounds. Some people will ask me, what gave me the guts to say those things? You dare ask me such a question? I've said what I have said, and I stand by it, and it's final. As the days come by, it will keep unfolding from time to time. You don't run an election. Daniel came here and told you that Tinubu, somebody told him that you don't know how we do election in Kano. He said, okay, let me tell you. He picked phone and called a ward chairman in front of the person in Kano. That's how they do election. But if you think you will run an election by spiting others to win, if it works for you, that's fine. But remember, it did not work in 2023.
All right, brilliant. It did not work in 2023. Zita, let me make another call out to Man of Prestige, see if it's still there. Prestige, if it's are you there? You've been here all day, but we've not heard a squeak from you. Man of Prestige about San Diego. All right. I don't think Prestige is with us. I think it's probably it's hit the bed. Zita, Thomas is on holiday and Mike is not available. So I'm going to look to start to wrap it up unless everybody wants to have a final word. Let's give final words to everybody and then we'll wrap it up. Ekene, are you there? Ekene, do you want to have a final word before we wrap it up? Ekene?
One man.
Oga, you are still there. I'm surprised though. You get strength. Oh, look at this guy. You were there and we're running Peter Obi down. You couldn't jump up and give us slaps.
What do you want me to say? Anybody can run him now. We are the supporters now. You believe in somebody, you believe in him. Nothing. Anybody can run anything they want to.
All right, give us a couple of parting words, no more than 2 minutes, and then, because we are looking to start to wrap it up. So, final words from you, Ekene.
Yeah, nothing much. Just to encourage the government to sit up and do the right thing. There is nothing much. Just for them to sit up and do what they need to do to get the country working. All their excuses are nothing. It's not going to fetch us anything. We all know where the country is before the election. So now they have gotten the chance to do the job. Let them do it and build the economy back. A lot of things need to be done. Insecurity, they need to get farmers back to work, all those things. I don't know, but I'm hoping. I don't know what their plan is, but I believe that by now they would have a plan on what to do, especially in our economy. So in terms of the investors that he's pursuing up and down, yeah, he made the right move to that Saudi. I followed it up a little bit, but just as I always say, those guys are ready to partner with Nigeria, but they still have and want to know the assurance in terms of transparency. They need a clear understanding, clear written agreement, and they will not lose, because nobody would want to invest in where he would want to lose the money. So that is the issue. So that still calls that the president needs to come back home and do a lot of things, a lot of house cleansing, put everything in order. Transparency is needed so that when you are talking to investors, so that that trust will be there. So the trust is lacking in a lot of areas. So that's what they need to do. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. So thank you, Kenneth. So hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. That's Kenneth, of course, one of the established strong voices on the platform. So thank you, Kenneth. Thank you for your company today. So that was Kenneth. Let's see if King Emeka is still with us. Parting words from him. Mekus, you still there? Okay, I think Emeka may well have gone to bed. So thank you, Emeka. Thank you for your company today. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. We know Man of Prestige is not already there, but let's give a final call to Man of Prestige. I see Man of Prestige, are you still there, or are you there at all even? So yes, Man of Prestige gone to bed. So thank you, Man of Prestige. So thank you, Man of Prestige. Let's final parting words from Zita, and then Ja1L Koko wraps things up. Zita, final words.
Woman, thank you for the show. I appreciate everybody that listened this morning, and the people on the comment section, the people who try to come into the platform to speak and give their submission, their opinions, whether it's the fact or not. The important thing is that they are speaking, even if their voices are not that strong, they use it, and we are happy about that. The final thing is that for one, I'm not going to take any excuse from Tinubu, whether he meant empty treasury or a hold treasury. I don't care. When he was campaigning, he never gave me excuse that if he goes there and meet empty treasury, he's not going to perform. He told me he's going to perform. So I expect him to perform, no excuses. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. That was the excellent Zeta, of course. Of course, it's the excellent Zeta, no other. So thank you, Zeta. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow. So that was Zeta. So final word, man with the golden gun, father of the bride, the final parting words from Ajan Lekoko. Ajan Lekoko, closing remarks.
One man, thank you for today's session. We have done it again. And I hope tomorrow, by the grace of God, we're going to meet again to continue the struggle. It's a struggle for nationhood. And I hope we will get there. Tinubu will show courage by publishing the state in black and white, state of our economy, what it meant on the ground. Some people saying they should not publish anything. Zita said that right now. He shouldn't publish anything. But Emefiele is being tried. They are auditing his book. Definitely, they're gonna publish. The central bank book. They surely must publish it because they have to tender it in court, and whatever is tendered at the court is at the public space. So why can't they show leadership to show it so that Nigeria can have it in history, how the nation was run down by some incompetent people, and we should not have incompetent people to come and run us again. No party should aid incompetent leader. That is what Buhari was. Very incompetent, surrounded himself with incompetent and corrupt people. We must put an end to it. And publishing the state of the economy in black and white, what it meant, what it was handed over to him, can save us and can save that nation and can put us on the right track for better future. So, thank you, one man. Those are the comment section, and thank you too. You are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow. Our brothers, Alessandra Gomez, Ayo, and others, Oga, all of you, you are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow as well, and we'll continue the struggle from there. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. That was the excellent Ajan Lekoko. So that was the excellent Ajan Lekoko. So when Ajan Lekoko speaks, that the session comes to an end. So thank you, Ajan Lekoko, and thank you, everyone. Rejoin us tomorrow, of course. We'll be here, and hopefully we'll be here in your company. Another day, another different set of whatever it is. I'm sure the Nigerian state is space that continues to give. So thank you for your company. We'll see you tomorrow. And peace.